Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day two of the hearing into applications by Willowbank trustees for resource consent applications lodged to the Porirua City Council and the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Fairly big day yesterday. I hope everyone's rested and recovered. I know I slept well. Well, that's not true. Anyway, Mr. Matheson, any housekeeping matters before we kick off with your first witness?
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, everyone. Yesterday questions were asked about the different noise characteristics or sources and values for both the quarry and the accessway. Overnight, Ms. Wilkinen has provided a table showing the quarry noise and the traffic noise in a separate table for each of the three periods being discussed. So the 6 to 7, the 7 till 7, and 7 till 6, and then the evening period.
6 to 10.
Yeah. A copy of that, so that's essentially a printout showing the values at all of the receivers. A copy of that has been emailed to Mr. Hunt, and Ms. Wilkinen's happy to catch up with him morning tea as need be to chat through that. I don't think there'd be anything particularly controversial in there, but it does helpfully show the different noise sources, the values from the different activities.
Yes.
And I would just note in there is, as noted in that memo, there is a restriction on certain types of quarrying operations at certain times in that summary, which reflects the noise assessment that was done. And I do take on board the suggestion, and in terms of a better hours of operation / noise condition, specifically identifying that. And there's quite a useful one in the Royden Quarry, which was helpfully pointed out to us by PCC and others in terms of separating out the types of activities and the hours, which is I think would be useful going forward. So I just wanted to highlight that and put that on the table in case you had a chance to read it beforehand, and for Mr. Hunt to provide any.
Thank you, Ms. Matheson. Just a couple of things arising from that. So Mr. Hunt has received a copy of this morning, or?
Yeah.
Just sent it, okay. Yep. And was he expecting it, Ms. Wilkinen? No.
He can, I think he's not giving evidence till Thursday or Friday or something. No. But if there's any issues, we're happy to address that. As I said, it's a reduction. It's just separating out the existing assessment into the two areas for ease of understanding, really.
Yes. So it's a fact. It's a matter of fact. There's no evaluation in this. Okay. Mr. Hunt yesterday was trying to ascertain sort of what parameters he should be discussing matters with Ms. Wilkinen, and particularly in terms of the number of traffic movements. Does this table assist in that sense?
Well, you'll see in there that it's got number of movements in each of the time periods as well, per hour movements as well, and those have been discussed, and Ms. Wilkinen will address that this morning. And I'm sure Mr. Hunt will be watching this morning, and then it may be worth having a further chat after Ms. Wilkinen gives her evidence as well.
Yes.
I think they had a useful discussion yesterday, and she can report back on that when she gives her evidence.
Okay. When you say that it gives traffic movements, yes, I see. Yes, I'm starting to understand the table now. Okay, well, thank you for that endeavour. That's appreciated.
That's all. Otherwise, it's Mr. Noonan first up.
Can I just check that's any procedural matters from the council at this point?
No, nothing from me.
Thank you. Professor Irons, I see you on the wall. Any procedural matters or matters that you want to appraise us off at this stage?
Just actually a quick question about the document that was sent. I know we don't have a noise expert, but if we could get a copy of that, I don't know if that could be circulated, that would be helpful. I mean,
yeah, we don't. No, not a problem. In fact, I think it's important that this goes on the website under a tab, something along the lines of matters tabled at the hearing, and we can distinguish those between applicant submitters and officers, if you like. Just a suggestion off the cuff. But yes, no problem with that request at all, Professor Irons.
That's great, thanks.
Yes. Just while you're on the line, Ms. Irons, any update on Mr. Wanty's availability for traffic conferencing?
Yes, and actually I wasn't sure if that had already been covered yesterday. I couldn't remember. They have completed it. There were three. There was Tim Kelly, and is it Heather?
Ms. Fraser.
Harriet yes. Fraser, yes, and himself, the three of them together conferenced, and apparently, I thought Mr. Matheson commented on this at the end yesterday.
He had briefly, but I just wasn't sure whether Mr. Wanty was present at all.
Yes,
thank you.
He was, and he's produced a table that he and Ms. Fraser agree with. And he's going to address that this afternoon in his evidence, which, and I think will be circulated to Ash by 3 p.m.
Super. Well, thank you for facilitating that. That's much appreciated. Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Matheson, is it Ms. Noonan?
Mr. Noonan, thank you. Just checking that this is still the approach. So I've asked him to read his summary, and then if you want to ask questions about the summary, that's fine. Otherwise, he can then talk to his rebuttal, if that's appropriate, or in your hands, really.
Yes, that's appropriate. I think it worked reasonably well. And then, Mr. Noonan, if there's any particular matters in your evidence in chief that we need to drill down on, we'll go to that too. But I guess the focusing on the summary and the rebuttal initially will help direct our questions in that respect. Thank you.
Would you like me to provide a summary of my summary if I work through it?
Well, no, that's not necessary. But just the highlights from that summary. Yes.
I guess I should first introduce myself. My name's Matthew Gregory Noonan. I am Senior Associate Environmental Scientist at Becker. I've been air quality specialist for over 22 years. My qualification and experience are provided in the primary evidence. In respect of this hearing, I've been engaged by Filton Hogan to provide evidence regarding fugitive emissions of dust and potential effects those discharges will have. Predominant discharges to air from the site will be dust. There's quite a range of activities which will generate dust, and I've just provided a quick list down there. Most of the dust generated from the quarry will consist of large particle sizes, and by them I mean greater than about 20 microns, 20, 30 microns, so they settle quickly. So the main concern is soiling of surfaces and dust nuisance effect. There will be smaller particles emitted, the PM2.5, PM10 size fractions, but you don't get a significant amount of these particles being generated by mechanical activities such as quarrying. The closest sensitive receptors, I guess the other thing is when deposition, most dust deposits within 100 to 200 metres of a site. The smaller particles will travel further. The closest sensitive receptors to the quarry are at the end of Murphy's Road. It would be these receptors which would be potentially most affected. Currently, the quarry pit is about 500 metres away from these, the closest of these dwellings. The proposed expansion would put it to about 410 metres. So that's the main effect of the proposal.
Right. Mr. Noonan, just to help you understand what we know and what we don't know, because that's always important, the panel did conduct a site visit on Sunday, both to the quarry and to residents on Murphy's Road and Harris Road, and we were assisted by this plan, which I think came from the applicant, which indicates the locations of receptors who are submitters.
Right.
And gave a distance to the access road and to the quarry. So if you want to refer to that plan at any stage, we have copies of it here.
That might be useful if I'm starting to get confusing
Yes.
in what I'm saying.
Usefully, the plan is labelled and numbered, so each receptor or who is a submitter has a number.
Okay.
So, have you seen that plan?
I probably have got a copy but can't find it.
Yes, okay. We have a spare copy if you need it.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick point of clarification. The plan set there was prepared by a submitter, I believe, as part of the council district plan process.
Okay.
I might be able to add some clarification. That was prepared by council for commissioners' benefit, so I'm not sure whether Mr Noonan will have a copy.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this set up to Mr Noonan.
Do we have an electronic copy? It might be useful to have it on the wall.
On the board.
Yeah.
Could you email that to Ash? Yep, thank you. That's a good point, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Mr Noonan. I just thought that might be a useful resource.
No, very useful.
Yes.
I can refer to a number rather than an address now. And I guess the key residents there are 13 and 12, which are approximately 410 and 430 metres away from the very edge of the expanded pit.
Yes. Just for the record, what does that table tell us in terms of the proximity to the access road for those two?
426 and 469.
Thank you.
It's perhaps worth just talking about the access road to start with. I'll just go a bit off spec here. The access roads all sealed for about 3 kilometres from the State Highway 58 to the pit. You're not going to get any significant dust generated from trucks' movement on the access road. Dust is, it's picking up of the wheels as the trucks roll upon. The only dust you'll potentially get would be a little bit of if there's any debris on the road which hasn't been cleared, or if there's a dusty load which has not been covered or wetted and somehow controlled. So distance to the access road is much less important from an air quality perspective than the distance from the mining activities to the residential areas.
Yes, just on there, and it's probably a picky point, but we noticed that there was a very small section near the crest of the access road which is unsealed. It's for a short duration of around 50 metres, perhaps. And it was something that the quarry manager pointed out. Where the cattle are? Do you want to just...
It's where they stockpile, they have a stockpile area.
Is that at the top of the pit?
So that area was previously sealed and it has aggregate overlaying it from the
Right.
previous operator conducting stockpiling and load out
Yes.
activities there.
Right.
So we will redress that.
Okay. Right, I just wanted to understand whether Mr Noonan was aware of that.
I didn't notice it on my site
Okay.
visit.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Thank you. Please proceed.
just picking up from about 1.8, 1.9. Essentially, these the closest dwellings will not be downwind. Are not expected to be downwind during those high wind speeds where you pick up the dust, and it's likely to have an adverse effect. Most of the time, they'll be upwind of these high winds. They also, most of the dusty activities will occur within the quarry, which the sides of the quarry and the pit would help contain them, and there's intervening hills and vegetation between these quarry activities than the neighbours. Overall, when you looking at all those factors of the distance, particularly the distance, topography of the area and the likely discharges, it's my opinion that there would not be an adverse effect at these residents. I noticed that there's been no, I think that provided Filton Hogan maintain good quarry dust management practices and monitors them, I think that's essentially the key to it. 9 submitters raised concerns specifically about dust. I think some of the ones at the end of Murphy's Road, I think residents 13 and 12, they were particularly concerned in their submittal when fill site 1 was included in the site proposal. Fill site 1 would have been the closest activity to these residents. They would have been about 280 metres away from the residents and be visible. Fill site 1 has now been removed, so the separation distance has increased accordingly to about 410 at the smallest. I guess my opinion is that under Rule 27 of the proposed Resources Natural Plan...
Mr. Noonan, just before we get on to that, and I apologise if I should know this, but Mr. Walsh, full site 1, was it ever constructed, or was it a proposal that's been removed, that's since been removed?
No, it was a proposal, and
Yes.
we've still since deleted the proposal, so
Yes.
never constructed at all.
That's what I thought. I just was struggling to remember seeing the remnants of it at all on the site visit. So,
There you go.
Don't talk too much.
someone's just coming through on the Zoom. Okay, we've just muted you. Thank you, Mr. Noonan. You were getting on to the rules.
Yes, rules there, in my opinion, they are compliant with Rule 27 of the plan. I note that Ms Ryan and Ms Walker have also reached the same conclusion, provided Filton Hogan maintain their dust management and monitoring. The 2 consent conditions, that would be typically what I'd expect to be in a air discharge resource consent if one were to be required anyhow. Similarly, the complaints response and the other management aspects of it. So I think it captures the proposed consent conditions, what I would typically see in a air discharge consent anyhow. Reviewed the officer's Section 42A report, and overall I'd agree with the conclusions and recommendations included in it.
Mr. Noonan, just before you go to your rebuttal, I might just check and see if there are any questions arising from your summary, starting with Commissioner Mark Brown.
It's just a matter of clarification, Mr. Noonan. Talked about dust is primarily comprised of larger particle sizes. Those smaller particle sizes, PM10 and PM25, which can be inhaled, will also be generated. Is that also the same as respirable particles?
There are sort of definitions of it. PM10 would be an ambient air quality we talk about in terms of PM10 and PM2.5. PM10 is particles with diameters greater than 10 microns. The national environmental standards are defined in terms of PM10. PM2.5, there are proposed national environmental guidelines for those, particles 2.5. And we would typically call those inhalable and fine particles, I guess. Respiratory particles, that's more of an occupational health standard, and that's about 4 microns.
Okay. It's just Mr. Kia, you probably will recall, you haven't mentioned it here, but
Come up in the rebuttal.
Sorry?
It'll come up in the rebuttal.
Well, just can we just talk about that now, because it's, he says that you are wrong saying that PM10 is respirable. He said it's less than, respirable is less than 10, so it's just sorting that out.
I think that was referring to Miss Ryan's evidence.
Right.
And I think Miss Ryan was using it more vernacularly as a
Yeah.
inhalable, same as respiratory,
Yeah.
but there's a technical term as well.
Yeah,
It's from
right.
an occupational standard.
Yes, so the key thing is it's more for the occupational standard where workers are going to be exposed to it and
Yeah.
breathe it in over a time.
It's a historic type thing,
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
of
Okay.
exposure to particles through
No, that's
inhalation.
useful just to understand that difference of terminology. Thanks. Yeah. Okay.
Just on that, and for my benefit, not. So is there, when you say it's an occupational standard, are we talking about an Australian New Zealand standard, or are we talking about the MFE?
It'll be a WorkSafe
Yes.
workplace exposure standard.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
They'll be the relevant ones in New Zealand. I guess if there weren't a particular contaminant level, we'd look overseas to one.
Okay. I'm aware of other exposure standards in the field of radio frequency, for example, that differentiate between occupational and non-occupational standards.
Yeah.
There's no equivalent in terms of air emissions.
There's very much a difference, and I think that's one of the issues I have with Mr. Kiakia's evidence is that we have ambient air standards which are based on exposure to people in the ambient air, the public exposures. Then we have occupational standards, which are very much occupational exposure standards. They're constructed quite differently from one another, and they have different assumptions inherent in them, so it's hard to make those crossovers.
Yes. And so just to complete that loop, the occupational standards are those that are administered by WorkSafe New Zealand,
Yeah,
and the ambient air quality standards are the ones that the central government have produced.
yes, they'll be the ones in the National Environmental Standards for Air Quality. But they're also carried over into the various council air plans as well
Yes.
as performance criteria.
That's why I understand that. What's the status of the NES AQ at the moment?
Good question.
It's been under review for some years,
It's
hasn't
been
it?
under review, I think, since 2020 was going to include the 2.5 as a standard, but
Yes.
we've not heard anything. But it's imminent, we kept being told.
Okay. Yeah, my practice has been involved in the Section 32 analysis for the chloride component.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for MFE, but just mention that I don't see that as a conflict at all, but purely a policy analysis. Okay. Okay, so the NSAQ is clearly focused on PM10 at this point.
PM10, but because there is the proposed standard, people also consider 2.5, even though it doesn't have any regulatory status at the moment.
Yes. So that introduces a little bit of a crossover in terms of the metrics that are used in the occupational standard, but I guess it's the nature of the exposure that's the key difference.
Yes, and it's nature of the exposure, the averaging period, and the assumptions of sensitivity to the receiving. Like ambient standards are usually set much lower.
Yes.
They're set much more according to toxicological endpoints.
Yes.
And they account for the sensitivity of the receiving environment because someone ill health or young and old and developmental issues are sort of incorporated. The occupational standards, you have to be much more wary, especially when you're talking about the respiratory silica, crystalline silica standard and other those. They're defined as 8-hour averages, but that's 8 hour over the person's period, and then it assumes that a person could be exposed up to that for
Yes.
8 hours throughout their working life and have no effect. So it's not an acute effect.
Yes. When you made 3 points about you said the nature of the exposure. There was a second factor I missed, and the third was sensitivity of the receiving environment. What was the second factor?
It's often about the toxicological endpoint is quite different, and usually it's quite much more evident in ambient guidelines if it's an acute or a chronic effect.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Birds, did you have any questions on the summary? No. So could you proceed to your rebuttal, please?
I've reviewed Mr. Kiakia's submission. I do have a lot of aspects of his evidence I disagree with. I've just grouped them under his headings. I think it might be easier if I just talk generally to them, if that's going to be useful, or I could go in quite detailed.
Well, I'll hand over to Nigel on that. General discussion sounds fine. We may pick up on some of those matters when we return to your evidence in chief, too.
Okay. And some of it is about the range of particles. I think Mr. Kiakia, small particles can travel long distances, and that's a well-known fact, and everyone accepts that. From what I understand of Mr. Kia's evidence is that he's concluded that because these small particles can travel more than 400 metres, then they necessarily have effect. This is not what the assessment is saying or what the reviewer was accepting, who reviewed it for Greater Wellington Regional Council. As particles are discharged into the air, they disperse and dilute, and the further downwind you are, the more diluted they become. Even these small particles tend to deposit to ground to some extent if they're discharged from, sort of localised low area sources such as motor vehicle travelling on unsealed road and that. So you can get, and I think where Mr. Kiakia has missed that connection between, although it can travel downwind, it's to have an effect, it must be at a concentration above a health effect threshold for a particular duration. And as we're talking about the national environmental standards, they're defined in 24-hour averages and at annual averages concentrations. So we're at 400 metres plus the houses. We can expect a well-dispersed emission plume from that. What monitoring we have indicates that it's unlikely that it will be highly evident if any discharges from the site is there. At the site itself, we have, it's actually a very nice site from an air quality perspective because we're quite low down and we're surrounded by hills. All these aspects help to minimise the effects downwind. Similarly, the predominant wind flows will not be towards these residents. So based on those aspects, I've concluded there would not be an effect. But I do not see Mr. Kiakia has considered these factors in his assessment. It's merely only travel times. He's discussed discharges from sources like volcanoes and wildfires, and the behaviour of particles like from these sources vary quite significantly from what we're talking about over Quarry. Similarly, he's discussed rainfall and used that as a way of suggesting that particles from the site will have an impact. Rainfall and particle droplets disperse and travel quite differently from small particles which travel almost like a gas. He has if I go to 2.11 of my evidence, in paragraph 31 of his, he reports comments from two neighbours who have indicated they experienced dust nuisance effects. I mean, it's uncertain who he's identified as the closest neighbour in his evidence, but even the closest residence to the existing quarry would be over 500 metres away. So you expect a high level of dilution. You also get these topographical effects. I'm unaware of any nuisance complaints been received from any of these residents. His other one, which he's accepting as evidence, was at 266 Murphy's Road, and they're located 830 metres away from the quarry. At this distance, with the intervening terrain and wind flows, I find it hard to. I think it very unlikely that emissions from the quarry would have an impact at this dwelling.
Mr. Noonan will obviously have some questions for Mr. Kirkera on those, and particularly whether he's able to identify or tell us what those properties are. Are you in any position to speculate as to those three properties? The
two properties he.
Oh, sorry, the two ones, and your 211 is 31.
Yeah, 31A. I'm not sure. I'd expect it would be either 13 or 12. That would be the closest ones I'd expect. 266 Murphy's Road. That is number 9. So that's quite a distance away further up. And when you're down Murphy's Road, that'd be over a small lip. I seem to remember when we drove down that. So never say never, but I think it's very unlikely that quarry activities have any effect at that residence. Ms. Kiwete.
Mr. Noonan, I was going to perhaps while it's in my mind anyway, can you perhaps talk to, if these residents are complaining of dust, what other sources there might be in this area of dust that they might be concerned about if you're saying it's not coming from the quarry?
They're located in a rural area, so you always get dust. Just normal activities, you get dust anyhow in any environment, and dust depositions can vary quite significantly. It's hard to know what the source of their dust would be. All I can look at is what is it likely to be the quarry. But rural areas, if there is rural activities occurring there, then it doesn't surprise me. If it's pollen or other aspects of vegetation that can sometimes be confused with dust. I don't think it was in this case. Mr. Kirkera seems to consider it was dust. But it's hard to draw too many conclusions from the information provided there.
Okay. Thank you.
I think the ultrafine particles, I think that's talking about particles less than 0.1 microns in diameter. Lower standard or pro standard we have is PM2.5. All those ultrafine particles are included in the PM10, PM2.5. Ultrafine particles have become they're basically generated by combustion sources. We wouldn't expect very little to come out of any quarrying activities. The respiratory silica, in some ways, causes of off-site, the contribution from the quarry to off-site respiratory silica levels be similar to PM10, PM2.5. I'd expect the predominant source of those, any RCS, to be associated with crushing activities, because then you're generating small particles and you're releasing it. This is occurring in the pit, so you tend to contain that. It's all about long-term exposures for RCS, and we're not in the predominant wind directions to the closest neighbours. We have all the topographical effects. It was a big concern for residents living near the Yalta down in Canterbury, and quite a significant study there. we're shown there at about 100 metres from the quarries that we're not seeing anything there. It will be different what occurs at the quarry here, just got different activities, different content of the aggregate. But you can look at those results and feel there is a good comfort there that if we're not seeing anything on those quarries, which are quite large quarries down there, then it's unlikely, given these other factors, that we'll see anything at the nearest residence where people could potentially be exposed for a long period of time.
Before you move off that topic, certainly I'm aware of the old West Coast Road quarries in Yalthurst. My understanding is a series of 4 or 5 operators along there. It's been a long-standing quarry area. But I also understood that the Medical Office of Health was involved in investigating claims of RCS and that. Can you, is that your understanding? And if so, can you shed any light on that?
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
I'm aware of monitoring which has been conducted near Waihi Mine. They conducted monitoring at a site 200 metres away from a quarry pit.
In the Coromandel?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're processing rocks and crushing them above ground at the edge of the pit.
Yes.
And processing, I think at the time it was around 1 to 2 million tonnes or 1 to 3 million tonnes per year, so significantly higher. They stopped the monitoring there when they're below, I think their maximum at any year at 200 metres was about a third of the OHIA criteria limit. Yeah, I can go back, I've just finished that report, so
Yes.
I think that it's always a risk, but and I think RCS is always a concern because of the health implications. But I think in this instance, we have got those long separation distances. We're not in predominant. We have not got the significant sources. They are, to some extent, being contained. Field and Hogan will be required to minimise these emissions purely from worker safety, health and safety requirements anyhow.
Yes. Two things before I ask. You might just want to bring your microphone a little bit closer. I'm hearing you okay, but I'm not sure if everyone else is on, and particularly those online. I'm not sure if Mr. Kirku is online. Not at the moment, unless he's on YouTube. Yes, okay. Just a question of fact. Have you visited the Yalthurst quarry sites in Canterbury?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Okay. But you've drawn a comparison with them. On what basis have you made that comparison?
Well, you can look at the size of the quarries down there and the location. I think the monitoring result there is probably the most comprehensive we've done in New Zealand because of the concern there. And it was peer reviewed, so there's a good high level. And even if we use only the results of it as a indicator, and that's all I think we can use it to say, is that we can say at increasing distances from quarrying activities, we're getting much lower concentrations. I mean, we're less than about 6.8% at 100 metres. At 400 metres, where we've got the closest house, we can expect even lower concentrations like that, even if we had substantially higher emission rates due to differences in the rock type being processed.
Yes.
It's not this will be your number you're getting there, this is the likelihood you'll ever get an effect there.
Have you done the math in terms of the lower concentrations at 400?
It's hard to extrapolate that. We could model it and make an estimate of that, but no, it's essentially if you're good at 100, you're going to be very good at 400. You can think of emission plumes as they plume out, and it just disperses and dilutes as you go further.
Yes. with radio frequency emission plumes, there's that inverse relationship. Does that apply also with air discharge?
Would tend to apply in this condition because we're talking about it's close to an emission ground level. Once it gets over the hill, you would expect that dilution rather than the classical plume coming out of a stack.
Okay.
So I think that's a reasonable estimate.
That's a doubling with doubling.
Oh, sort of an exponential decrease.
Well, yeah, decrease, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Shirley cell site stuff coming back to haunt me, Mr. Matheson. You've referred to the monitoring report at Yalta, and it's been peer reviewed. Is it part of the evidence in front of us?
No, I'm just using it as an example. It can be provided if required. It's one of these good examples where high level of monitoring occurred near a quarry. And so it's a good study to refer to, particularly as it was peer reviewed quite extensively.
I'll leave that with you, Mr. Matheson, but at the moment it's not in front of us. And if it does come in front of us, I think it needs some commentary.
Yes, thank you. I will have a discussion afterwards if it's useful.
Yep.
It seems to be the best, the latest and greatest, so it might be helpful to have that available.
Yes. What year was it? It's obviously quite recent, the last 2 years.
2018, I think.
2018.
I think they did the monitoring over that period.
Yes. And just for the record, who prepared it and who peer reviewed it?
It was prepared. Monitoring was commissioned by ECAN.
Yes.
It was undertaken by Moat. I've listed the person who reviewed it there. And it was peer reviewed. I can go find the peer reviewer, but I think there was a couple of independent peer reviews on top of that.
Okay. Thank you for that. The second matter, you've looked at 3 factors that affect exposure. Distance, distance, wind direction, and duration. And I've noted down what you've said about wind and distance. I'm just curious to understand at those distances whether a difference in duration of, say, 10 years, which is what the recommendation from ECAN is for the duration of this consent versus 35 years might have in terms of RCS effects in terms of exposure to silica for that 35-year period as opposed to 10. Is that a determinative factor in this instance?
The criteria concentration we're comparing against is the California EPA OHIA one, which is based on an annual average, which is essentially based on a lifetime exposure. So if concentrations do not exceed that, then you would expect someone over their lifetime to be at a very low risk of having an adverse effect as accordance.
Yes. So what I'm getting from that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth at all, is that that's the combination of criteria that's important, not any one criterion on their own.
You mean as factors which influence?
Yes.
I think there's. I think all the factors are additive, and they all help to provide confidence that there would not be an adverse effect there.
Yes. Of those factors, is distance the most critical?
Distance is always good from an air quality perspective, but I think also in this instance, it's looking where the emissions are coming from, and it's from the crushing plant. That's very much a contained emission source, and provided you've got the standard emission controls on crushing plants, the water sprays and etc., you can minimise these discharges. I think that's key aspect of all dust effects is that they can all be mitigated. It's not impossible to mitigate all dust effects to a reasonable extent or to a practical extent.
Okay. So let you proceed then. Sorry.
Just have one question there. I know there's a focus on the quarry and what happens there and how that might react. But I'm just interested in the fill site too as well. That sort of just hasn't had a lot of attention. I mean, that's in quite a different position. It's on the top of a hill and far more exposed to the wind. So I just wondered, what sort of attention you'd given to that area in terms of how the dust would behave there.
Fill site, I guess the key aspect there is always going to be distance. Fill site is approximately 500 metres from the nearest residence. Yeah, and so at that sort of level, you come to the thing, provided, appropriate dust mitigation is being implemented, you would not expect an adverse effect there. You're not getting any of the rock crushing or anything like that, so you're not getting any of the very small stuff being generated to an extent. You'll still get dust. I don't think there's a way you can stop dust being generated from these, but you are controlling it.
So how would dust be controlled up there? Just solely by the use of water?
It will be one of the aspects you could control it, and then it'll be as it's slowly filled, covered, and just covering the area, minimising your surface areas is always the key aspects of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just to continue on with this RCS discussion, in your main evidence in your discussion of the Yaldhurst Quarry, there wasn't any discussion there about whether that aggregate there would have similar quantities of RCS as Willowbank Quarry. So my question is that not particularly relevant? And is what you're saying that the results of the monitoring at the Yaldhurst quarries showed that reduction in the small particles with distance? Is that the key aspect of it rather than the RCS?
Yeah, I don't have the values we have at the different quarries, and so we can't make that direct comparison.
No.
But there is sufficiently low concentrations being observed that even if Yaldhurst Quarry had a much higher content of quartz, that would not have a significant effect on as far as whether there would be an exceedance or an effect outside the site boundary at 400 metres at any of these residents. I think that's the key thing to take from the Yaldhurst.
But what about if the aggregate at Willowbank had a much higher RCS than Yaldhurst?
I think you can look at that and say, in the extraordinary unlikely situation where it's 4 times as high, you can say even at 100 metres, if it was at detection limit, that would be about 6, say 7 because it's easier for me to calculate. If you say it's 4 times higher, then that goes 6 times 7, 42% of the criteria at 100 metres. So at 400 metres, where you get that exponential drop with distance, you then get that lower one. So there's a lot of what the Yaldhurst does. It provides a lot of comfort that you don't have to have exact conditions at either site to feel a certain amount of comfort that what's happening further downwind at 400 metres would not exceed it.
Have you looked at any data that shows different levels of RCS in different aggregates around the place?
I've seen some, yeah, and they vary quite a bit. This will be something I'd probably throw over to Fulton Hogan, to be honest. They'd be much more aware of this, of the silica content.
Okay. Yes, perhaps you comment on that? So, RCS content of
So
of aggregate?
yeah, so RCS is present in Greywacke quarries, that's known, but it's never been an issue beyond the boundaries of quarries at the 100-metre mark. We do test our employees and monitor our employees every year, and in terms of that, we're quite happy with our position in terms of our workplace exposure standards.
So is that monitoring for RCS?
For general dust and for RCS, yes.
Right, okay.
So,
So is that when you say monitoring employees, that's monitoring their health to detect the levels of RCS in their bodies?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's personal monitors that they wear for a duration on the shift.
Right.
So we're compliant in those circumstances. We'd be very...
So that's taking an air sample and,
Correct.
over time? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's sort of commonly done in your company?
It's commonly done in our company, not in all companies, though.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
While we're just on the interruption trail, I just want to take a lead from Commissioner Bird's just questions regarding sources of dust other than the quarry, and she asked you questions on full area 2. In terms of the stages 1 to 3, we had a good explanation from the Fulton Hogan staff about how they would be tackled in terms of stripping overburden, blasting, then winning of the material itself. Those 3 stages are elevated above the quarry floor at the moment. Have you assessed those as sources of dust during the overburden period, the blasting period, and then the subsequent winning of metal from those areas until they get down to the quarry floor?
Yes, I think it's still the same controls, distance, and separation distance and met conditions. It's all about managing dust. And you've got this large buffer distances to the neighbours, which provides a good assurance that you can manage the dust quite successfully.
Yes. Presumably there's greater challenges at an elevated level in doing that than, say, at the bottom of the quarry floor.
It's, it's more exposed. So you might get further travel distances of the bigger dust particles. For the smaller dust particles, you might find they actually disperse better. So you might get more dust nuisance effect, but less of the PM10 and 2.5 contributing, because that's like being emitted from a tall exhaust stack, if you know what I mean, and
yes.
you take advantage of that as it disperses. But just the travel distances for the larger particles as it drops, you've got that.
And those day-to-day mitigation measures through watering and dampening down, and as the overburden's stripped and carted away, do they present more of a challenge at those elevated areas than, say, at the quarry floor?
I think from a day-to-day aspect, there will be, yes, you'd have to be more aware of probably the meteorological conditions and stuff where you're doing it, and the scale. It's
yes. Are there any? Well, I'll come back to that in a moment when I talk about conditions. Apart from what we've identified is a number of sources of dust, starting from the access road, which you've made comment on in terms of the ceiling, trucks on that itself, the quarry, existing quarry, the stages 1, 2, and 3 with the overburden stripping, and then fill site 2. Are there any other sources of potential dust that you're aware of?
I think it will be typical quarrying activities, truck movements on unsealed road, and just looking at how it's been proposed too in the expansion to the east of the site. It's, the west.
Yes.
It's usually It's really Quarry Area 2, which would be the only one which really pushes the quarry closer to residents. When you're looking at the other quarry areas, they'll be further away. So you'll be maintaining what's current separation distances, which are currently there.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure where you got to on your rebuttal, Mr. Noonan. I'd stop writing at 220.
Okay. 220, I just discussed those aspects of the monitoring which Mr. Kia raised. I just comment on the quality of the monitoring and the level of certainty we have with the results there in the next paragraphs. Short-term exposure variations. Mr. Kia had suggested using an occupational health standard and adapting that. I do not consider that appropriate, in part because short-term effects are not really the issue here. It's really long-term exposures, and the process, the use of the occupational 8-hour wait hours standard produced by the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygienists. It's not actually developing a short-term, a derived short-term guideline. The effects of that, like the New Zealand workplace exposure standards, is based on long-term exposure. I think that's largely that section of the RCA. It's those sort of discussions there. I could go into any of that in any more detail.
I don't think that's necessary.
Mr. Kia also raises concerns about vehicle movements and the exhaust plumes and the impact they would have on the neighbours. We're essentially talking about a very low number of vehicle movements on the access road relative to what we'd see on urban streets, and the contribution these effects have. Pollutants from vehicles are generally greater at the roadside and decrease with increasing distances. Once again, I think this is another point. Mr. Kia notes that discharges are occurring of contaminants, but has not assessed what the actual effect in terms of concentration and exposure are. It's not enough to say there is a contaminant being discharged and infer there's an issue with that. Closest roads are 4,800 metres to 80 and 130 metres from the road, which I've found. Wakakotahi has a simple web-based model which they use as a screening effects. Just to demonstrate it, I ran that model just to see where we're getting, and we're looking at about 0.2% of the national environmental standards for PM10. PM10 and NOx will be the key pollutants discharged from vehicles. It's from an air quality perspective, it's negligible. I think it's also important to note that we tend to not to worry about vehicle emissions unless you've got houses which are basically right on the road and vehicle numbers are in the tens to 20,000s, or there's a high congestion near an area. Yes, Mr. Kia notes 233A road, about 20 to 50 metres from the access road. When I viewed that on the map, that was about 290 metres from the road. I'm not sure if he's referring to the correct house there. I can't find anything as close as what Mr. Kia notes. Overall, there's no justifications for recommending a higher emission standards for vehicles which use the access road. I'm not sure how Fulton Hogarth could even apply that if they wish to. It would be higher than what's currently imposed on the New Zealand vehicle fleet. The other part of Mr. Kiakea evidence talks about controls, suggesting they're inadequate and more effective new technologies are available. He seems to have cherry-picked my references to find the oldest one there to make his point. But the controls proposed by Filton Hogan are standard controls, what you would expect in any quarry. And as I said, the good thing about dust is that you can incorporate additional controls when needed. And some of the controls which Mr. Kiakea has identified could be implemented if required. They're not new technologies, they're widely used. I also disagree with his comment that when he states water is a poor dust control agent, it seems to have come from a website which is a supplier of dust suppressant products. Water is in fact highly effective. It's one of the reasons it's used. You tend to use only these more expensive dust suppression products when you haven't got available water, or when maybe a surface area is not being used for a long period of time and you want to put some sort of control over it. And that's largely the end of my rebuttal evidence there.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. I'll just check if there's any further questions from the panel. Mr. Burge.
Just on the, the effectiveness of water, something I took from his evidence too was, the new technologies or different ways of applying water, to get your best bang for your buck sort of thing. Obviously, Filton Hogan, this is what they do every day, so they'll have their own methods that are best for their situation. But I guess what I took from that too was to keep an open mind of new ways of applying water to have the best result.
I think that is it. With all dust control technologies, is if there is an issue, then an additional mitigation needs to be implemented. It would be in addition to what Filton Hogan would typically implement at any site anyhow, so it will be an additional one to solve a particular problem. And there are these different things. They all have different costs involved with them, so it's a balancing act.
Got one further one. In paragraph 2.5 of your evidence you've just been reading, you referred to the IAQM publication, and that concludes that the contribution from quarries to ambient air dust concentrations are generally negligible at more than 400 metres. So, what's the origin of that document? Is that an overseas one, American?
It's a UK one.
UK.
It's a one referred to the Ministry for the Environment. Their good practice guides referred to it. So it becomes more and more used in New Zealand because it provides, it's a qualitative method, or semi-qualitative, but it provides a more subjective way of identifying is there likely to be a risk from certain activities, rather than giving you maybe the scale in a numerical way. And that's largely about quarrying activities. Very hard to quantify emissions from them and to quantify the control those have, so it's a much more qualitative way of controlling.
So MFE consider it to be good practice?
Yeah, they've referenced it as part of their good practice guide as a document.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Noonan, it seems that we've covered almost all of the material that you've covered in your evidence in chief, but there are some residual matters, and I'm just going to ask Commissioner Burge to lead off on those, and it may be that Commissioner Mark Brown might have some subsequent ones too. I don't.
So I just was interested in your model, and I understand there's no monitoring equipment on site now, but that's proposed. So I was interested in your model, and since visiting the site, you get a different appreciation for how it is on site, and the topography up there is interesting, shall we say? So I'm interested how your model was able to recreate or create a similar scenario, considering how complex that topography is there, and how you can rely on that. Yeah.
You're talking about the MET model we use.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a standard meteorological model. It's called CalMet, and we use it quite a bit for air pollution control. And what's the benefit of it is that it takes larger airflows, like your more mesoscale, pulls it down and then looks what's the influence of individual terrain features, such as the curves of the hills, and it'll be the drainage flows which you might potentially get, or the channeling of flow around it. It's still a model, and all models have that level of uncertainty in it, but it pushes the airflows around hills and topography based on these wider airflows which have been observed in the region.
It can, if you like, mimic what's there to be able to pull a result that you can use in your analysis.
Yes. You feel if there's nothing on site with a MET there, this provides the next best thing. And if we would go down a dispersion modelling route, which we wouldn't in any situation with quarrying, we'd go through the same process to get what we considered a representative indication of airflows at the location.
So in what situations would you actually install monitoring equipment? In this situation you used a model. What sort of situations would you actually install monitoring equipment to have a true on-site understanding?
For meteorological equipment? You might do it anyhow as just site operations, give an idea of what's the airflow and is there a risk. You're more likely to do monitoring if there are sensitive receptors in close proximity, like anything within 200 metres you start to get a bit worried, anything within 100 metres you become even more worried. And that's where monitoring is. The further out you go, the more likely you'll do that. That might be the case in here. You might do some MET monitoring just as a directing, or even if you use a temporary MET set to just direct operations when you're getting close to a particular site.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Just following up on that, in my understanding of the modelling and the results there, really the key takeaway from that is that the vast majority of the wind's coming from the northwest and then residual coming from the northeast. So that's really favourable for the site. In other words, it means the winds are blowing away from the houses. So it's almost ideal, isn't it, from an air quality point of view?
Yeah, it's very much so. We're quite pleased to see that.
A good site.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Mr. Noonan, I'm just going to wrap up on a few matters of conditions. And before I do that, I just want to understand a few matters of fact. The air quality assessment prepared by Becker Limited in September 2021, that was part of the application. Were you the principal author of that?
No, I was the technical reviewer of it. The principal author has retired.
Okay. Just for the record, who was that?
Prue Harwood.
Prue Harwood, thank you.
Prue had over 25 years experience and worked in a lot of the quarries.
Yes. Okay. So you were listed as the technical reviewer on the cover sheet. Yes. Okay. Similarly, presumably it was Ms Harwood, that had an input into the draft quarry management plan and any dust management provisions, or were you directly involved in those?
I have not been directly involved in those.
Okay. Are you aware of the condition framework that's been proposed by the applicant to deal with quarry management and dust management?
I've read the conditions proposed.
Did you have any input into those conditions?
No, I did not have any input. But they would be typical conditions I would expect to see in an air discharge consent.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if you were listening in yesterday. We went through an exercise with Mr. Robertson. He's a landscape expert, and we went through the condition framework, starting with condition 1, which is the general in accordance conditions, and they usually list all of the reports that are relevant that were lodged with the application or came in through a further information request. So in this case, condition 1 references the air quality assessment produced by Becker. It references the draft quality management plan, and it does reference some further information requests. And this is, I'm reading off the Greater Wellington conditions here, but they're pretty much matched by the Porirua ones also, although clearly the information requests would have been different from those two authorities. And then we go through to the first relevant condition on this topic, and that's on the Greater Wellington sec. It's condition 21, I think.
Clarification?
No, it's not condition.
Yeah, 16, the quarry management plan's the first reference.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It might have been 21 on Porirua, I think. Yeah, yes, it is. And I presume they have reasonably similar provisions, wording. Mr. Baker, the condition 21 and 16 in the Porirua and the Greater Wellington set are pretty
Yes,
much
it is.
a repeat of each other.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to clarify, I think, Mr. Noonan, you mentioned it before, but we're not requiring a air discharge consent, but the applicants effectively picked up the permitted activity standards
Yes.
in the plan and applied those as conditions.
Yes, and that was a question I was going to come to you on, Mr. Baker. So the imposition of conditions on the regional consents generally will ensure compliance with the permitted activity state.
Correct.
To avoid the need for a consent. Yes.
It is a bit of a weird,
Yes.
it's a weird situation. And I was going to raise this in terms of your comment on term. Not my understanding, GWRC has recommended a term for an air discharge permit because there's not an air discharge permit being granted.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously amenity issues are relevant under the PCC one for dust.
Yes.
So that's appropriate to have conditions
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
I mean, we propose them to be put in there because it doesn't make sense not to.
Yes, I understand that.
But there isn't a strict consent requirement.
No.
It's tidier than relying separately on PA standards out there somewhere, so we prefer to do them together.
Had there been any consideration to applying for a certificate of compliance under Section 139
Yeah.
on the regional council?
Well, I suppose, yeah. Well, the law changed halfway through with Zindia, the High Court decision on bundling of permitted activities with. So the High Court decision of Zindia, which for the nerds among you may remember, that allowed permitted activities to be bundled with other consents. You didn't need a consent. The Court of Appeals decision in the Cable Bay confirmed that actually, technically, Justice Cooper, who does know his way around the RMA, confirmed you can't actually get a consent for a permitted activity, so you couldn't have obtained one. So that seems to have effectively overruled that. and that it's only just been released. So that sort of changed halfway through, which probably didn't help.
Okay.
It's an option. We're happy to cover it off in the district consents because it's clearly a relevant matter there. I think, if we needed to, we could offer it as an OGIA condition to the extent we needed to, but we're happy to put the condition in.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, just on that, the other point I was going to make is there is proposed to be a MET station on site.
Yes, okay.
Which I always recommend is in terms of being able to say if someone does make a complaint, well, it was a howling 65 knot wind the other direction, so you might want to go and talk to the other neighbour. Is always useful for activities, so there will be one being put on site.
Will that be enforced by a condition of consent?
Well, we're happy to. If it's not in as a condition, I'm not sure I can find it, but as a matter of good practice, it's useful to have it anyway. So, well, it's on our list.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so coming back to you, Mr. Noonan, the framework, aside from that general condition requiring the applicant complies with the documents as lodged, requires that where there's any conflict between those matters and any conditions that follow, that the conditions shall prevail. And so the first of those conditions is that there needs to be a final quarry management plan produced and certified. Obviously, that will take the draft plan and nuance it. What I'm not seeing in the beginning of the condition on the quarry management plan is a statement of the objective of the condition. And I discussed that with Mr. Baker yesterday and just invited him to respond along with the other planners as to whether that could be accommodated in the condition framework, and he's nodding now. Question I have for you is that the quarry management plan has to be reviewed and updated once every 5 years, and item J of the quarry management plan will deal strictly with dust management. Is 5 years a suitable period for the review and updating of the plan? Should it be more regular?
I think there's nothing stopping it from being reviewed and updated more frequently.
Sorry, can you just put your microphone to me?
Oops, sorry. That was a minimum requirement. If it was purely a dust requirement and consents, we might have a review period of an annual review period. If it was just purely a dust management plan,
Well, I guess that's my next question. We go to condition 54 on the Porirua set, I think I am now. Sorry for jumping around. And condition 54, 55 deal directly with dust. As a cross-reference back to condition 21, which is the management plan. And then there's the condition 55 is the best practical means of achieving no dust nuisance beyond the boundary, which is really repeating the rule, paraphrasing the rule. It's on page 40 of the condition set, condition 55 of the Porirua set.
okay, yep.
Got that? Down the bottom.
Certified, yep.
Okay.
Once again, I'd have to say they're very standard consent conditions, which I'd expect.
Okay. And then we go to condition number 100 on that Porirua set. And that's the review condition. So this review condition expands on the standard wording under section 128 of the Act, outlines, hopefully helpfully, the particular aspects that would trigger a review, and you'll see that item A, Roman numeral 3, talks about the sort of, the effectiveness of the dust mitigation matters and how that's affecting any dust arising from aggregate extraction, overburden stockpiles and or vehicle movements. And I guess the question I have for you, Mr. Noonan, is that a reasonable description of the activities on the site that might give rise to dust, bearing in mind the questions that Commissioner Burge and I put to you earlier regarding the sources of dust?
I think when you're talking about aggregate extraction, it includes a large number of different quarrying activities there.
I guess specifically, would that cover the full area number 2?
Well, I would read that as an overburden. I mean, that
Yeah.
in my view would be an overburden stockpile, but we could be clearer.
Yeah,
on
could
that
have
if you
could it be
wish.
clearer?
Yeah, happy to do
I'm
that.
not trying to long handle the issue, but that just comes back to the importance of conditions being clear. Okay, I think that's everything from me. I think just check any mop up, Commissioner Burge.
Just one question from me. I might have misheard this before, but did you say you haven't had an input into the quarry management plan?
No.
Yeah. So I just wondered, because I know Miss Ryan, in her evidence, she had just brought up some matters that could be considered to be incorporated into that plan, and I just wondered whether you'd looked at that, and if you had any comment on, perhaps yes, you think they should be incorporated, or no, and what your reasons would be.
I'm just going back and remembering them. I
It's
think at the time, yes, I think they all looked quite reasonable and what you would expect. I think most of them are in some ways incorporated in the management plan. There are aspects of maybe being more specific in the management plan as it is with regard to monitoring and there are other aspects, but yes, I'd agree with Ms. Ryan.
Yeah. So I don't know how we then feed that into the quarry management plan if you don't have an input into it. But I see Mr. Baker nodding his head. Yeah. So that will be picked up.
Yeah, I think Mr. Noonan picked it up well. We have a draft management plan, but as we're talking through, we're picking up points where we can be much more specific. And I think the place is probably directly in the management plans rather than the conditions, but
Sure.
yeah, we can work through
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
And I think when the certification, there will be another additional review process and
Absolutely.
including that. And
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Baker, you may well be right, but just to allow that opportunity, what I'd like to occur is for Mr. Noonan and Ms. Ryan to discuss the draft conditions, maybe with assistance of yourself and Ms. Walker. And that could come in at the end. And I guess the same applies to all of the topics on conditions. Again, it's which version you start with, and I think we had that discussion yesterday, didn't we? Okay, Mr. Noonan, I don't think there's anything else that we have for you. And that might be a good time to take the morning tea adjournment early.
great. Thank you very much.
We'll come back at 11:45. Sorry, wishful thinking. Let's try 10:45. had some reasonable coffee in the interlude. Mr. Noonan, it just turns out we have a couple of subsequent questions for you before we go to Ms. Wilkinen. Sorry.
Yes, a question that I meant to ask before, and it's that a number of the submitters expressed concern about what they called contaminated dust, getting into their roof gutters and the water supply. I didn't say what sort of contaminants in the submissions that I read. Are you able to comment on any contaminants and dust that might leave the quarry site?
No, I can't think of any sort of contaminants which would be in the dust. It would only be where you get contaminated dust as if it's a contaminated site which you're excavating or something like that. No, it would just be quarry dust.
Fairly just sediment sort of, but yeah. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Now, just before we go to Ms. Wilkening, Professor Irons, have you got your ears on, so to speak?
I do, actually.
Thank you. Now, it just occurred to me that I've suggested that there be some discussion between the equality experts, is it Dr. Ryan or Ms. Ryan, and Mr. Noonan and the two planners. I'm aware I didn't extend that opportunity to Mr. Kia, and I didn't do that on the basis that his evidence suggests opposition to the proposal, but in fairness, I guess I should extend that opportunity to Mr. Kia, either in one of two ways, either for him to take direct part in those discussions, or in the way that we suggested yesterday in relation to
Dr. Sternman. Yeah.
Dr. Sternman, thank you. Whereby there might not be a direct involvement, but any material that comes out of that might be, Mr. Kirker might be afforded the opportunity to make some comments on that. Do you have any comment or preference on those two options?
I personally don't have a preference. I can check with him. He got called away to something in the weekend, so I wasn't sure if he was actually going to make it in person or he's doing it in Zoom, and I hadn't clarified with him.
Okay, that was my next question, actually, and that might have determined it. Well, let's sit on that. Let's keep those two options live. And if you, in the intervening period, maybe you can make some inquiries as to what his intentions are in terms of appearance.
Yeah, certainly.
He is coming in person?
I know he was planning to.
Yes. If you could confirm that's still the case, that would be useful. Because the panel will have some clear questions to Mr. Kirker about the matters that we've had an opportunity to quiz Mr. Noonan on. So, I mean, they're probably pretty clear to you. But we'll also want to understand from Mr. Kirker what his view is on the condition framework and whether it's fit for purpose and the degree to which it's capable of avoiding, remedying or mitigating dust effects.
Yep, definitely.
Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. So, Mr. Noonan, you're welcome to stay or go. It's completely up to you. And I won't quote the clash at this point, but because they were undecided whether they should stay or go. Okay. Right. Now, welcome, Ms. Wilkening. We have your summary statement and rebuttal evidence, and we also have your full statement of evidence. So I think you know the routine. We're going to ask you to take us through your summary. We'll pause there and see if we've got any questions, similarly with your rebuttal, and then we'll dive deep into any matters in your evidence in chief that warrant that approach.
Thank you. I don't think I provided rebuttal. I only have a summary statement in.
Okay, it's entitled Rebuttal, but you're probably right. It's entitled a joint statement of summary and rebuttal. That's assuming your name is Siri Wilkening.
It is indeed. I wouldn't have that statement.
12th of August, noise and vibration.
Oh, I might have printed an earlier copy. Apologies, but yes, that's my summary statement.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll cross out the word rebuttal.
So I'm Siri Wilkening, and I have more than 25 years' experience in acoustic consulting, mostly in New Zealand, partially in Germany. My assessment of the quarry focused on three aspects that cause noise and vibration. One is construction, one is operation of the quarry, including the access road, and one is blast noise and vibration. So if I just go through those. Construction noise is a very minor aspect of the works proposed. That would include only the construction of the mitigation bund and also upgrades to the access road as it is required over time. All construction is predicted to comply with the relevant standard, which is 6803, and there's no disagreement amongst the experts on that standard or the compliance predicted. In terms of quarry operational noise, which is section 3 of my summary statement. Oh, sorry.
Here I go again, interrupting.
That's so good.
I have a little bit of experience with 6803. It's a fairly dated standard now, isn't it?
Yes.
1999?
1999, yes.
Yes. And it, and this probably comes from my my listening of too much of Mr. Hunt and his colleague Mr. Lloyd over several years. But I'm aware that it has different categories of construction noise based on duration.
It does.
And long-term, short-term, and very long, or whatever. What category would the construction of the bund and access road upgrades fall into naturally?
So, in my opinion, they will fall under the short duration works.
Okay.
Generally, the bund may be typical duration, but access road works would only occur for brief periods outside any one receiver.
Yes.
So.
Okay. And your prediction is that the construction activities noises will be compliant with those
Yes.
short-term duration.
They are even compliant with the long-term duration.
Okay.
So the predictions are, if I recall rightly, about 65, something
Yes,
like that.
65. So the general principle with the standard is that there's some allowance for higher tolerance for shorter-term duration, whereas where the noise is more prolonged over a longer period, the tolerances are less. Is that as a general principle?
Yes, it is. So, for instance, if we built transmission gully several years, people can't be expected to experience such high noise levels for extended periods. What normally then happens is that there's a management plan that deals with exceedances, because for most construction works in close proximity, there are likely to be exceedances. We don't have that here because the separation distance is sufficient.
Yes. And just because you mentioned it, and I'm sure it's in your evidence in chief, did you say that the level was 65 dBA for short term?
For the short-term limit
Yes.
is actually 75, but the prediction of construction noise, and let me look it up so that I'm...
Yes. And while you're looking at it, was it LEQ or?
That's LAEQ, yes, and the limits are in the conditions, and they are spelled out in the conditions. Sorry, looking at lots of things at the same
Yes.
time.
Sorry.
Condition 24 sets out the
Yes.
short duration limits,
Yes.
and the
I see there's an LMAX equivalent.
Yes, it is. And in my assessment report, section 5.1, I'm predicting noise levels from the bund at 53 Murphy's Road between 63 and 67 dBA LEQ, which is still readily compliant with all of the limits.
Have you looked at possible sources of one-off noise exceedances or one-off LMAX measurements?
LMAX predictions are quite difficult because they are very much dependent on operator skill. And for instance, you've got an excavator driver who had a bad day and he puts the bucket down really hard. That'll cause an LMAX level that's really not that predictable. Rule of thumb is that normally LMAXs are about 15 decibels above the LAEQ.
Yes.
And again, at the distance we are looking at here, there's, in my opinion, no danger of exceedances for any of the construction activities that are proposed.
When you say short duration, what is that?
Up to 15 days. And the typical duration is 15 days to 20 weeks.
And the long term 20 plus, is
It's
it?
more than 20 weeks, yeah, there's no upper end.
Okay. So looking at that sorry, I know we're jumping to conditions. Looking at the table on condition 24, the first thing I observe there is a start time period of 06:30 to 7:30 with the applicant seeking a 6 a.m. Beginning. What can you say about that?
So the operation of the quarry and construction activities are two separate
Okay, of course.
issues.
Of course, yes, of course.
And even though all the limits are reproduced in this condition and they are coming straight out of the standard, that doesn't mean there's any thought that, of course, that there would be nighttime construction, for instance.
Yes, I see what you mean.
So condition 25 actually restricts the construction of the noise control band to only 7:30 to a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a daytime period.
Yes. And that's anticipated by the standard that you can control hours of operation.
Oh, yes.
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 Okay.
Obviously, there are other projects like roading projects where you'd have to close the road. There you'd stray outside the daytime potentially, but we don't have that here. So it's not a public road.
No. Okay. Unless there's anything further on construction, we'll allow you to proceed to the next topic.
Thank you.
Probably a
so-
more efficient way of dealing with it.
Absolutely. The second topic is quarry operational noise. That includes both the operations within the quarry pit and also trucks on the access road. Maybe now's a good time to refer you to that memo that you received this morning.
Yes.
I only updated that yesterday afternoon because I heard your question about separating out trucks and quarry noise.
Yes. Can we just...
Mr. Hunt has it.
Yes.
And
Hello, Mr. Hunt. You've received the memorandum? Yes, thank you. Did you have any immediate questions of clarification?
No, if I could.
Do you want to put your microphone on?
Clarifies the relationship between quarry noise and transport noise on the access road. The most exposed dwelling for daytime is now a reduced noise level from was 55 to now 52. I'll cover this in more detail
Of
when
course.
I'm on Friday, but really the thing is that now we've seen, driven by the traffic changes, some reductions in hourly movements of heavy vehicles, which has introduced a certain amount of flexibility and headroom, because earlier we had 90 movements per hour was going to just comply, meaning if they didn't arrive, and we've got a 15-minute noise assessment period, and if the trucks didn't arrive in a regular fashion, there was a danger that one of the 15-minute periods wouldn't comply, and that would be an issue. So by reducing the number of movements, we've got this comfortable bit of headroom, and also not unrelated is the noise management plan, which we've got in there a requirement to spell out the steps that the consent holder will take to manage the use or the regularity, even in this case, of the transport movements to help to achieve compliance. So with that sort of management input and the availability of some noise headroom, I'm reasonably comfortable where these have got to, and then the noise predictions of these slightly lower noise levels are, I think I've termed them favourable in my email back to Siri.
Okay. That's a useful summary, and we appreciate the heads up, Mr. Hunt. That might assist in what Ms. Walkening has to traverse in the next section.
Thank you. So just clarifying, Mr. Hunt referred to the Quarry Management Plan, which is in condition 21.
Yes.
And sub-condition H talks about the guidelines for vehicle movements, which would include making sure that they are, for instance, in the morning hour, that not everybody arrives at once, things like that. So, these predictions that you've received, they now supersede what has been attached to my brief of evidence, because the traffic volumes have reduced due to the traffic experts conferencing, and because I've split out the trucks versus the quarry operations. In addition, we had some morning discussions before the hearing today, and I understand that there is an undertaking to only have 12 movements per hour for the 6 to 7 a.m. hour now instead of 14, again to make sure that compliance can be achieved. Now, the figures you see in the table, in the memo that you've got, do not include the 12 movements. It was an early morning discussion, but the change in noise level would be quite small. It's more a management issue of when they arrive.
Yes. Might we see an update to this for the record?
I can do that. Yes. If that's easier, then it's clearer, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And just excuse me a moment, Mr. Baker. Would you see this memo forming part of condition 1?
Yes, potentially.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. In its revised form.
Correct.
Thank you. And sorry, Ms. Williams, I should have come to you on that too. Yes.
Agreed.
So in my summary statement in section 3, I'm basically discussing that the quarry is extremely well contained in the quarry pit and well shielded from all the houses surrounding, and that the closest neighbours are at a significant distance, and effectively that the nighttime noise limit could be achieved at all times with all quarry operations. Not that that is proposed, but that is the margin of safety we've got in terms of compliance. The controlling operational noise is from trucks on the access road, as we've discussed. I have recommended a 4-metre high noise control band outside 53 Murphy's Road, which is included in the conditions and will be provided. 53 Murphy's Road is the dwelling closest to the access road. That is not on your figure. They are not submitted. But you can see it if you go across from number 2, sort of slightly down.
Can you just talk into the microphone, please?
Sorry. Actually, my statement of, the memo you got contains a figure on its last page. Mm-hmm. And you can see 53, it's the second from the left when you go along Murphy's Road, just behind that purple blob, which is the noise control band. To the left, if you go from the entrance.
Oh, yes. Mine's a teal or turquoise colour.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
What did I say? Oh, sorry.
Turquoise.
My English. No, so 53 is right behind there.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that is the closest and most affected position from traffic on the access road.
What's the calculated length of the bund?
I can get that to you. Okay. I've got it in the model.
Yes.
Or maybe somebody's got the drawing available, because
About 390 metres.
Okay.
but I don't think it'll be 4 meters for the entire length, because it'll blend into the terrain on either end.
Okay. Which condition controls the construction of the bund?
The construction noise or the actual construction? So the construction noise is controlled by what we discussed before. Oh, yeah, thank you. There is a condition.
26, I think. 26, 27.
Yep. Yes, 26, isn't it? Yep.
Is this a case of stipulating noise limits, as condition number 29 does for operational noise, and leaving the compliance with those to the applicant, with the exception of a direction on 26 that a bund must be produced? Or is it more complex than that?
Well, I think one of the discussions we are coming to in the summary is the slight disagreement between council's expert and me that compliance with the noise limits alone may not be sufficient because of amenity. So, so it is a combination of noise limits and the bund and other management measures, such as the reduced traffic numbers, for instance, and no crushing in the early morning and things like that.
Okay, well, let you proceed then to get to that point.
Yes. So, well, Mr. Hunt and I had a discussion yesterday and also today, which seems to have narrowed the issues further, which is good. So my understanding, and Mr. Hunt will discuss it on Friday, is that there's no query about the noise limits as such. The noise limits are agreed. The question is if further management is required. In my opinion, based on the ambient noise level measurements undertaken, I think that is not necessarily necessary in this case. However, due to the traffic experts coming to an agreement on reduced truck numbers, that already gives us a benefit in terms of noise predictions as well. There is still some, I wouldn't say disagreement, but Mr. Hunt is still not entirely sure about the morning hour. And that is something that he will discuss on Friday. In my opinion, based on the ambient measurements we've undertaken, the morning hour should not cause any adverse effects because the ambient noise levels are already elevated. Something I haven't discussed in the summary statement, but is probably one of the questions in people's minds is, would it wake them up? I've predicted a maximum noise level of 65 at the closest houses. So with windows ajar for ventilation, you'd have an LMAX level of 50 inside that might, you might hear it, but it doesn't necessarily cause awakening. And with windows closed, it would be even lower. So we are looking at relatively low maximum noise levels of trucks passing. And that is at the closest house. So all the other houses are actually further away. 53.
53?
Yes, it is.
So where do I see that figure in 29?
Sorry, in 29.
Is it in condition?
So
because I don't see a 6 a.m. I don't see a 6 a.m. to 7.
No, but see the nighttime. The last
Yes.
the last line is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., which are the district plan nighttime hours. So the 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. hour would fall into nighttime, which is why it's being called nighttime instead of early morning. And there's a 70 LMAX limit for nighttime to avoid sleep disturbance.
Okay.
And we would be comfortably under that.
Yes. And did I hear you mention 65
Yes,
as the prediction?
yes.
And
That is
yes,
in my section 92 response, I think.
it's okay. And just out of interest, what's your you undertook measurements of ambient noise?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Quite a long time, about two or 3 weeks. We had to exclude some data because of weather. When the wind is quite high or it's raining, those parts have to be excluded.
Yes.
But we got sufficient data and I split it up into when trucks were running, because at that time the existing consent was being actioned, which meant trucks could run from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we looked at the hours when no trucks were running and also when trucks were running to get a good feel.
And what was the ambient for 6 a.m. to 7? Were you able to go down to that level of detail?
Yep, absolutely. Apologies, lots of documents. Where's my section 8 response? Here. No, not here. Looked at it before. I just need to find. Here we go. In the original report, in section 3, in table 1. So that's on page 6 of the original report.
Yes.
Yes. So we had 2 loggers. One was close to Stateway 58, which obviously is affected by traffic noise. The other one was at 233A on the fence, which is away from the road, and that would be the most appropriate to look at in terms of most of the Murphy's Road dwellings that are not affected by state highway noise. So you can see the work day data, and then excluding weather, and Sunday excluding weather. When I call it excluding weather, that is when we take out the any wind above 5 meters per second and any rain above 6 millimeters per hour. So if you look at the Sunday and also at the excluding weather data for 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., you see the LEQ is 44. The limit's actually 45.
Mm-hmm. Your projection is 65.
Oh, no, that's LMAX, sorry.
So what was your prediction on LEQ?
Sorry?
Your prediction on LEQ?
The LEQ.
The ambient's 44, the standard's 45.
Yep, and the prediction for the morning hour, or daytime, nighttime, sorry, for the most affected house, which is 53 Murphy's Road, it's 45 from the 14 truck movements.
Yes, and that's now 12, is
It's
it?
now 12, but it wouldn't really change. And from the quarry itself, you can see it's 29, 28, and 22 for those 3 stages, because there's my prediction said there would be no crushing at that morning hour, but you'd have the normal processing and things like that going on still.
Okay, I was actually going to your primary evidence, but what you're saying it's in the report included with the application or the RFI, is that?
Yes.
Yes.
I might have. I have discussed the noise levels in my evidence in paragraphs 5.10 to 5.11.
Yes.
But it's easier to see in the table, I find.
And that table was in your technical report.
It is indeed, yes.
That was lodged with the application.
Yes.
Can you just give me the reference for that table again and the page number?
It's page 6 in section 3 of the report, and it's just table 1.
Table 1.
Yep.
We'll not just see if we can put our hands on that.
Sure.
Mr Matheson or Mr Baker or Williamson, is that volume 1 or volume 2 of the Miss Brown?
It's the main report. It looks like this on the front, if that helps.
I think it must be volume 2, Liz. Yes. Thank you for that indulgence. We have it now. This is a report prepared by yourself.
Yes.
Reviewed by S. Arden.
Yes.
Okay, and dated May 2021.
Yep, that's
Okay.
right. And
So
just to make it a bit harder, sorry, but in my Section 92 response, I add to that table
Okay.
by putting the evening period in there as well. Sorry.
I'm not even going to try and attempt to find that. But I did note that that is referenced in condition number 1 to the Porirua conditions, the general accordance conditions. So,
Yes.
but I'll just mark the table up here. Which we're taking us to table
1 on page 6, up top. Should be.
yes, page 6. We've got it. Yes.
So there were 2 locations we measured, as I see it, one close to the main road and one close to the quarry, so right away from the road. If we look at the one near the quarry, you can see there's a 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. and then a 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. We also have split out the with and without trucks, and the difference was so small that in the end we did not proceed in reporting that. It would just have been quite confusing, but we can if needed. If you look at all workday data, which is Monday to Saturday, excluding weather, because that takes away, you can see the difference between with and without the adverse weather. At times it can make quite a difference. So if you're looking at the excluding weather 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., we have a measured level of LAQ 44 and the limit is 45, which is very close.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Mr. Hunt. Yes.
Could I raise a question through you?
Of course.
And I'm referring to NZS 6802, and it says, when considering noise effects, the intrusiveness of a specific sound is dependent upon several factors. One of these factors is the level of the specific sound compared to the background sound level. So is it appropriate to be discussing ambient LEQs or the measured background sound level?
And you're suggesting they are 2 different constructs?
Yes. So the LA90 background sound level creates the context within which noise from the individual truck movements might be experienced. An LEQ ambient could in fact be caused by, let's say, a rural activity or an animal in a different way. So it might be within the 15-minute period, it might be a minute of a cow bellowing or something, whereas that wouldn't come up in the L90, but it has affected the measured LEQ.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I think the L90 has more relevance in assessing noise effects than what other kind of event-based noise might be occurring in the area.
When you say more relevant in terms of establishing what the baseline...
Yeah, what the effects of these truck movements noise would be. So.
Okay. Look, I'm going to allow the question because I think it's in the spirit of the hearing. So,
Yep, that's fine. And you will see in my evidence that I have always reported the LAEQ and the L90 because it is important. So the L90 in that morning period was 37. The rule of thumb used to be background plus 10 is an appropriate limit. And so that would get us to 47.
yes.
So I'm still thinking that the limit is appropriate.
So the L90
Is 37.
and the LEQ for 15 minutes?
It's 44. It's the 6 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Yes. So Mr. Hunt is suggesting that really our focus should be on the L90 at the 37 level for that morning period. He would tell us, I presume, that the ambient noise, the background noise as context is lower than the ambient noise.
The background noise is always lower than the ambient noise because that is a noise level that's exceeded for 90% of the time. So that is here the air conditioning, not us talking, but the air conditioning and things like that. In a rural environment, it would be the wind and leaves rustling, things that occur all the time, and distant traffic.
So how do we then read the predicted level of noise when we compare it to the background noise level at L90?
So you don't compare them directly. The L90, in my opinion, can be used to confirm if a noise limit in a district plan is appropriate in an environment. In this case, a background noise level of 37 supports, in my opinion, an LAEQ noise limit of 45, which is in the district plan, in the proposed district plan, may I add, not in the operative one. Then we go on from there to compare with the noise limit. So the measured levels, I have looked at them to see if they support the noise limits that are in the proposed district plan.
Okay. Just for completeness, what's the difference with the operative district plan? Because they are the prevailing rules. The noise limits in the proposed plan don't have immediate legal effect.
So the operative district plan uses the L10 descriptor, which is a bit old, and we'd rather not use it because it's not appropriate going forward. It only has a daytime level for 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then a nighttime level of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So there's no evening period.
Yes. Yes, and we discussed that with Mr. Hunt the other day. I think you'd agree with that statement now, Mr. Hunt. Yes.
Yes.
I think you thought there was a shoulder period in the operative plan initially.
No, there's not. No. It's just day-night, quite the old
Yes.
school approach.
Yes.
The proposed plan has the shoulder period in it because that's following the more recent 2008 standard. And if I could just add one more thing relevant to the evidence was L90 plus 10 is a reasonable guide to what an LEQ could occur without causing undue annoyance, you might say. It's obviously a noticeable effect, and so what we're talking about is it'll be at 12 minutes, maybe it's 44, not 45 at the closest house LEQ. That would occur in the context of the ambient the background sound level of about 37.
Yes. And an ambient of 44.
LEQ ambient.
Yes.
Yes. But we also heard before about this LMAX 65. So if we could just park LEQ for a moment, we're talking about an LMAX level, which at 65, in an environment background sound level, which would otherwise be 37. So, just don't want to forget the thing that we're talking about, vehicles going past somebody's house, and each one will be pretty much audible to that closest house. And so the fact that the predicted LEQ is close to the ambient isn't necessarily going to inform you about the level of potential effect that a neighbour, closest neighbour, might experience.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. That's useful. Probably given you a bit more scope than I should have, but as I said, it's in the spirit of the hearing, and the witnesses hear and can respond in real time.
Would you like me to?
Yes, I would.
So, yes, the intention is certainly not to make the noise inaudible. That's not our goal. Our goal is to control it to a reasonable level. The 65 LMAX that I predicted is outside the house. So if people are already outside the house, they're not going to get woken up. If they're inside the house and they're sleeping, then we want to try and reduce that effect. Inside the house, an LMAX of 50 is actually quite low. Somebody snoring beside you in bed would be louder. I have measured my husband. Or the cat jumping through the cat door and the flap going. Those LMAX levels are short events that are quite high, and they may or may not be noticeable to you if they are just happening.
Yes. Is it reasonable to expect a 15 dB attenuation based on building construction methods?
That is with windows ajar for ventilation.
Okay.
So when windows closed, New Zealand, the construction noise standard says 20 decibel reduction. That
With
would
closed
be,
windows?
With closed windows. That would be our old houses, the uninsulated monolithic glass ones. Anything slightly modern should get you at least 25 decibels, if not more.
So you've applied 15.
I've applied 15 because in summer people might have their windows open
Yes.
to get ventilation.
Okay. So that would give an inside noise in that morning period of 50 dBA.
At the most affected house, please bear in mind,
Yes.
all the other houses have lower noise levels from trucks passing. And once you get to the front of the site, close to Stateway 58, you've got trucks and cars going past anyway, so the environment's quite different there.
Okay, can you assist us then in two respects? Which is the next closest property, and what is the predicted LMAX at that property? We've been talking about 53, haven't we?
We've
35.
been talking about 53, yes.
53, yes.
So, access road only.
And if you can give us the source of your answer too, that would be useful.
Yeah. So, predicting LMAXs are, as I said, an interesting activity because, again, with trucks, if we keep the access road nice and smooth and there are no potholes and there's no clonking of the body, then they shouldn't be all that noisy. Then it's just the engine going past. So the next highest predicted noise levels from trucks, and I would go by that because it's trucks that cause those levels, those at Perimeter Haywards Road towards the front. If you look at the memo you got this morning, and it's table 1, 2, 3 on page 4.
Yes.
And if you go down the first column of where it says access road operations only, you see that 53, which is the fourth line down, is 45. And if you go further down, it's 264. So it's all the Perimeter Haywards roads. So they're much closer to the state highway. So their noise environment in general is already different to the ones further back.
Okay.
Um, 233A maybe,
Number 7.
I think. 233A, yes.
Anderson.
Actually, they are reasonably well shielded in parts from the access road. There are only certain parts visible from that house.
Yes. We couldn't see that house from the road.
Yeah. So their visibility is like further down, but not immediately outside.
But when we're talking about noise, it's not about visibility, is it?
It is,
It
actually,
is?
yes. So noise does, in the simplest of forms, you could say sound waves travel in a straight line. They do get bent by wind, obviously. So if you're at a larger distance, eventually they bend down. But as a rule of thumb, if you've got a solid structure or terrain between you and the noise source, that is extremely well shielded.
Yes, no, I understand that. I was thinking more of vegetation,
Oh,
probably. Sorry, I should have been a
sorry.
bit clearer. Yeah.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I just ignore vegetation.
Yes.
But in this case, there is actually some terrain shielding also to the access road.
Okay. So just to clarify, vegetation is of no use.
It would need to be a lot and very dense,
Yeah.
and we're talking 100 or more meters.
Yeah.
So yes, no.
Probably a better mitigation for dust than it is for noise.
It works well psychologically because if people don't see the noise source, they tend to hear it less.
Yes. About the tree falling in the forest, isn't it? Yes. Okay. So 233A, and that 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. period.
It's 38, I think, isn't it?
Yes, 38.
Yes. Yes. So of the ones that are...
Oh, sorry, just on that,
sorry. Yes.
is that our...
This is LAQ.
Yes.
So we are not... I have not reported the LMAXs because they are not as certain in the predictions, but I've looked at the closest and used an LMAX level that I've measured from several quarry trucks and used the highest to get a level that could be representative.
Yes. And so what was your rule of thumb normally? You had a rule of
It's
thumb?
about 15 decibels above the LEQ.
Yes.
Of course, if you've got things like a pothole and a truck with a trailer clonking through that, it would be more. But
Yes.
that there are other management measures to avoid that kind of
Yes.
noise.
And did you agree with the L90 plus 10 to get to LEQ as a rule of thumb?
I brought
Yep.
that up.
Yes.
Yes. So it is a rule of thumb, and it shouldn't be the only determining measure.
No.
So if there's a zone that is zoned for certain activities, then I think that should be allowed for. Just because an environment is a certain way at the moment doesn't mean it will have to remain like that forever. So we're trying to find a balance.
Yes. Okay, look, I'll carry on and we'll see if we've got any questions at the end. I appreciate we've been interrupting you considerably.
No, that's all fine. I just need to find my document. Yeah.
You might
So-
have been around 3.4, were you?
Yes. So I've been talking about the matters raised by the council expert, and in 3.7 I discuss why I think
Right.
that the proposed district plan noise limits are appropriate, and that I didn't think that further restrictions beyond compliance would be necessary. In addition, there are now those restricted traffic numbers. So basically, I disagree that the quarry operations would need to be restricted beyond compliance with the proposed district plan noise limits. The other area where we haven't come to a conclusion yet is the noise monitoring regime. We've made some attempt at addressing it, and it might be in the form of a noise monitoring plan or something like that, have a condition for that instead of trying to get everything into the conditions. But we haven't quite completed that discussion because it is not straightforward. You've been out to the quarry, you've seen the terrain there. It is not a question of just putting a logger at the closest house, or if they don't want it, at the next closest house, because the next closest house might be down a hill behind down a gully or behind a hill or something. I also disagree with the number of monitoring stations proposed, because we have established, and I think there's agreement between Mr. Hunt and I, that the quarry itself isn't really the problem, it's the trucks on the access road. So if we measure at the two most exposed locations, every other location would get lower noise levels. So, and once we've established a relationship between the number of trucks and the noise levels, then it's just a question of looking at the number of trucks which a condition requires are recorded to work out if there's a potential for exceedance.
Yes. Yes, I understand what you're saying. It's important we don't get the abbreviations mixed up. We've got a noise management plan, and
Yes,
you're potentially
NMP.
suggesting a noise monitoring plan, okay, which might replace or supersede or work in conjunction with condition 31.
Yes, and we might be able to include the vibration monitoring in there as well, because once I get to my third part of my assessment, which is blast, noise and vibration, the only disagreement between Mr. Stiles and I appears to be the number of monitors and how long they have to be there, and we could maybe wrap it all up in one plan that,
Yes.
that the CLG has input in, that the council has to certify,
Yep.
and that then gets implemented.
Yes. Look, I'm just going to check with Mr. Hunt because of this approach we're adopting. Mr. Hunt, do you have an appetite for investigating the noise monitoring plan concept further as a condition?
Yeah, I think it's got good potential to identify the general criteria that the monitoring needs to achieve and let the details be sorted later
Yes.
on. There's no point getting too hung up on exactly where the monitors go at this stage. So I support that approach. It has been used for Transmission Gully and a few other projects to
Yes.
just deal with it as a proper issue at the right
Yes.
time.
And you'd be, in terms of your obligations under the code, you'd be prepared to discuss that with the applicant's witness?
Yes, I think we've maybe sometime later today or tomorrow. We'll work it out in the email, and I think by the time I come around on
Thank you.
Friday, we should have something.
Thank you. That's useful to hear that. I guess it's just a matter of putting past any agreements that you have passed, Ms. Williams and Mr. Baker.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, we're on to your third topic now, are we? Or what's
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Blasting?
Yes. Blast, noise and vibration. So blasting is undertaken by an external contractor, Rebuttal, who is quite, well, they are experienced. That's their job. That's what they do. They also measure noise and vibration from every blast. They've got a permanent monitoring station at Manuka Corner, which is close to 233. It's in that area. I've got a figure somewhere that shows where their monitor station is. Mr. Stiles and I have had discussions prior to my preparing evidence, and we've narrowed our issues considerably. I think one aspect that is particularly helpful is that there is an undertaking to have a limit of 5 millimeters per second ppv, which is a standard limit and is used across New Zealand at closest dwellings. But to have a lower trigger level of 3 millimeters per second ppv as a that's the goal to achieve. If a blast shows that it is over, then it should be reviewed and changes made so that we can consistently achieve blasts at or below 3 millimeters per second ppv. My understanding is that Red Bull Powder is aware of that and has agreed that that is practicable.
Yes. Could you just remind me what PPV stands for?
Peak particle velocity.
That is velocity. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
It's only one aspect. So the only outstanding aspect there where we have some disagreement is again the monitoring.
Yes.
I don't think that it will be necessary to have. So the permanent monitoring station will remain where it is. There will be 2 roving loggers that can be installed at the closest dwellings for a certain number of blasts. To establish a relationship between what is measured at the permanent monitoring station and that house, or those 2 houses. Once that relationship has been established, in my opinion, there's no need to keep on going with the monitoring, because once We know that if a certain level is achieved at the permanent monitoring station, we know what it will be at the dwelling, and we know if that can be achieved. So vibration monitoring is not as straightforward as noise monitoring, as it needs access to the house. The monitor needs to be installed on the foundations or on the concrete slab, so it needs a cooperation of the neighbouring residents. And, eventually, I don't think it needs to be there in perpetuity. But again, maybe that is something we can include into maybe we could call it an acoustic monitoring plan, then it is an AMP, and that includes noise and vibration,
We
potentially.
we can't have that. We've already got an AMP from Mr. Pope yesterday, I think. An adaptive management plan which relates to the erosion and soil control plan.
Right.
So,
Well, we'll find some other acronym.
but what I'm hearing is that that there's certainly an appetite for Mr. Hunt to look at a noise monitoring plan. There may be an appetite for Mr. Stiles to do that. Mr. Stiles is online. Can you hear us, Mr. Stiles?
I certainly can.
Yes. Are you able to give us a quick response on that in terms of the question I put to Mr. Hunt earlier? In terms of monitoring? We will come to you in due course.
Sure, and I apologise. I wasn't expecting to appear today, so I didn't wear a tie, but I will on Friday when I'm here formally. Sorry.
That's quite all right. So the question I put to Mr. Hunt was about his appetite to perhaps look at a noise monitoring condition framework rather than trying to have a prescriptive monitoring condition in the conditions. And I just wonder whether is that the same sort of scenario that you might be comfortable with in terms of blasting, or do we need to be more prescriptive in the condition set?
Look, in my view, it's a bit of a balance between being prescriptive and allowing some flexibility, and the conditions I've proposed have attempted to strike that balance by setting out a rough order of magnitude of the monitoring that's required and setting guidance on when that monitoring can stop, when we've got a high degree of confidence that compliance can be achieved into the future.
Okay.
The flexibility I've left in there for determination later on is where that all happens, and the other degree of flexibility is allowing the council and the consent holder to confer and determine when the monitoring can cease.
Yes, so those two matters, location and duration, might be the subject of a blast monitoring plan or whatever we call it. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I just wanted to test that so that we can, it'll probably influence the range of questions we have for Ms. Wilkering.
Sure, okay. And if I could just make one other point, the condition that Ms. Wilkening just mentioned about the second roving monitor, as I read it, doesn't require that to be left there or to be retained in perpetuity. There is a process to remove that follows the same process to remove the first roving monitor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stiles. You haven't changed much from last week when I saw you in New Plymouth.
Just the lack of tie.
Lack of tie,
sleeves.
Noticed straight away.
Apologies.
No, that's fine. So where does that leave us, Ms. Wilkening? Sorry.
That's all right. Yep, I think we should discuss the three of us potentially. Mr. Stiles is referring to blasting condition 32D.
Yes.
That we struck out. Basically, it says one seismograph has to be available for the duration of the consent unless council agrees that it doesn't need to be. That seems quite open-ended.
Okay.
And that was our concern.
Yes. Well, I think the panel was happy for that discussion and due process to occur. And that's why I just wanted to make sure there was no fundamental difference between you and obviously Mr. Hunt and also Mr. Stiles. So,
No, I think we are all on the same page to find a balance of not having pages of conditions
okay.
versus.
Yes, and I think Mr. Matheson wanted to say something. Sorry.
I was just going to volunteer a noise and vibration monitoring plan, which we don't have already.
The old MB. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll leave it to the experts to advise us on that.
And that is really the end of my summary.
Yes. I just before I go to Mr. Commissioner Mark Brown, I just wanted to understand what guidance or standards there is on vibration in New Zealand. I'm aware that, and you're probably the appropriate person to ask, that there's a German standard, DIN
4150
Yeah.
part 3. Yep.
Yes, and that's been around for many years.
Yes.
I've had cause to reference it in stream naturalisation or drain naturalisation processes running behind residential properties. And I just wondered, firstly, I hadn't come across any reference to it, but that may be just a reflection of my reading. But secondly, if you have referenced it, or if you haven't, what's its relevance here?
So I have referenced it in my assessment report, which you have now
Yes.
somewhere. In
Commissioner
section
Burge gave us this, and we've written all over it.
in section 4.3, where I talk about blasting.
Yes.
And while the operative and so the proposed district plan references DIN 4150 in relation to construction vibration.
Yes.
DIN 4150 is a very stringent standard when you compare it across the world with other vibration standards.
Right. Oh, I see the reference to it now. Yes. Yeah.
It sets vibration criteria at which no damage will occur when they are complied with. That doesn't mean that once you go over, automatically damage will occur. There are other standards. There's a British standard, which sets actually higher limits. And in terms of blasting, there's an Australian standard, which I've referenced. You will see that generally it does come back to the 5 millimeters per second. Now, 5 millimeters per second ppv is the level at which dwellings will have no damage. You can certainly feel it. So it's very important to look at the difference of what we can feel and what the building can withstand. And buildings are quite amazing. They can withstand a lot before anything happens. Now, at 5 millimeters per second, the standard says there will not even be superficial damage like plaster cracking or paint flaking or things like that. So it's quite a stringent standard.
To what extent does that depend on the nature of the construction of the building?
It does. So the standard has three lines. One is for commercial buildings. So we're talking concrete, steel, no nice paintings on the wall. There the limit's 10 millimeters per second. For dwellings, so, plasterboard and shelves and carpet and, just normal houses, it's 5 millimeters per second. And for historic buildings, it's 2.5. Now, if you bear in mind that is a German standard, historic buildings are a bit older in Germany than here. So I don't like using that here particularly. Maybe for, in Auckland, we've got the Vic Park Market chimney. Maybe for that I would apply it, but any old villa isn't automatically a historic building. Right. These limits are for long-term vibration, so that is vibration that might excite the building. If you've got a short-term vibration like, a blast potentially, or somebody banging in a pile in distinct piling blows, then the limits are higher and are frequency dependent. But we've gone straight to the most stringent limit, really.
Yes. Just on that frequency component, is there any frequency component built into the long-term vibration?
No, that's across all frequencies.
Yes.
Yes.
What does that say in respect to cumulative impact? from vibration?
So PPV is a peak particle velocity, so it's the absolute highest on any frequency
Yes, so I guess it's like,
and any direction.
yeah, I guess that's like L max though in a
Yes,
noise
it
sense,
is.
isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
But whereas, the LEQs...
L peak, actually. So
L
that
peak.
is something that's even higher.
Yeah, yes. But I guess I bring it back to my understanding of radio frequency exposure and, the difference between dose response and longevity exposure.
Yes.
And is that concept prevalent or relevant to vibration?
It is in terms with the long-term vibration. So if you've got vibratory piling or compaction, and so something happens for quite a while, the house might take that up and start vibrating by itself. It might get worse. And so that is where the long-term limits come in. For the short-term ones, you can actually have much higher levels at certain frequencies, but if only happens once or a few times and doesn't excite the house, then no damage will occur either.
Yes. The reason I've asked this question is that it's a subject that's been raised by many submitters.
Yes.
And
yeah.
And I'm not sure what evidence we'll receive on this. I know that one particular submitter at 303 Murphy's Road, that's Mr. and Mrs. Steffens, have raised this concern in their written submissions. We haven't got any evidence pre-circulated. I do know, through the hearings administrator, I do know that they have legal representation from Mr. Stephen Irons. So I guess it's difficult for us to ask questions of them other than what's in their submission. And your evidence and your rebuttal, that's where I guess where I was expecting some rebuttal from you. But I guess that given that they haven't got any expert evidence, it's not possible to rebut. Did you cover that in your evidence in chief in terms of your comments on submissions?
Yes, I did.
Can you just take us to that?
Sure.
Must be towards the end, is it?
8.10 onwards, vibration damage to dwellings, is that?
Yes.
And potentially the one before. Oh, no, that's not now. I think that's that one. Yes, and I'm referencing the Steffens in footnote 3 as well. So.
Yes, and 8.14, you specifically referenced the Steffens.
Yes. So we don't have a lot of information. Mr. Stiles and I have discussed the information that was available to us. He had the same information that I had. In the submission was a small photo, which is, it's very hard to see. So a vibration monitor needs to be attached properly to not measure, to measure the right thing. So if you, for instance, put a sensor on gravel, it can move even when it's weighed down. So it should be on concrete and it needs to be weighed down, or it should be clamped to a foundation. Or if it goes into soft ground, it has spikes that go right into the ground and are weighed down. Otherwise, what you're measuring is the vibration of the sensor as opposed to the ground or the structure we are interested in. I could not ascertain that the installation had been done right. There has been some monitoring data from that sensor. I understand that doesn't seem to agree with Red Bull's own data. It's further away, but it's much higher than has been measured by Red Bull. So unfortunately, we weren't able to do vibration measurements because of COVID. Traveling and getting access and so on is not that straightforward. And now there's been no blasting. So that is the reason why Mr. Stiles recommended and we agreed that there should be some trial blasts and measurements and working up to, proper blasting practice so that we have confirmation and security that the blasts are fine and can meet those limits. Based on the distance, I have no hesitancy to say that the blast can be designed to achieve compliance.
Yes. The distance that I have in front of me to that property, and I'm not sure whether it's to the boundary or the dwelling, is 451 metres.
Yes, but the blasting occurs at the pit face, which is even further away, so the pit's not on that side.
620 to the quarry.
Yeah, but
Now,
that'll be the front end of the closest point of the quarry. And we are further away, and we are moving further away.
Okay. Well, as I said, there's not much more we can probably ask you in that respect until we hear from the submitter in person.
Yes.
And there will be an opportunity to respond to that in due course.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm conscious that I've been doing far too much talking. Just hand over to Commissioner Mark Brown and Commissioner Burge. Any sort of wrap-up questions before we break for lunch?
Well, I do have a further question on this blasting in the builder condition survey. Mr. Stiles' advice in his evidence very similar to yours, in that damage can be caused by a range of factors. And because the Steffens, I think, have said they've had damage that has been caused by blasting. So you're saying you can't determine that, and I understand that. Mr. Stiles, I think in his evidence, said that if the panel was wanting, he could work out some conditions on regarding building condition surveys. But he did note that they're very expensive to do. And what I got from it is really, you'd have to have a good reason to do that. So my question to you is, would you see any situation where a building condition survey would be necessary, given that it has to be done immediately before and then immediately after the blast?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. There are a lot of things that move houses. In Wellington, in the Wellington region, there are lots of small earthquakes, which, happen by themselves. The climate is changing, so there's drought and lots of rain, so the ground's moving. We are in a 1920s house. We have constantly cracks in our house because it settles differently. It's just life. I understand that residents might feel safer to have maybe a survey. I don't think that it's reasonable to have one before and after each blast, but once the trial blasts have been done, it might be possible before one normal blast that 2 or 3 houses get a building condition survey and one after, and it gives everybody a better feeling. But I don't think how much value we'll get out of that.
Yeah, so it might be possible, but you're saying you don't think there might be much value out of it, and you're also saying, are you saying that you don't think it's necessary?
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
I think if the blasts are well controlled, and that is something we will need to do through management, and the conditions are there.
Yeah.
And we are looking at a really low trigger level. 3 millimeters per second is very low.
Yeah.
I don't see how any damage could occur from blasting.
So looking at the condition 33, it's got that limit on it, and then it says if monitoring demonstrates that the blasting exceeds that, then there's various things that the council or the consent holder shall do. I guess I'm just wondering in that sort of situation if there were. I mean, that's just perhaps one event that exceeds it. So the key thing is to make sure that any further blasting doesn't exceed it. And your evidence is that as long as you're getting below 3 millimeters a second, you can't see any damage to any of the buildings due to the blasting. And that's very definitive in your view.
Yes, it is. And the 3 is very low. I would say 5 millimeters per second.
Yeah.
But to give some security here,
Yeah.
we are having a lower trigger level.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just one question from me, really. I just wondered, is there any situations where you might go below plan standards to I don't know, provide comfort, if you like. You've assessed everything to the plan standards, and that's what it is. I just wondered if you could, in your experience, are there situations where you might decide that another standard is appropriate because of certain reasons?
Yeah, non-complying activities, probably. I think just to go back to your question, you said I've addressed everything to the district plan standard and that's it. But I have looked at the ambient measured levels and also at the activities that the proposed district plan anticipates in this environment. So it is more than just here's a standard, let's comply. There is a more holistic view that we take. What we normally do is we let the applicant know what is possible, and then through discussions, certain things might be reduced. Like the crusher between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., the crusher could operate and comply, but I recommended that not be done because the crusher is quite audible, even though the level is not high, it's audible, and it really shouldn't be operated at that time. Now we've got lower truck numbers. Doesn't mean we throw another crusher into the quarry. It's just, it's a give and take to get to a point where the operations can work and the limits are complied with, and ideally with a safety margin. And we are looking at management measures, for instance. So, having the access road nice and smooth, having no engine braking, making sure the drivers know how to behave. They are all measures that are beyond just compliance. They are to reduce effects on neighbours.
Sure. That's helpful, thank you. Just in terms of the crusher, was that anticipated in the nighttime noise? Did you
The evening?
Evening?
Yes, in this
Night? Whatever.
Well, the 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., which is the evening period.
Yeah.
Yes. I have at the moment. I have included it in the predictions.
You've included the crusher then, but so why do you think it's appropriate at night but not the morning?
Evening.
Evening. Sorry.
Well, it's quite a clear distinction. So in the operative district plan, there isn't even that evening period. The daytime is till 10 p.m.
Yes.
So there's already already stepping down there. Because in the so the levels are still not high. If we look at the memo from this morning, and you look at the second table on page 3, you will see that with the crusher operating, the highest level is 42 at 328 Murphy's Road, sort of bottom third of the table, in stage 3.
Yeah.
So actually the crusher itself is even less, because if you look at stage 4 and stage 1, we are in the mid-high 30s. Stage 3, it will be the extraction that is higher up and slightly less shielded. So at that time, I think the crusher's fine to use, but the early morning is when people are still waking up and coming around, and
so it's more of an effect.
And that is how I have approached it. Yes.
Yeah. So just you may have talked about this before, but why is stage 2 missing from your table? Does that have any bearing on anything?
Not really. The stage 2 is quite close to stage 1, and I just wanted to limit the amount of numbers. So I picked the first one, and then I looked at the mid and the end point of that first phase of works.
Okay.
Stage 3 was the more affecting one, because it's slightly higher up, and that is why the levels in stage 3 are a bit higher. Not much, but you can see the difference.
And I just had one more question. We talked about short-term construction noise, and I was just conscious of the bund that will be constructed along the accessway there. So you've considered that will comply with construction noise. So does did you look at whether the quarry would be operating at the same time? So I'm wondering, construction with trucks on the access road and quarry operation noise. And I just wondered how that situation works and whether you still consider that you separate out all those noises, so which makes the construction noise, the short-term sort of comply.
Okay, so condition 26 says prior to any removal of aggregate of site, basically the bund has to be built.
Okay, so it's prior to,
Yes,
thank you.
you don't have trucks.
Okay, no, that's good. Good clarification, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you.
3 short questions from me, Ms. Milkering. Firstly, just so I've got it right, the time periods in the proposed district plan, daytime 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yes,
Evening 7 to 10,
Yes.
and night times 10 to 7.
that's right.
Okay, thank you. Second question, and drawing on that, we have the operative district plan and we have the proposed plan. The proposed plan noise limits don't have legal effect, but it appears that you and Mr. Hunt both agree that they are more fit for purpose
Absolutely, yes.
because of the operative one's based on an L10.
Yes, the national planning standards actually require the use of LAQ. And,
Yes.
yeah, this is a long-term consent, so we have to really
Yes.
go with what's coming.
Okay. Yes. And my last question is, and it's a bit of an open-ended one, what's the role of, and I think I've got the right section 16 in these proceedings in terms of the duty to avoid unreasonable noise? Does that apply in a rural environment as well as an urban environment?
Yes, it applies everywhere.
Yes. How might it apply here?
In my opinion, it applies by requiring the quarry operator to not make more noise than is necessary, to use the best practicable option to reduce noise. So, there are old clingers of crushers that make a horrendous noise. Well, they shouldn't be used. There are trucks that, we've all heard the trucks that are much noisier than they need to be. So it's the management of noise generation and avoiding unnecessary noise that by sealing the access road, by not allowing engine braking, by having everything well maintained, by not having tunnel reversing alarms at night, things like that.
Yes. And would the vehicle, for both compliance with the standards but also having an ongoing obligation under section 16, be the noise management plan?
I would say so, yes.
Yes.
Because it gives us more options to formulate what needs doing, things that really don't necessarily need to go on conditions but are proper management.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkening. That's been really useful. And thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your useful contribution, and Mr. Stiles too. Appreciate it, and certainly encourage that getting together and with the assistance of Ms. Williams and Mr. Baker. And if we can have something towards the end of the week, that would be useful.
Certainly.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry. Just I understand, based on a request yesterday, food has been ordered for a particular time at one of the local cafes. So
and it's not 12:15, obviously.
So I am wondering whether, to avoid putting cat among the pigeons, we could just make a start on Mr. Lucich next, potentially,
yes.
who is here.
And he has a very short statement, doesn't he?
Yes, and I just wonder if we could use the time, if that's okay.
Yes. Welcome, Mr. Lucich. Hopefully I've got the pronunciation right. Thank you. We have your 2.5-page statement. probably unfair to ask you to summarise it. Why don't you just take us through it?
It is. There you go. Sorry. Traffic transport supervisor, SAFIT instructor, I endorsement to do instruct on all the classes, as well as a truck and trailer driver.
That's your first page. Why don't you just take us through that and just read it at your own pace, Mr. Lucic?
Sorry. These.
Starting at 2.1.
Sure. My driving experience, after seeing that Willowbank Quarry, State Highway 58, sorry. In my experience, the sightline of 230 metres to the east, which is to the right, when exiting the quarry is more than adequate for a road of 80 k's speed limit. My experience, a 7-second gap to the oncoming vehicle would provide adequate safe distance for a truck and trailer to pull out of the highway with an 80 k speed limit. Truck drivers are well versed in this type of driving and are also used to waiting at intersections. Truck drivers are professional drivers. In my experience, waits at intersections of in excess of 120 seconds do not cause poor truck driver behaviour at intersections. Exiting this intersection is about applying the road code in a safe manner. Similarly, vehicles approaching the intersection are also required to apply the road code, and vehicles may have to reduce speed as a truck pulls out and accelerates. This need not necessarily require the vehicle to brake and could be just achieved by the driver lifting their right foot and ceasing to accelerate. Trucks exiting onto roads and entering traffic flows constantly occurs at thousands of intersections on state highways throughout the country on an hourly and daily basis throughout the year in all manners of weather conditions. Other road users are very used to trucks entering traffic flows. In general, traffic tends to settle in behind trucks, and road users make allowances for that as they're required to do. This is common and safe practice. I have trained a lot of truck drivers. While there's a range of truck driver behaviour in different trucks and truck drivers may drive into Fulton quarries, truck drivers are professional drivers. That is their job, their livelihood. They know if they're involved in an accident or cause an accident because of a bad decision, then that will affect their jobs. From my experience, professional truck drivers are more patient and more used to dealing with delays at intersections and on roads and driving more safely on roads than many other road users. The nature of trucks has also changed a lot over the time I've been at Fulton Hogan. When I started, trucks were 186 kilowatts and they are now 372 plus kilowatts depending on the brand and configuration of the units. There's a huge difference in safety and performance of modern trucks, and that is continuing to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Lucic. We'll just see what questions we have. Mr. Burge.
Yeah, I just have a couple. So when you wrote your evidence, you said you hadn't visited the site, but you just said you have now. Is that correct?
Yes, I have visited, yes.
So you say that your current role has you driving a 9-axle tip. In your evidence it says tricks, but I'm sure you mean trucks. What sort of length is that?
It's just shy of 23 metres, and I run at the high end of 58-tonne gross.
Yeah. And would you say that's a sort of a common truck for this type of aggregate transport?
Yes, it's at the high end. So there are some that are a bit smaller and so forth. It just depends on jobs and so forth, yes, but that's the extreme end.
Just to be clear, though, that is a truck and trailer unit.
That's correct, yes.
So when you say high end, what you're saying really is it's job dependent.
Yes, a lot of the trucks, we have different configurations for different sites, different needs. These bigger ones, like what I use, it's mainly for the bulk aggregate type cartages. So it's all about
Bigger distance.
Yeah, bigger distance and bigger payloads.
Yeah. So you talk about a competent to operate process. What does that entail, and is that a required qualification of Fulton Hogan?
Fulton Hogan, yes, not just driving trucks, but any item or plant have to go through a competent to operate sign off by certain trained individuals within the company.
And what does that entail?
It means sitting with people and being with them and observing their driving and their abilities.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to meet a set criteria that we have.
Yeah. That was all I had. Thank you. It's helpful.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lusich. I've got a question regarding controlling trucks entering the site, because if this consent's granted, there are quite important controls on numbers of trucks per hour. Can you just explain how that's actually done in practice? With the trucks approaching the quarry, how is that? How does Fulton Hogan control the number of trucks that will enter the site?
Well, generally, we've got a few sites, something similar, and that's usually the foreman, job supervisor, or the quarry manager. So usually there's a count, but also it also helps with our dispatch. So only a certain amount of vehicles are dispatched to a site, knowing full well what.
So I'm thinking more of coming into the quarry to load up with aggregate. I think that's the situation.
Yeah.
Where So you've been not only Fulton Hogan trucks, there'd be other trucks presumably.
Presumably, yes. Yeah. So I guess that's also the quarry manager as well. He'll know the count. They all do.
But how is that actually done? So the trucks are driving along, and the truck driver doesn't know if there's going to be people queuing to turn right or whatever. So how does it work in terms of controlling it?
Generally, there's normally a certain amount of trucks sent there. So that's generally how it's controlled from the dispatch point of view.
So it's controlled through the owners of the trucks or the contracting company that runs the trucks?
Usually they know what the rules are, yes. There's a particular quarry we've got in Auckland, for instance, that allows a certain amount over a period of time and a certain speed. And there has been instances where people have been banned because of breaking those rules.
I did see somewhere in some of the evidence some discussion about phone conversations with truck drivers. So would it be possible that they might say, listen, you've got to pull over at the side of the road because there's too many? Does that happen?
CBs, yes. Not so much phone, but we're in contact with CB radios.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Generally, everyone knows each other,
Yeah.
and normally we all help each other accordingly. So
yeah.
Yes.
So in your experience, that's commonly done
very much so.
in a range of quarries, and you wouldn't see any problem in that happening here to control the trucks that are coming in, as long as they find somewhere early enough to pull over without causing a hassle.
As long as there's a safe spot, absolutely, yeah.
So on that state highway, once you get on State Highway 58, there mightn't be too many spots, so you'd have to stop at some sort of lay area before that.
Yeah, lay area.
Or keep going.
Keep going. That's exactly right, and that has happened.
Yeah.
So we've got a number of sites just into jobs, and the same thing applies. We have to go back around the block again.
Yeah.
And
so that's fairly common.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lucic, I want to carry on with that theme because it's an issue that we need to explore further. I'm not doubting what you're saying at all, but what I'm trying to understand is whether this is what you're describing as part of normal day-to-day behaviour based on judgment, or whether it's more systematic. So and because it goes to the issue as to whether there should or shouldn't be acceleration or deceleration lanes associated with this. And I certainly acknowledge the point that Council was making about the Road Controlling Authority's position on that. And we need to weigh that, but we also need to understand the issue in the broader sense. So hence my question to you. So you've explained the situation with truck drivers leaving and that they're professionally they're trained to be patient. They know how to pick the gap and they're responsible drivers. And that is important to know in terms of the acceleration lane component. With the deceleration lane component, the position is perhaps a little bit different because there could be a number of vehicles arriving at different times, or they could arrive simultaneously, which could give rise to queuing, both on the site and off the site, and the need to make instantaneous judgments as to whether to pull over or carry on. And I guess the analogy that you might get in the airspace is the control tower organises things, and if there's a queue, then the pilot circles using the airspace available and goes round again and again. But in this instance, I'm trying to understand what the management mechanism might be to whether there's a management mechanism such as through CB radio, etc., to actually anticipate the potential for queuing and to avoid it through instructions such as, carry on to the roundabout and turn, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, like I say, once the ground rules are set, I mean, as you're approaching that intersection, and if there's, for argument's sake, 2 units stacked and a third unit's coming, if everyone's aware of the ground rules up front, that third unit just carries on.
Well, that's the point, though. How will that third unit know?
Because you can see the 2 stacked, because you can't fit.
Yep.
So otherwise you're impeding traffic. So it's.
But they'll know at the last moment, won't they?
Well, it's a fairly long straight there. You can see them. They stick out. They're pretty visible, big units.
So your answer is suggesting that it's based on driver observation and judgment.
Yes.
There's no other systematic or management approach from Fulton Hogan to proactively deal with that.
Other than what we've been instructed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just on that,
Sorry.
voice comes from above. So if that right-hand turning bay is full and they have to carry on, do you realise the next turning spot, where the next turning spot is for them?
There's a side road. I think there's a gravel area on the left, and there's that side road before the. I think it used to be a passing lane, shut down at the moment. But I think probably carrying on to up that hill. I think there's a intersection there, the other side, the west side there. Probably turning there.
So are you inferring the intersection with State Highway 2, or is there one before that?
No, I think there's one before, but I don't think it's safe. I think you'd have to carry on to do it safely.
So that's, I mean, I don't know distance-wise how far that is, but it's a considerable distance from where the driver's wanting to be. What sort of attitude do you think drivers will take with that? Will there be some sort of frustration or annoyance?
Without doubt, there's always frustration, yes. But if it's a rule, it's a rule. It's either that or you don't gain entry. So it's just the way it is with Fulton Hogan. So you get given a set of rules, you break them at your peril. So.
No, that's fine. I've probably taken that as far as I can.
Do you think? I mean, is there a need? Perhaps, just following on, and I guess going back to my question, which probably I didn't go far enough with it, but there's options. I guess it's this trying to work out staging to avoid perhaps truck drivers going past. It would seem to me that it would be useful to have some sort of controller system to say, oh, look, it's you're getting stacked up, can you wait? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all going to help with safety and avoiding frustrations and that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yes.
But that doesn't happen now to you, at other quarries, to your knowledge?
Most quarries have a pretty good road in, so
It's not
yeah.
so much an issue, no.
No, it's not so much of an issue. It's
Going
probably
going back to this one where, we have got, certainly in the stage one, this issue about waiting to turn in, which
Yes.
can be hazardous. If you've got, obviously you can only have one or two trucks there.
Yeah.
Would you see useful to have a requirement for some sort of management plan that did try and avoid that by some controller liaising with incoming trucks and saying, well, look, there's a whole lot stacked up now, might be best for you to wait down the road a bit?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Any help's good help.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we might do, Mr. Luke, is just take these matters up with Mr. Kelly. I'm conscious there is conditions 67, 68, 69 and following might provide the answer, but it's certainly been useful hearing from you from a day-to-day operational matter, because it's really assists with how effective traffic management plans can be.
Yeah.
Okay. Might that be an appropriate time to take the lunch adjournment, or? Okay. And we'll hear from Mr. Kelly on.
Mr. Kelly afterwards. Yep, that'd be good. Thank you.
Thank you. indulgence on the slightly longer lunch hour, we just took the opportunity to have a very cursory examination of the joint witness statement on transport that's come in. Can't say that we've read it word for word, but I think we've got a fairly good understanding of what it contains and whether levels of disagreement still exist. So that's fine. Before we go to the next witness, Mr. Kelly, just a few housekeeping matters. And firstly, can I just welcome some newcomers to the proceedings? Got Ms. Fraser, Mr. Wanty, thank you, Ms. Jenkin, and Mr. Chow. Welcome. There's a register of attendances on the just outside the door. I don't know if you haven't at some stage. Could you just fill that in? Thank you. For the newcomers, and you may well have been watching on Zoom, I'm not too sure, or Teams or whatever. I'm David McMahon, I'm the chair of the panel, and on my far right is Commissioner Liz Burge and Commissioner Nigel Mark Brown in the middle, and you all know Ash, I think. She's keeping everyone sane. A couple of other housekeeping matters. I feel like I'm reading telegrams out at a wedding here, but I've received via Ash an email from the JEPS committee from Jenny Blake just to confirm that post Monday's morning's expert meeting, Mr. Wanty will be providing additional materials to the panel as a summary. So I presume that hasn't come as a surprise to you, Mr. Wanty. Okay. Not yet, no.
David, can you just put your microphone on? Sorry.
Sorry, yes, I believe I thought it had been posted on the website via Catherine Irons, but and it hasn't been. I did ask the other traffic people if they wished to see it, but didn't have a response at that stage.
If we're talking about the statement that came in on Friday,
the summary statement
yes,
I'm just talking about.
Yes, that has been received and posted on the webpage.
Oh, the other piece of that she might be alluding to, there's the one-page slide which Ash has already in hand.
Yes, so that would be the additional material that.
I'm presuming that's my assumption.
Professor Irons, I can see you lurking there with intent. Do you want to come on in and just clarify that for us?
Certainly, it's the one-page slide that he'll be using in his presentation. That's the one that Jenny forwarded.
Thank you. Good to get that cleared up. Thanks very much. Okay. I've also had an email from Ash, from Professor Irons, just letting the panel know that unfortunately Mr. Kirker has had to return back to Christchurch ill, and that he will not be here in person tomorrow. And Professor Irons says that she's not sure whether he'll be able to attend online, and nor is he, but we will know tomorrow on that. And Ms. Catherine Irons has indicated that she's given Mr. Kirker options for conferencing on air quality, but we're just not too sure about the preferences there. Professor Irons, is there any update on that, or is that the latest to hand?
That's the latest to hand. I presume I'll hear something else tonight, and then again tomorrow about the conferencing, and tomorrow about presentation.
Okay. Well, as I said this morning, there's always that fallback position of if Mr. Kirker is not available, and just so I'm not getting confused with Mr. Monty's situation, Mr. Kirker is not leaving the country, is he?
No.
No. He's just
No, he's just ill.
Yes.
And he was busy worrying about having to isolate and stuff like that.
Well, I think I've asked Mr. Noonan on equality. Yes, Mr. Noonan and Ms. Ryan and the two planners to take the lead on that. They'll check in with Mr. Kirker as to his availability, but the fallback position was for him to comment on any JWS that they produce. And I think that's still the currency of that matter. Good.
Sounds
Thank,
sensible.
thank you. Just another administrative matter from submitter Brett Hall. And it looks like he no longer wishes to make a presentation in support of his submission. He was scheduled to be heard on Wednesday afternoon, 2:45, I think. So that's vacated, so we'll just see how we can best spend that time. And finally, I have an email from Anna McClellan from Greater Wellington. No, not present. Okay. I'll deal with that later because it raises a very important issue that she needs to hear. Mr. Mathis, just while that this hard copy of the joint witness statement is being circulated, have you had a chance to talk to your witness about how we might, whether we're going to go through the normal approach or whether a different approach has been preferred in this instance because there is a JWS?
Yeah, it's probably, I'll probably just best leave it up to Mr. Kelly to sort of decide. It might be best, Mr. Kelly, if you're happy with that, to sort of do it issue by issue, I suspect, rather than so. And there seem to be some issues. So perhaps you could even take the JWS issue by issue and work through those and see what's left. But or whatever works, whatever you think's easiest from your perspective. But
yeah, I think it might be easier talking to my summary statement first, and then perhaps take you through the charts of Mr. Rowe's evidence, because I think those are highly relevant. It's important that you understand what's in those charts because they are central to some of the arguments that are also in the joint witness statement. And then if I go to the joint witness statement and we pick up residual issues, does that sound like a way forward? I'm sort of in your hands, really. But
summary statement. Got it. Well, yes, yes, that's good. Normally, the process where we'd start with the JWS, particularly where there was an area of disagreement, and then if there was no need to go any further, we'd leave it there and move on. But having read the JWS, there seems to be more areas of disagreement than there are agreement on the matters that are at least being canvassed.
I was going to say, I mean, I think it gives the impression there's a lot of disagreement.
Yeah.
I don't think there is. We have focused on the disagreement.
Well, why don't we agree to do an issue by issue, and we'll leave it in your hands as to whether you start with a summary, rebuttal, or your evidence in chief, or the JWS, so long as you get across the salient points.
Right. Okay.
Well, but I do think, Mr. Kelly, look, if you think it's important, I think you should work through Mr. Rowe's model and do that as background if you need to do that to address the issues, because it does seem to have some overlap.
I do think the analysis that Mr. Rowe has done, it's unfortunate, obviously he's not here, but the analysis which is summarised by those charts in his evidence is pretty central to everything. So I think it would be important to talk to those.
That's
and
absolutely
ensure
fine.
you're across those as well as everybody else.
Yes, and it's context in that sense, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
We should have a copy of Mr. Rowe's evidence in chief then in front of us.
Yes, you should.
Would it be in here? Rowe, R-O-W. I don't think he had a summary statement, did he? No.
No, he didn't, no.
Yes, okay, it's in the second folder. Okay, Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Okay, I think I'll focus on my summary statement, and I'll pick up, if relevant at the appropriate points, if I can, on the joint witness statement. As I say, I'll follow up with Mr. Rowe's charts afterwards, after my main evidence.
Okay. Having just said that, I see that Mr. Rowe does have oh no, it is primary evidence, isn't it?
It is primary evidence.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My statement's obviously a bit longer than the one you heard just before lunch. I think there's some sections here with your acceptance we can take as read. My introduction is really just saying what the content is of this statement. Section 2 is the proposed change to the maximum number of truck movements, and I'm sure you're familiar with that, that change by now. And Section 3 was just clarifying a statement in my primary evidence, which was probably more to do with punctuation than anything else. So I was just making sure that was clear. So if you're okay, I'll pick up at Section 4 of my summary of my evidence in chief at paragraph 4.1.
That's fine.
The safe operation of the access intersection and State Highway 58 is of paramount importance to the applicant, and the applicant has absolutely no wish to operate the quarry if this would in any way compromise the safety of road users. In terms of physical works, this application involves modification of an existing intersection which has operated without incident for a number of years. And just on that point, I don't know if you've done a site visit or if you're familiar with the site already, but you will have noticed this is actually quite a high standard intersection. It's not a small side road access of any sort.
Yes, Mr. Kelly, I should have, I did outline what we'd done on day one of the hearing, and just for the benefit of yourself, Mr. Wanty, Ms. Fraser, Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Chow, we undertook a full site visit on Sunday, Quarry, Access Road intersection, drove up and down State Highway 58, Harris Road, Murphy's Road. So we have a pretty good appreciation of traffic environment, the posted speed environment, the environmental speed environment, the nature of the formations, that sort of thing. So
that's great.
And we will be revisiting the site on at least one further occasion, and visiting submitted properties also.
Okay, I understand that. Picking up at 4.3, headline quotes regarding crash statistics for the wider 58 route, I believe, are misleading in the context of the more immediate environment of the quarry access. Nonetheless, safety issues are acknowledged, and this is why Waka Kotahi is advancing plans for a package of safety improvements in this area. Waka Kotahi is responsible for the safe operation of the state highway network, and we initiated liaison with Waka Kotahi very early in the process, as the design of the intersection needed to be acceptable to Waka Kotahi from a safety performance perspective. That was very clear right from the outset. The exclusion of an acceleration and deceleration lane was the preference of Waka Kotahi for safety reasons, and the applicant team accepted this, despite this impacting upon the number of truck movements which could be accommodated. My evidence and that of Mr. Rowe describes extensive modelling of the access intersection, and the objective of the modelling was to identify a pragmatic solution which enabled truck activity but without compromising the safe and efficient operation of State Highway 58. Such modelling is necessarily reliant upon a number of assumptions, and we have adopted what we consider to be the most realistic values and consider the assessments to be generally conservative. The number of truck movements which can be accommodated is sensitive to the volume of the westbound traffic movement on State Highway 58, and forecasting of these volumes has been complicated by the effects of the COVID pandemic and the effects of the Transmission Gully project. Uncertainties in relation to the modelling variables and the forecast traffic volumes has been acknowledged and addressed with a package of measures to both monitor conditions and enable changes if needed. A key point of difference is the acceptable level of maximum delay experienced by truck drivers, and the likelihood that high levels of delay could result in risk-taking with a consequence for the safety environment. In the context of professional, experienced and well-trained truck drivers, I disagree with the notion of a 120-second threshold above which a propensity for risk-taking is assumed to occur. And I just say that you'll notice in the joint witness statement, I'm sure that we basically all maintained our position on that. We didn't reach any agreement on that issue. Regardless, the proposal by the applicant to reduce the maximum number of exiting trucks from 45 to 30 an hour largely removes this issue, in my view. While the results of various mathematical models have been reported in both applicant and submitter evidence, these are nonetheless theoretical. And in my view, the evidence of Paul Lucitz, a driver trainer for Fulton Hogan, who you heard just before lunch, presents what I consider to be a very practical perspective and points to the conservatism of the theoretical models. I consider the primary issue is not whether the gap acceptance adopted in the modelling is 8 seconds or 10 seconds, or whether the truck power rating should be 250 kilowatts or 300 kilowatts. Rather, the focus should be upon the ability of the proposed monitoring and review regime to firstly detect any operational problems, and secondly, to instigate actions to address such problems to ensure that the safe operation of 58 is maintained.
Do you just want to pause there for a moment? Do we want to go to questions now or let them run? Yeah. You think? Okay. We might just pose some questions to you at this point.
Okay.
Just on a couple of issues that you've raised. Nigel, do you want to kick off? No?
Yeah, so your key point here is that regardless of the 120 seconds or the power rating of the truck, you believe that the reduction in numbers and monitoring and review are enough to detect issues. It doesn't sort of quite sit with me. I'm not quite comfortable there because what I see is that a monitoring will identify an issue, but that may be too late. And I know it's not a no effects situation, but I just need to understand your regime and how that would work.
Okay, the approach we've taken is to use a conservative modelling approach, as I would call it. So when you model something, you can model it as close as possible to what you think it is, but obviously there are a number of variables you have to adopt in that modelling. And we have adopted what I call conservative. And I say conservative because, and this will relate to the charts that I talked to in John Rowe's evidence, all of those results relate to a combination of the worst hour in the week, the weekday PM peak. That's when the westbound flow is at its very highest, plus the maximum number of trucks that is allowed to move in that period. So we're combining those two things, which is a worst case. So we are reliant on what we consider to be very robust modelling to reach our conclusions. And the monitoring and review regime is simply there because we accept nothing can be ever certain. There's always uncertainty. There's uncertainty in the westbound forecast volumes on 58. There is uncertainty around delay times. So in what I consider to be a very unlikely event as a problem, we have a mechanism to pick it up and deal with it. We're not relying on that mechanism. We're not assuming there are going to be problems and that's how we sweep them up. It's in the very unlikely event that something does happen that wasn't anticipated, that we have a means of picking it up and dealing with it.
Yeah, I'll leave my questions. I'll listen for a bit, yeah.
I'll ask one question, Mr. Kelly, and that's, I understand what you're saying. To me, there's two components to your answer. One is, well, the issue is how do you prevent risk-taking? And you've given a modelling scenario about the nature and likelihood of that risk occurring. But at 410, you say that regardless of what you've said above, the proposal by the applicant to reduce the maximum number of existing truck movements from 45 to 30 largely removes this issue. And I'm having some trouble understanding the logic behind that. Certainly it addresses the number of potential instances in which the issue could arise, but how does it largely remove the issue? Because there'll still be trucks, albeit no longer 45, but 30, wishing to make a left-hand turn onto State Highway 58 to travel west. They'll still have to deal with the traffic on the road. They'll have to pick the gap. Isn't the issue still there, but the propensity or the potential for it to occur has been lessened as opposed to removed?
Partly, yes. The delay that will be experienced by trucks making that left turn exit is a function not only of the westbound volume on 58, but the volume of trucks that are wanting to make that movement too. So if they are reduced, the level of delay experienced by trucks will reduce as well. Because if a number of them are queuing on the approach to the access, obviously with fewer trucks turning up in any period of time, the occurrence of them needing to queue behind another truck will be reduced if we drop from 45 to 30. And this is shown in the results of Mr. Rowe that I will talk through in the charts a bit later on. He's showing that even at 45, he's satisfied that for all realistic scenarios, the level of delay is actually below 120 seconds. But that does depend upon what you assume to be the gap acceptance variable, and I'll come to that. But then if you now drop it to 30, the delays actually move even further down. That provides me much more comfort that problems will not occur.
Yes, I understand your answer in 14 better now. What you're telling the panel is that there's two factors behind that statement. One is the traffic volumes on travelling westbound, but also the potential for queuing to make that manoeuvre. On that latter issue, couldn't the applicant control that through the staged exit of trucks, regardless of whether it was 45 or 30, by ensuring that trucks didn't follow each other down the access road and have a 4-minute gap or whatever? Wouldn't that be a management technique to deal with that issue?
Fulton Hogan will correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is of the logistics and the operational characteristics of the way the trucks are loaded up at the quarry. You don't load a whole bunch of trucks at the same time, so they do naturally leave at an interval when they're loaded up, and then they depart. So you don't load 4 trucks, they all go together. You load a truck, it goes, you load the next truck, it goes, and there's an interval between them.
Understand that. Presumably, though, the ability of Fulton Hogan to control departures from their site is more readily achieved than controlling arrivals.
Potentially, yes. But I'm sort of in the hands of Fulton Hogan.
Could I just add to that? I think Mr. Kelly is quite correct, and that the gap between trucks exiting the site is actually controlled naturally by time of loading.
Yes.
And the gap that creates.
Yes, that's the answer I was hearing. And so I was asking the further question, hasn't Fulton Hogan got more control over that than trucks actually entering the site?
Yes, it could put things in place, but I would consider that very unnecessary, given that I think adequate gaps of 4 to 5 minutes were already created by the loading of trucks.
How does that affect trucks entering the site?
I thought we were talking about trucks exiting.
We were, and I was contrasting that with Fulton Hogan's ability to control the entry of trucks onto the site.
Okay, so in controlling the entry onto site, that's a matter of how we schedule and discuss when pickups can take place with the truck operators.
Yes, and you would have heard my questions to Mr. Lucic this morning on that. Yes.
Correct.
He wasn't able to give us any particular assurance about the systematic approach to that from Fulton Hogan. Are you in a position to do that?
No. And to be quite frank, we can schedule trucks. We can't determine the exact time they will turn up.
Okay.
However, given the frequency of trucks turning up, it's unlikely that there will be multiple trucks stacking in the right turn lane.
Yes. Unlikely, but possible.
I guess anything's possible, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Kelly, you would like to proceed?
Okay. So now I'm at section 5, my rebuttal evidence in response to the evidence of Mr. Wanty. Mr. Wanty presents a considerable volume of detailed analysis of the crash and traffic performance of the 58 environment. And I am rather disappointed that Mr. Wanty chose not to contact me during the assembly of this information because as a result, an opportunity to correct a number of matters has been missed. In my experience, a little bit of time spent talking can save a lot of time writing evidence. Mr. Wanty's evidence was prepared in advance of him being informed about the reduction in maximum hourly truck movements. Mr. Wanty suggested that the applicant has not provided public information relating to the impact of laden quarry trucks exiting left from Willowbank Quarry Road. The evidence of Mr. Rowe addresses this matter in some detail. A central issue for Mr. Wanty is the decision not to provide an acceleration lane. Mr. Wanty notes that the inclusion of such a lane would be beneficial for capacity, enabling more trucks to exit in a given time period. I agree, but the rationale for not including an acceleration lane was safety. And as I've described, this is the preference of Waka Kotahi, which, as State Highway Authority, has considerable experience from across the country for such layouts. And in my view, this is part of a wider change in emphasis by Waka Kotahi in recent years, which has resulted in a greater prioritisation of safety improvements over efficiency gains. And I support this change, which is also evident in the promotion of roundabouts and the closure of some passing lanes.
Okay.
Is that a question?
Sort of, but I was just going to see if there was an obvious... Let's proceed to the end of that. Oh, okay, it carries on, doesn't it?
Does it?
Okay, I'll ask the question now, and it'll be obviously a question for Waka Kotahi, so I'll signal it for them. But where you say, I agree, but the rationale for not including the acceleration was safety, that to a non-traffic engineer and traffic planner, that seems counterproductive, because it would seem that the acceleration lanes at some stage in the evolution of transport engineering was seen as safety measures. And what you're suggesting now is that there's now a change in emphasis in the discipline, and that's not necessarily the case anymore. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more so that we can understand, and just elaborate on what your position is in terms of, notwithstanding traffic Waka Kotahi's preference as the road controlling authority, what your position is as a traffic engineer and transportation planner?
Yep. Okay. Okay. The reason for not including an acceleration lane is if you imagine for a moment a situation with an acceleration lane in place. So a truck is approaching, it's going to turn left. It continues along the acceleration lane and it is gradually picking up speed. There's a vehicle behind it, approaching behind it, and you get into that sort of ambiguous situation. The truck driver is now looking in his mirrors, he can't look to his right, and he's trying to assess what that vehicle's going to do. Is that vehicle going to try and get past? We do have some drivers who have a mindset that they must get past any truck at whatever cost. Okay. And so it just creates that uncertainty, that ambiguity, and that ambiguity can result at worst in the driver having to stop at the end of the merge lane because the car has decided to proceed. And so it's avoiding that sort of uncertainty, and that's the same reason why some passing lanes have been taken out, because in some situations they can be quite dangerous for that reason.
Yes, and is that latter situation, is that a function of deceleration lanes generally, or a function of their length?
Both, to some extent. Every passing lane is different, and sometimes they are of insufficient length, and it causes a problem.
Yes,
The other issue I was just going to mention is one of cyclists. If we do know there are cyclists using 58. I cycle a lot personally. I wouldn't really wish to cycle 58 anyway, but if you do end up you're cycling westbound towards Porirua, you're coming past the access intersection, and now there's a merge lane and a truck's looking to merge, and you're on the sort of outside of it. That's not a very pleasant place to be. And again, there's a problem of visibility for the driver to see that cyclist is there. The cyclist may decide to cut across and go to the left-hand side of the merge lane. That's their call. But again, it's that ambiguity, that possibility of an incident occurring.
So the current sort of the latest thinking and good practice, if you like, in transportation engineering is to reduce that possibility by creating a more of a stop-go type situation.
That's correct. Yes, that's my understanding of the Waka Kotahi position. And you asked me about whether it was my view too. It is a bit frustrating from a traffic engineer because you are trading safety for efficiency, and probably 20 years ago we'd have all been sat here saying it was all about efficiency, but times change, priorities change, and I'm fully on board with that change for promoting safety. And as I said, it comes at a cost of the number of truck movements you can move out of there.
Okay, I'll come to it. Mr. Burge.
I just wondered if that's the same for the deceleration lane. I understand your position with the acceleration lane, but for the other, or do you can't have one without the other?
Not necessarily. The problem with the deceleration lane is that if you just provide a deceleration lane, then for the driver who is exiting and looking to their right, and the vehicle is in that deceleration lane, that can block the view of a through westbound vehicle. Now, the way of avoiding that is to provide a physical separation of that left turn deceleration lane. But to do so, the whole intersection becomes a lot bigger. And that happens. I live near the Ruby Bay bypass, and the intersections there are very wide. They provide that sort of design. And you sometimes provide it where turning volumes are quite high, but not usually for a quarry, individual quarry or activity like this in this situation. And again, it's not great for cyclists. If you're cycling westbound and now you've got a deceleration lane on your left, and maybe a vehicle's moving into that, you may find yourself between two vehicles. And again, it's not a nice place to be.
Just to follow up to that, we are not traffic engineers. We visited the site on Sunday. We looked left and right. The land is reasonably flat, the curvature and the topography. It seemed to be good visibility in either side. Two questions there. Is there any technical guidance such as Ausroads on the length of acceleration and deceleration lanes?
There is, yes. I couldn't tell you what the values are, but there's plenty of research on those things from Ausroads and elsewhere.
Yes. And is there sufficient land available either side of the entranceway to construct acceleration and deceleration? Is there enough
Not within road reserve. I think if you're providing an acceleration lane, you'd be taking land from the Judgeford Kennels on the west side of the intersection, and probably land from Willowbank, I think, on the east side too. So I don't think you can do it within road reserve.
No. So there's physically enough length, but there's not enough width within the road reserve. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. That's correct. Yep. And I just sort of link to that. I could also link to the joint witness statement. That was not an issue we traversed.
Yes.
And I believe we're maintaining the same position. Mr. Wanty will speak to his position, but Mr. Wanty obviously felt, I think at least an acceleration lane should be provided. But obviously, Mr. Wanty will talk to that later.
Yes. Okay. The reason I asked that is I wanted to be certain that, in addition to those paradigm shift type reasons that we just discussed, that it wasn't because of some sort of physical limitation, particularly in terms of length, that an acceleration lane or deceleration lane couldn't be provided.
This is not some sort of cost saving measure.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just in terms of...
I mean, if they were to be provided, there's also, I would suggest, a sort of environmental consequence of just having, a lot more Tar C or much wider road cross-section there too. But that's not the primary issue. The primary issue is safety.
Yes. Mr. Kelly, are you familiar with the intersection of State Highway 1 and State Highway 7 at north of Amberley, which the State Highway 1 being the main trunk road, and State Highway 7 goes through to Waikari and...
Yeah, I think so, yes.
It's a crossroad situation. It's quite a wide road formation at that intersection, and the road to the left goes to the Cape Valley landfill.
Right, okay. Yeah.
There's a deceleration lane coming out of that for vehicles, trucks travelling south towards Christchurch. And it comes very quickly onto the abutment of a bridge, which must be the Waipara River, maybe, or the Waikari River. I can't remember. But in that instance, the deceleration lane standards as set by Ausroads weren't able to be met. Yet the deceleration lane was still provided in a truncated form, which has led to some instances where trucks enter the deceleration lane but then have to make a manoeuvre very quickly to get out of it or to hit the abutment of the bridge.
Right.
I just wondered if you were familiar with that at all.
Yeah, the detail you're talking about, I'm not familiar with it in that detail. I've gone through that intersection, but I haven't sort of stopped to look at it in any way.
Okay. But that's not a situation we would find here, though. If there was a desire to produce these lanes in either direction, and there was and that was enough length, and there was an ability to form the road, they could be physically constructed.
Oh, I mean, anything's possible from an engineering perspective. It's a question of need and safety and cost and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned Cape Valley is that it wasn't possible physically to achieve the length because of the distance of the intersection to the bridge abutment was less than 300 metres.
Yeah. I mean, what I would point out about this intersection, and as you said, you've seen it, you'll have noticed it has quite a wide radius. It's got a very wide mouth, this intersection. I don't know how that compares to the example you've just given.
Well, this is a legal road intersection. This is a crossroad situation as opposed to a private access way. Okay. No, I just wanted to understand that, and I do now.
Okay to keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think I'm at 5.6. Mr. Wanty suggests that the position of Waikakotahi in this regard is conflicted either because of its future ambitions for 58 or because of its need for aggregate. And I can say that neither of those things is true from my understanding. Mr. Wanty raises a concern regarding cyclist safety. The provision of adequate shoulders is an important aspect of the interim layout. I note that the provision of deceleration and acceleration lanes would present a dangerous environment, as I've just said, for cyclists, and this has been a factor in the decision not to include these in the intersection design. Mr. Wanty suggests a need for immediate improvements at the Murphy's Road intersection as a condition of consent. It is not the responsibility of the applicant to address deficiencies at this location or anywhere else. The 58 Safety Improvements Project will address safety concerns at this location. Mr. Wanty suggests that morning and evening peak period opposing flows exceed 1,000 vehicles per hour or 1,100 passenger car units per hour, resulting in delays for quarry trucks of, and I quote, several minutes, such that the quarry truck drivers would most likely force their way into the traffic and cause consequential shock impact to the state highway and safety concerns. Now, figure 1, I provide the most recent volumes I've managed to download for State Highway 58 westbound for the week beginning 25th of July 2022. And I'll just take a moment maybe to just talk you through the layout of that chart. The left-hand axis, the vertical axis, is the volumes in vehicles per hour, so that's running from 0 up to 1,200. The bottom axis, the horizontal axis, is basically hours of the week running between Monday midnight through to Sunday at midnight. And so what you see moving across the chart are the 5 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which all have a very similar pattern of westbound volume in terms of an AM peak, which sits at around 850 vehicles an hour, and a PM peak, which is higher at about 950 vehicles an hour, and what we call the interpeak period, obviously in between, which is significantly lower in volume. And then on the right, we have Saturday and Sunday. Sunday is not really relevant in the context of the quarry because it's not going to operate on a Sunday. Saturday exhibits a single but broader peak, which is lower in magnitude, and that sits at around 650 vehicles an hour. Traffic engineers do like their charts, I'm afraid. Notice that. At 5.11, this data is consistent with that used by Mr. Rowe in his analysis, and his analysis indicates that even for the busiest part of the day, truck delays will be within acceptable levels, and especially with the reduction in the proposed maximum volumes. As confirmed in the evidence of Mr. Lucet's, drivers will not take inappropriate gaps in the traffic stream to exit from the quarry. Mr. Wanty quotes a Stuff article which in turn quotes the AA regarding forecast volume increases on State Highway 58 arising from the Transmission Gully project, and uses this to argue for further restrictions upon the hours of quarry operation. And he speculates about how volumes may change post-COVID and longer term post-Transmission Gully. We have acknowledged a range of uncertainties in the forecast volumes, and this is why we have proposed an adaptive monitoring and review regime which identifies volume thresholds at which the number of truck movements would be reduced. Mr. Wanty acknowledges that there would be little need for quarry trucks to route through Pautanui village, but suggests that the Plimmerton Farms development could justify time restrictions on truck movements to avoid school arrival and departure times within the village. The Plimmerton Farms development and any other large development will be subject to the approval of a construction traffic management plan, which would stipulate truck routes and time restrictions, taking account of any schools or any other sensitive activities along the potential truck routes. In my view, this is the appropriate mechanism to achieve the desired outcome. Mr. Wanty is surprised that no update of my earlier assessment has been provided, which he claims used incorrect volumes to reflect the post-TGA environment. And I quote, "Despite the apparent deliberate delays to this hearing to enable the post-TGM opening flows to be observed and appropriately used." I'll just clarify that the delays to this hearing were not deliberate and were not for this reason. I did not update my earlier analysis because that was superseded by the microsim analysis, which is reported in the evidence of Mr. Rowe. The analysis reported in July 21 used observed counts for March 21 and factored those by 1% per annum up to 2025, and then an additional 9% to allow for the forecast effects of Transmission Gully within the peak periods. In summary, I do not agree with the rationale put forward by Mr. Wanty for reductions in the operating hours or the number of truck movements, especially with the most recent reduction in maximum levels of truck activity, which are now proposed by the applicant.
I'll just pause there before you move to the Waka Kotahi expert. Any questions?
Just in terms of your paragraph 515, so what you're saying there, it's the Fulton Hogan are not looking at restricting travel through Plimmerton. It would be the responsibility of any, if you like, development that required trucks to get to them if they happen to have to use that route.
Yeah, I mean, we don't disagree with the intention. The intention is obviously to reduce or eliminate truck movements through the village at the times the schools are arriving or departing, but that may be one of a number of sensitive activities along the route. So it's best dealing with the route, and if you're dealing with the route, you're best looking at where those trucks are going, the development they're servicing, whether it's Plimmerton Farms or anywhere else. So we're not trying to duck responsibility. I'm simply saying there's a more logical way, I believe, of doing it.
I don't know what to say.
Sorry.
Once I don't have a...
That is a first, no.
But I do have a question. But let's just see if... okay. It's just your 518, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Matheson, in his opening, talked about the rationale for having hours of operation outside of the 6 to 6 period, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. period. For the morning period, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., he described the rationale for that as largely a transportation reason to enable trucks to enter the state highway network more safely prior to peak traffic. And I'm paraphrasing him there, and he'll correct me if I've got it wrong, but I think that was generally the wording that he used. Does that match and pair with your appreciation of the rationale? And that's the first question. And secondly, how likely is that to actually bear out in practice?
Yeah, unfortunately, that chart I provided doesn't provide the definition to show the hours 6 to 7 as opposed to 7 to 8 or 8 to 9. But generally, 6 to 7 volumes are lower. That's pre-morning peak. And so the ability to move trucks in that period would be associated with lower levels of delay, in my view. We haven't specifically modelled that 1 hour, but that would be my analysis of that situation.
Yes.
In terms of the likelihood of that happening, it really depends on the operator as to, I guess it's more an operational reason where they want to move trucks in that hour.
Yes, but purely from a traffic, if that's going to spread the number of trucks per day, will help spread them, and
it would. Yeah, I mean, if it reduces trucks in other time periods, then yes, that would be beneficial.
Yes. Yep. How easy would it be for you to reproduce that chart with that period on it?
In terms of what purely the volumes are, quite easy. I mean, I've got the data. I can certainly do that.
Yes, we would appreciate that.
Yep. Okay.
In terms of the nighttime period, and just before I ask this question, Mr. Matheson, can you just correct me on this? Is it 6 to 10 or 7 to 10?
Yeah, this is a difficulty. That the quarry hours were proposed to be 6, but then the shoulder period is 7 till 10.
For noise.
Yeah, for noise.
Yes.
So that's why there's some confusion in some of the conditions and the evidence.
Yes, okay.
So the so it's the 6 till 10, but the shoulder period 7 till 10.
Yes. Whilst you've got your microphone on, can you just... did I get it right in terms of the morning reason, the rationale? Was largely a transportation reason?
Yeah, as I understand it, it's more that...
what about the evening one?
Yeah, well, I think the evening one might be more a project one.
Yes.
Specifically. I mean, I'm not sure whether... I mean, I think that what clearly was, generally contractors want to avoid double handling material, and you can't empty a truck and then put it back on a truck and put it into the ground for part of roadworks and all that. And for concrete areas, concrete and plants have only got a certain amount of area, etc. So I expect the reason is probably evening seems, well, based on, what Fulton Hogan's advised me and what I've seen in other quarries, it seems to be more common. The morning pickup seems to be truck drivers wanting to get a good start on the day and miss the morning peak and get in and get a load in and out.
Okay, but that's pretty much how I understood you explain it. That the morning, Mr. Kelly, the morning one was really largely for transportation. The evening one had a project basis to it. Mm-hmm. But regardless, I guess what I want to ask you, and I've already asked you about the morning one, what impact would allowing that additional hours of operation for truck movements between 6 and 10 p.m. Have in terms of these safety issues that have been raised?
I think there'd be very little consequence, to be honest. The volumes drop rapidly in the evening peak. I mean, you can almost see that in that chart, but I will provide a high definition chart, but they do drop off fairly quickly in the evening. So yes. With much lower opposing traffic westbound on 58, it will be easier for trucks to get out. The associated delays will be lower,
Yes.
and so on.
Is there an obvious drop-off time frame based on what you've observed?
Well, I can provide that when I provide the detail, but
Yes.
yeah, I can give you that certainly.
Would you hazard a guess at this point?
Well, certainly, I mean, if we're talking 5 to 6 as being the peak, 6 o'clock onwards, things drop off fairly quickly. So by 6:30, volumes will be quite a bit lower.
Yes. Okay, so what you're saying is that, I'm not sure, I shouldn't ask you that. Would it be fair to say that the benefit of the 6 to 10 extension, if granted, for transportation perspective, would be less obvious than the extension in the morning period?
I believe so. I mean, if there is a benefit in terms of spreading daily movements across a greater number of hours, then you could reduce the number of trucks in the busier periods, I guess. So there's a benefit there too.
Yes, I guess we have to assume there is, based on what you told us at your earlier paragraph, 4.10. And the same principle would apply, surely.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wanty, let me.
I'm just saying there's lots of graphs available online. So
Yes.
it might say Mr. Kelly the bother, except it only goes to 9 o'clock.
Yes, Mr. Wanty, I did actually make an allowance for questions of clarification, and I just asked people to use them sparingly. But is there a question there, or you were just saying you've got some graphs?
I'm just saying I might save you the bother of Mr. Kelly kind of produce those graphs if you consider these ones, which are from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. There's a myriad of them which show the profile. So.
Well, why don't we reserve our position on that until we've seen them, and we'll advise Mr. Kelly accordingly at the end of the day. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Kelly, I've just lost my... Okay, you're at 6.1.
Yep. Okay, this is my rebuttal evidence in response to the evidence of Jason Chow. Mr. Chow's been engaged by Waka Kotahi to prepare evidence, and obviously whilst the views he expresses are his own, I consider those to be generally consistent with those expressed by the Waka Kotahi officers who I and we have liaised with regarding the intersection design issues, the available sightline, and the need for an adaptive monitoring regime to address uncertainty. And his evidence, again, was prepared in advance of him being informed about the reduction in maximum hourly truck movements. Mr. Chow is supportive of the interim layout, but subject to any recommendations from the safety audit. I've absolutely no problem with that. We've volunteered a post-construction safety audit from very early in the piece. Mr. Chow is also supportive of the long-term consent for both the interim and long-term layout, but subject to 4 points. For point A, and I'll just read to you what that is, because I should have included it in my evidence. Point A was that queues waiting at the right turn to be less than the storage length, 50 metres, at all times for the right turn in. We totally agree with that. There's no problem with that whatsoever. For point B, in which he said the average delay of turning vehicles being less than industry accepted practice of 120 seconds, right turn in again. My response is I disagree that there is any necessity to ensure that the average delays for the right turn entry movement need to be less than 120 seconds. And I don't consider that to be industry accepted practice, but I consider that that becomes rather academic with the proposed reductions in the number of truck movements.
The 45 to 30?
Yes.
Yep. Right.
For point C, and point C was that the maximum number of turning trucks left out under long-term post-58 upgrade are to be reduced, brackets conditioned, when westbound traffic exceeds a threshold of 1,300 or 1,400 vehicles per hour. Things have moved on a little bit since then, obviously, because that middle threshold has now disappeared because we're talking about 30 trucks an hour and not the 35. But the reference to 1,300 vehicles an hour is now redundant. I'm just making that point. For point D, in which he said the maximum number of turning trucks right turn in under long-term pre-58 upgrade is conditioned when westbound traffic exceeds a threshold of 1,400 vehicles an hour. I accept the point, but I regard it as being likely to be hypothetical since the westbound volumes on State Highway 58 are unlikely to reach as high as 1,400 vehicles an hour prior to the 58 safety upgrade work. And obviously we understand there's a risk that that work may not get consent or whatever. I understand that, but in my view, I think that is rather unlikely. At paragraph 6.3, I note that Mr. Chow is supportive of the design without acceleration and deceleration lanes. And at his paragraph 6.13, Mr. Chow suggests that, and I quote, the applicant is silent on whether the 64 entry and 64 exit movements include a combination of left turn in and right turn in or right turn in only. And just for clarification, at paragraph 4.14 of my evidence, I describe how arriving trucks will be arriving from both directions, from both the west and the east. Mr. Chow states that the proposed maximum number of right turn trucks is 360 trucks per day. This is incorrect. The proposed daily maximum is not obtained by summating the hourly maxima because condition 62 constrains the maximum daily movements in each direction to 250. Given that truck arrivals will be split by direction, I would expect the number of right turn entry movements per day to be well below 250. And I stress that this just applies to the interim layout, not the long-term solution, obviously, where it's left in, left out. At paragraph 626 of his evidence in relation to the delay threshold of 120 seconds suggested by Ms. Fraser, Mr. Charles suggests that the level of delay should be continuously monitored by camera to ensure this threshold is not exceeded. I disagree. Any requirement to continuously monitor would require excessive resources and is unnecessary, particularly since cameras on their own cannot determine delays, but the footage would have to be analysed. The intent of the proposed use of cameras is to enable conditions at a point in time to be reviewed in response to any reported complaint or incident. The footage can also be randomly reviewed in response to any request from Waka Kotahi or Council as part of the periodic reporting process. At paragraph 631, Mr. Chow considers 1,200 vehicles an hour to be an appropriate volume to use as a base model. I do not consider that to be relevant if we intentionally linked maximum truck numbers to the 58 westbound volumes. And just a final and very minor point is that photo 4 of Mr. Chow's evidence identified the quarry access with an arrow, but actually pointed to adjacent access to the east.
Probably don't need to, well, let's just see if there's any questions on your section 6, Commissioner Burge.
Just in relation to Mr. Chow's point about the continuously monitoring by camera, so you're not envisaging any real monitoring, you know, like apart from camera monitoring, if you like, you know, a person standing there with a clipboard type scenario to do any spot checking or anything like that. You're just solely relying on cameras. Is that how I understand it?
Oh, I wouldn't eliminate the possibility of somebody going out on site and Waka Kotahi and Council, you know, they may decide to go out on site as part of their enforcement processes as well. The primary reliance will be on the cameras because they will record quite a lot of hours of footage. It's not the intent to have somebody sit down and trawl through all of that footage, but that footage is available so that if we have an incident reported, then we can go back and look at that footage and see whether a truck caused the problem, or we can use that footage to randomly see what the delays were experienced by trucks and also what the gap acceptance is, since, as you realise, that's a key point of difference between us. So all those things can be reviewed either as random or as a matter of course, but we're not going to be sitting down looking at all of that data all of the time. There will be masses of it.
But you're saying it's a resource that can be looked upon, and obviously, well, I don't know about obviously, but maybe reporting that resource would be used for that.
It will be used as part of the periodic reporting required under the condition framework, yes.
Do you wish?
Mr Kelly, in your section 6.6, about the necessity to ensure that average delay is less than 120 seconds, and that becomes rather academic with the proposed reductions in the number of truck movements. Are you going to provide more fleshing out of that when you discuss Mr Rowe's modelling?
Yes, I will do, but also I'll just say that this was in relation to the right turn entry movement.
Yep.
And just for context, that just relates to the interim layout, which we would hope is going to be rather short-term in nature, but obviously we can't guarantee that. But the issue there is not so much what the delay is, but ensuring that trucks do not queue beyond the length of the right turn bay, and that is why we have a condition in there requiring, and Mr Lucic touched on this earlier, that's why we have a condition there requiring that if a truck encounters that bay being fully occupied, they do have to go onto Haywoods and turn around and come back, however far it is, and they do not turn at moonshine.
But you did refer to the 120 seconds.
Yep.
So you're going to discuss that with those graphs, Mr Rowe?
I will do.
Yep.
I will do. Yep.
Mr Kelly, we're in your hands now, and unless you want to read your conclusion.
Can I just ask one question? Mr Kelly, it came up in terms of the acceleration lane. Can you just explain how that would relate to the proposed roundabouts proposed as part of the upgrade at Murphy's? Just to make sure the panel's aware of that.
Yeah, well, that so I think what you're getting at is that if the acceleration lane was to be constructed, it would result in a merge location, which is not that far removed from the Flighties Murphy's roundabout, which is going to be constructed as part of the 58 safety improvements package. So there is a potential risk element there too in terms of just the complexity of the environment.
As that's what's commonly known as 2B, stage 2B, that upgrade of that.
I believe it's 2B, I'm not absolutely sure, but yes.
Mr Chair, are you able to just confirm that at this point?
Hi, confirm in terms of...
the upgrade to the State Highway 58 Flighties Murphy's Road intersection, is that commonly known as stage 2B of the upgrades on State Highway 58?
In terms of specific, I'm not 100% sure in terms of the name, sorry.
Yeah. Ms Jenkins?
Yes, my that section is called stage 2B.
Yes.
And it runs from memory, Moonshine Road, through to Powatahanui, but I can forward you the publicly available Waka Kotahi information, which shows the staging names for those State Highway 58 upgrades.
That would be useful. Do you happen to know whether there is or was a 2A?
My understanding from memory is yes, there is. But if I forward the link through to Ash, then she'll be able to provide that to you and confirm those stagings.
Thank you. Mr Kelly, I guess what I'd appreciate at the moment, and I should have possibly asked Mr Baker to do this, and you don't have to do it now, but I really want someone to take us through the condition framework as it relates to what can happen if the consent's approved in the interim, and what that means for left and right-hand turns, and what happens after the upgrade to 2B, etc., and also the upgrade of the intersection to the Quarry. So I don't know whether it's you that's best placed to do that or Mr Baker, but it's only just dawned on me, and I apologise for this, that the consent, if granted, would enable right-hand turns. And that might seem obvious to everyone in the room but me, but it's only just dawned on me that that's a possibility. So it just goes to show that you shouldn't assume that we, even though we give the appearance of knowing everything, that we do.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the right turn entry movement for the interim layout?
Yes, I am.
Yes, yep.
Yes, okay. And I see that condition number 63, talks about prior to the completion of stage 2B, the maximum number of truck movements making the right-hand entry manoeuvre shall be.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so for the interim layout, the issue is the potential safety issue and the potential capacity issue is the right turn entry movement. And so the conditions are couched in terms of the volume of that movement, primarily around minimising the possibility of the right turn bay being fully occupied in the first place.
Yes.
But then once the safety improvements are in place and it becomes left in, left out, the issue then becomes the volume of the left turn exit movement. And so the volumes are couched in those terms. But obviously they're linked because what goes in must come out.
Yes. But as I said, I completely misunderstood that, and I thought that the interim arrangement was a left in, left out only.
For the safety improvement?
No,
oh, you thought
for
it
the
was
interim.
Oh, okay, right.
Yep. And that's not the case at all.
That's not. No.
No.
But there's no right turn exit movement under the interim layout. That is prohibited for trucks.
Okay, that wasn't obviously clear to me. From condition 63, but that's why I'd appreciate perhaps yourself or Mr. Baker taking us through that before you conclude your presentation, before we hear from Mr. Wanty.
Okay.
Do you have a plan? Do you have an intersection plan we could probably put up? It might be easier if, or a map or something. Yeah, we'll track one down. Do you want to maybe keep?
I mean, it appears that
just as one
my colleagues were aware of that, but only through some discovery. Wasn't that clear to?
No, that's fine. Well, I'm sorry, I should have made that clear at the start. What I'll ask is maybe if we finish, go through the graphs, etc., and in the meantime we'll dig up a plan, and then I think it's probably easier to just talk to a plan on it, and I think that'll work.
That's fine, Mr. Wanty. We're certainly going to give you sufficient time. Don't panic. I think you were scheduled for 4 o'clock.
I'm flexible.
Thank you. Good to know. And just while we're doing that, can I just welcome Ms. Davies and Ms. Blake to the room? Welcome. There's a register just inside the door. Yep, thank you. Okay. We're going to Mr. Kelly. So I think we're with you, Mr. Kelly.
Okay.
Is it Mr. Rowe's material, is it?
Yeah, so what I'm going to refer to are figures 5, 6, 7 and 8 in Mr. Rowe's, the body of his evidence.
Just give us some page numbers when you can.
I think it's 13,
Oh, yes.
14, oh no, 17, 18, 19 and 20.
Yes. Have those.
Okay, so I'll focus first on figure 5, if you've got that in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing I just want to be very clear about is that...
Oh, yes. I wonder whether we can put these on the screen so those people that are zooming in and the rest of them...
Can we... How do we do that?
So this is Mr. Rowe's primary statement of evidence. Good. Thank you. Good point.
You can do it.
And it's page 17. It's all right. Just a time lag, is it?
Yes.
Well, it's a dial-up mode without the sound. Here we go.
Ah.
Just up, yep, perfect. That's really good. And just,
Move up a little bit more.
You might have to reduce the size to do that.
Yeah. Can we get the bottom axis in?
Yep, there we go.
Figure 5, great. Okay. Right. So the first thing I'll say is that all of the charts that Mr. Rowe has done, his entire analysis relates to the busiest hour of the weekday. So this is the weekday PM peak for the westbound volume on State Highway 58. PM peak, yeah. And just to sort of put that in context, in the course of a week, there are 5 of those peak hours, obviously 5 evening peaks. And from my calculation, the Quarry is operating for around 69 hours a week. So for the remaining hours of the days and of the week, the traffic volumes on 58 will be lower than Mr. Rowe has assumed in his analysis. So this is what I said earlier about the conservatism in his analysis. He is applying the maximum number of trucks permitted in each period to the busiest time of day on State Highway 58. So that's the wider context for the results in this chart. The second thing I'd just note is that Mr. Rowe produced these charts prior to the drop in the truck numbers, and we had a different set of thresholds. So the 3 lines here relate to 20 trucks an hour, 35 trucks an hour, and 45 trucks an hour. But I'll come to that in a moment. So in terms of the configuration of this chart, the y-axis over here, the vertical axis, is the maximum delay in seconds per vehicle. Sorry, the average delay in seconds per vehicle. And the bottom axis, so moving from left to right along the bottom, is the increase in volume on State Highway 58 westbound. So you see the chart starts at 100%. So that 100% relates to 2019 volumes, which, because of COVID, are approximately what we're sitting at now. And just for the sake of argument, they are at about 1,000. It's actually slightly less than 1,000, but it just makes it easier to do calculations if you assume it's 1,000. So as you move right across the chart, you're sort of moving through time with 58 volumes increasing. So they go from 100% of 2019 values, 110, 120, 130, 140. And we have agreed with Ms. Fraser, I think there's no problem with this, we have agreed that the maximum reasonable volume on 58 to assume for this analysis is a 50% increase on current volumes. Because if you get beyond that level, you get to a point where, to be honest, there are other constraints in the corridor that are going to hold traffic back, like the 2 roundabouts at Moonshine and Flighty's Murphy's, for example.
Is there a time frame to that 50% increase?
Well, no, and that's sort of the reason we've done it this way is because with the uncertainty due to COVID, the uncertainty due to transmission gully, background growth, are we going into recession? So we know at some point you will reach 130%, but I can't tell you what year that's going to be in. And, you know, if things happen sooner, that will happen a bit sooner, otherwise it may go further back in time.
Right.
But I don't think you'll find a traffic engineer out there who would put hand on heart and tell you it's going to be 2035 or whatever.
No, but that's the third dimension, isn't it? And this is a two-dimension graph.
Yeah, yeah.
So does that take into account the state highway improvements or not?
Well, the improvements are safe. It's a safety project. It's not a capacity project. I don't believe those will significantly affect capacity. Putting in the two roundabouts will be a constraint, and that may be the bottleneck that limits the growth to 50%, or it may occur further afield. But that is talking about a big increase on the current volumes. So 50% is a large increase.
Yeah. So you don't believe that the actual upgrades are going to create an influx of vehicles as such?
No, it changes the profile of vehicles in time, and that's why we did the microsimulation model, because we wanted to take account of the effects of those roundabouts on the traffic patterns in this area.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've said as you move left to right, you're moving through time, volumes rise, and also as you move up those lines on the chart, you're moving into higher levels of truck activity. So the bottom line, the sort of grey line, the dark line on my chart, equates to 20 trucks an hour, a maximum of 20 trucks an hour. The next line up, the sort of bluey line, is the 35 trucks an hour, and the next line up, the red line, is 45 trucks an hour. Now, what is not actually plotted on this chart and perhaps would have been helpful is the 120-second threshold, but you can sort of see where it's going to be. It's partway above 100, below 150. If you draw a horizontal line across there, that's the 120-second threshold. And so you can see that as volumes rise, if you have 35 trucks an hour, even at a 50% increase in volumes on State Highway 58, you're still below that 120-second threshold. The 45 is redundant. We're not talking about that volume anymore. I need to be clear, this analysis is all based on the gap acceptance values that Mr. Rowe has adopted and I agree with. Just to clarify for you what the gap acceptance is, what we're talking about there is the sort of headway between two vehicles approaching, coming down State Highway 58. So a vehicle's just gone. How many seconds before the next vehicle arrives? How long does that gap need to be for a truck to safely make the turn, either right turn in or left turn out? That's what we mean by the gap acceptance. And to sort of put that into context, we've agreed that the sight line is 230 metres from the access looking right. So you're looking towards the westbound traffic coming towards you. So if a vehicle is doing 80 kilometres an hour, to cover that 230 metres would take 10.35 seconds. So that's the limit of what you can actually see. If you had a gap acceptance of more than that, you can't actually see the vehicle that's creating the gap, if you see what I mean. So I hope that sort of clarifies it. So what I'll do is I'll move on to figure 6, if we can just scroll up to the next one. You're going the other way. Yep, that's good. A little bit. Yep, that's good. Okay, so the next 3 charts, what these charts do is the 3 charts in turn relate to the scenarios with 20 quarry trucks an hour, a maximum of 20. Then the next chart is a maximum of 35, and the chart afterwards is a maximum of 45. That last chart's redundant now. We're not talking about 45. So it's just figure 6, the one you've got on here. So what Mr. Rowe has done on this chart, he has plotted what the delays would be for his assumed gap acceptance value, and the blue line on here is assuming his adopted gap acceptance value of 7 or 8 seconds. That's 7 seconds for trucks and 8 seconds for truck trailer units. The red line shows an adopted gap acceptance of 10.35 seconds. So that's just what I described. That's the time it would take a car travelling at 80 to cover that distance. Now, the only reason he ran that is what we call a sensitivity test. It's when you have a variable, you know the results are sensitive to that variable, and you run a test. And this was run at the request of Ms. Fraser. We disagree with that 10.35 value, but we ran it nonetheless because we knew if we turned up at this hearing without it, you'd want to see it. So we run it. So what that shows for 20 trucks an hour, the blue line is basically what was on the previous chart. So the delay is well below the 120-second threshold, even at a 50% increase in volume on 58. The red line with 20 trucks an hour is getting up towards there. It must be at about 105 seconds, I would estimate. So it's getting close with 20 trucks an hour. The next chart, if we can go to figure 7.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there?
Yep, sure.
What are the other, there's some other red crosses above that line. So
okay,
what are they?
Yes, so the line shows the average of the results from the model. The way this model works, the microsimulation model works, it runs a number of iterations, and also within each iteration it runs a number, has a number of runs. So you end up with a range of observations, which sort of reflects what happens in reality. You appreciate that westbound traffic volumes they're sort of randomised, and they're going to be affected by the upstream roundabout at Moonshine Road, which will tend to result in some vehicles coming through in blocks, whereas before they would have been perhaps more spaced out. So it's reflecting that sort of almost random nature of vehicle arrivals. So you end up with a spread of results. And
what sort of period has it been considered for that, looking at that? And you say it's a variation of time, is it?
This is the weekday. It's all the weekday evening peak. It's all that hour. It all relates to that.
Yes. No, I'm just trying to get at what I understand. It's an average, but what's it an average of? Over what period has the modelling been done?
What period the model relates to, or
yeah.
Sorry, I can probably help. So, are you asking in terms of growth on State Highway 58, or are you talking about times of the day?
So my understanding of what you're saying is those crosses, there's other crosses show the lower and upper bounds of the model results, right? And then there's an average being drawn through.
Yeah, they show the actual spread of results within the model run. And I think maybe the answer to your question is, the model runs through the weekday evening peak, but it simulates in small increments during that period.
I understand that. So, what sort of period has the simulation gone on for? A week, is it?
It's for an hour, a 1 hour period in the PM peak.
Yep. So those variations have occurred within 1 hour?
Yeah, but there are also variations between model runs. So within each run, you model intervals during the hour, and then you do a number of model runs as well. So there's sort of two sets of averages, but that's what the line shows.
So what are the different model runs? What are they for? Different days?
It's just to get, it's almost like that random seed. It's what I talked about. It's randomising the vehicle arrivals so that you ensure you've got a spread. You're not just assuming one pattern on one day. You're looking at a spread.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So I think I read, did he run it 5 times? Is it?
I think he did, yeah.
And just from memory, Mr. Wanties thought that was inadequate. I think Mr. Chow thought it was adequate as well. So maybe that is something towards what Mr. Mark Brown's getting at too, is how that relates and how appropriate that is in terms of.
I mean, in my view, what Mr. Rowe has done is perfectly adequate, and his work is being overseen by Andrew Murray, who's a technical director at Becker, who is well over these sorts of models too. So he's more than happy with what Mr. Rowe's done. And
just on that, Mr. Murray was online before. I think he said jump on a plane, but he will be available to answer any questions tomorrow or whenever, if you do need specific questions on these.
Mr. Kelly, I'm going to interrupt. So the ranges for the 10.35 second modelling seem to be in the range of, 80 to 130 something?
Yep, that's right. Yep.
And for the 7 to 8 second gap for trucks and trailers, 30 to 60.
Yep, about that order. Yep.
Are they?
You're talking about the 150%.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 100 and the 150. Yeah. Yep. Are they? They seem wide ranges. Is that typical?
That really is reflecting reality. that's what happens. Some days you will come out of that access and there's nothing coming and you just go straight out. Other days you may have to wait quite a time. There's just a block of traffic coming through. That's the random nature of vehicle arrivals on a road like 58.
Yes. And you'd want us to focus on the blue line under these different diagrams?
More than happy for you to focus on the blue line, yes.
You know, you want us to.
Stop being an honest expert.
Okay. Okay. Just remind us, was this the subject of the joint witness conferencing also?
Yeah, I'm
You're
sort
going to
of
come back
coming to that.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
We only had a few minutes to look at it, Thomas Fraser, so it was a cursory examination.
And so if we've done with that chart, if we could move on to figure 7, the next one.
I'll go the right way this time.
Yep, keep going down. Yep.
Bit more.
Yep, that's good.
Sorry, it's different on my screen.
That's good. So this relates to exactly the same setup, but this time for a maximum of 35 quarry trucks an hour. I just stress that's a bit higher than the 30 maximum an hour that we have now agreed to. So that, unfortunately, with Mr. Rowe being ill, we haven't had the opportunity to rerun these, but you can anticipate these lines will all drop a little bit for 30 rather than 35. And again, it's the same story, 7-8 second gap acceptance value. The values, even at 150%, are below the 120 second threshold. But if you were to assume a higher gap acceptance value, then it's somewhere around about 130%. So 30% uplift in volumes on 58. The delays start to exceed 120 seconds at that point. Now, this may be an opportunity to link across to the joint witness statement because this is an issue, and I don't honestly think it's a big one, but Ms. Fraser, and I hope I don't misquote her, but she takes the view that we currently have a threshold of 1,400 vehicles, so that's a 140% increase on State Highway 58, at which the maximum number of trucks would drop from 30 to 20. That's what's proposed in the conditions. Now, I believe that's totally fine, but my understanding of Ms. Fraser's view is that, and based on the 10.35 seconds, the red line on the chart that's behind me at the moment, she feels that threshold should be dropped to 130% or 1,300 vehicles rather than 1,400. And you may think that's sort of splitting hairs a bit, and perhaps it is. My view is, my starting point is that, as I've said a couple of times now, the underlying model is conservative for the reasons we've said. And my understanding of Ms. Fraser's position is that if we were to agree that the gap acceptance value was 10.35 seconds, and I stress that I reject that, Mr. Rowe rejects that, and Andrew Murray rejects that, and it doesn't seem to be supported by Mr. Lucich either. That's the first thing. If the maximum number of trucks was to be 35 rather than 30, and that's not possible, but you have to take that chart down a bit, and if truck activity was running at the maximum permitted level, and if that occurred during the busiest hour of the week on State Highway 58, and if the 58 volumes were at least 130% of their current volumes, then the delays experienced by trucks on exit could be more than 120 seconds. Then, if you were to feel that that could lead to a truck driver then taking a risk, and we've heard from Mr. Lucich that he doesn't feel that's the case at all. He regularly experiences delays much higher than that value. And if that could result in an approaching vehicle having to brake sharply, and if that vehicle then collides with the back of a truck or another vehicle, then we've got a problem. That's an awful lot of ifs and coulds and maybes. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I believe the underlying analysis we've done is robust, it's conservative, and with respect, I feel the position of Ms. Fraser, it's sort of beyond the worst case. It's an unrealistic worst case, in my view. But the gap acceptance is an issue we fundamentally disagree on. And you'll see that in the joint witness statement.
Thank you. Were there any other figures in Mr. Rowe's evidence that you wanted to take us to?
No, that's all I was going to talk to. I don't know if there's anything else in the body of his evidence you had questions about.
I think this is probably the main issue that we were focusing on. Okay, we understand what you're saying. Is there anything further you want to add? Are you going? You've spoken to your summary and your rebuttal. You've taken us to Mr. Rowe's evidence.
I think I'm there, really, unless you've got more questions.
Well, just check, and there may be some residual matters in your evidence in chief that we just checking. Mr. Kelly, just while my colleagues are checking their notes, I have one question on figure 7.
Of Mr. Rose?
Yes. Seems to be I don't know if it's an error or not, a high level outlier there in terms of at the 150%.
That can happen. That was one of the model results. I mean, Mr. Rowe is, in my view, being very honest and putting all the results on the table, but that happens. That's the nature of randomised vehicle arrivals.
Okay. And the high 800s? Yes, okay.
Figure 7. Yep.
That's quite a wide range from around 190 to 875.
It is, and really what that's saying is as you get into the higher volumes on 58 and you get into the higher truck numbers, then the variability will naturally increase. And the model is reflecting that, in my view.
It doesn't come into the category of an unrealistic worst case scenario.
Well, it's part of potentially a worst case scenario, yeah.
But not unrealistic.
No. Well, I should add that is based on the 10.35 seconds, which is what I consider to be unrealistic. Yeah.
Whereas the range at the 7 and 8 point second is more confined, isn't it? Around.
This is, yep.
50 to 100, 110.
Yep.
Okay.
I should perhaps it'd be helpful just to add to that I mean, I think we agree with what we're calling this adaptive monitoring regime. As part of that, we will have an opportunity to actually observe what happens on the site, both in terms of the maximum delays are experienced, how drivers behave, but also what the gap acceptance actually is. So really, in my view, this issue becomes not necessarily what that threshold is, but what your starting point is. And I believe the starting point is appropriately based on, the robust modelling that we've done, rather than what I regard as a very outlandish worst case from Ms. Fraser, with respect.
Okay.
I think it's just, sorry, it probably is worth, and I'll ask Mr. Kelly if just take you through those diagrams. It is worth also noting that maximum movements per day at 250 out, so 500 total. So in terms of that has to be spread across the day as well. So again, that just goes to the point I think Mr. Kelly was making about, you're not going to get 30 every hour for 10 hours, and actually you can't, because you run out of numbers. So
I just have a question on that, because I was going to ask in 4.17 of Mr. Kelly's evidence in chief. He said, while the hourly maximum of 30 movements an hour over 5 hours suggests 150 arrivals, the daily maximum is capped at 64 arrivals. And I was just going to ask, is that still the case, the daily cap?
That's for the short-term consent, not the long-term consent.
And the short-term
But
consent.
long-term consent is
Yeah,
250.
Yeah, okay, that's the difference, right, okay. Sorry, thanks for clarifying that.
Mr. Kelly, can you, I think, Ash, do we have those diagrams? Can we just pop those?
The ones I just had.
Yeah.
No, yeah, quite different.
Yeah, but the melding them and the discussion.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Are you okay with me talking away from the microphone?
Yeah. Well, no. Can you take the microphone with you?
I'll do it. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'll do it from here.
Other way.
Okay, it's all right.
It's for the benefit on people online also, Mr. Kelly.
Okay, it's all right. So this is obviously an aerial of the existing situation. So the starting point is we've got a right turn bay there that's 45 metres long, and obviously we have a temporary 50 km/h speed limit through that area. So the whole rationale for what we're calling the interim improvement is because, is that on?
You can stand up.
Does that work?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so the existing situation has a 45-metre right turn bay. It's operating within a 50 km/h speed environment. That's a temporary speed environment. Waka Kotahi wants to return the speed environment to 80. I think they may talk to this, but I believe there's a possibility of a legal challenge to maintaining what is a temporary speed limit when the temporary activity, which was the movement of material for the Transmission Gully project, has ceased. So to take that to an 80 km/h environment means extending this to 50 metres and extending the tapers to either side, and that means widening the road, the cross-section of the road to either side. And that layout, we've agreed it in concept with Waka Kotahi. It's subject to detailed design, but I don't think there are any problems with that in principle.
So you said extending this, and you pointed to it. Is that the length of the
the length of the tapers to either side, which means widening the cross-section a wee bit.
Yes.
And that can happen within the road reserve now? There's no land acquisition for that?
I believe it can, yes. I think that's the point we've got to, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the length of the tapers, the lateral length, increasing?
The length along the road increases, yes, it does.
And that'll result in a widening also of the
Yeah, because you'll have a flush median further along the road, so greater separation between the lanes further away from the intersection, so that widens the cross-section.
And there must be a diagram of this somewhere, is there?
Could I just provide some clarification? There is a diagram which will follow, but in terms of the intersection design and whether it can be undertaken within the current corridor, that's still subject to final checking.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. And Ms. Jenkin and Mr. Chow, if you're able to add to that, that would be useful. Microphone.
Not used to this. That was absolutely correct. So our position, my position is definitely needing that design needs to be approved by Waka Kotahi, both from operations and safety issues, and also after the construction, before it's open and commissioned, that also needs to be safety audited as well, yes. And those issues addressed and rectified before it can be opened.
That's good to know. That wasn't quite the question, though, Mr. Chow. The question was, can those works be undertaken within the road reserve? Mr. Walsh was indicating that that matter still needed to be checked.
That's right. It needs to be checked. It's not. I haven't personally seen the design to prove to me that it can be done without well, basically meeting all the requirements, let's put it that way.
My understanding is it can be done within road reserve.
Okay.
Yes, it's subject to final checking.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really is. So both parties believe it can be undertaken within the final road reserve, but we are doing a more detailed survey with Fulton Hogan to provide that information and final check to Waka Kotahi. So both parties are working towards being able to implement the interim design at this stage.
Yes.
So if it's of assistance, that is my understanding as well, based on what I have been advised by Waka Kotahi. The purpose of condition something starting with 5 around having that interim design signed off is to have that final confirmation that the output or the outcome of those conversations
56, I think.
has been represented in the final design.
Excuse me, Dave. We've got to look at the short term.
Yes.
Which is condition a different.
That's where I'm getting confused. There's 2 sets of conditions, isn't there? On the short term and the long term. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't turn far enough.
Sorry, so the condition reference that I was talking about was related to the long term.
Yes, in the short term, I think it's condition 12.
I haven't got them in front of me
No.
right now. They're buried in my folder.
Yeah.
I do think we've made this horribly complicated with a short-term consent and a long-term consent and an interim layout and a long-term layout. So apologies for that.
Yeah.
But one point I would just make for context is that, and this is just my view, we're here in late August. I mean, presumably we won't have a decision out of this process until September. And even if that's, hopefully it's favourable. So we will then move to detailed design on this. Detailed design, I can't believe, would be ready until early next year. Now, Waka Kotahi tell us that the safety improvements are going to commence late 23. So we're potentially talking about something that may only be in place for less than a year, maybe just months. So that's just to sort of put it in context.
But you would agree there's no certainty.
I agree, totally.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
Yeah. But I think it's
how much can we take that? You know, I think we've got to base our decision on what's happening now, not something that may or may not happen in the future.
Totally,
some
and that's why our
extent.
analysis has addressed this layout with the long-term consent.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll leave Mr. Matheson to address that matter in his right of reply. It's a no GEA condition, presumably, is it, Mr.?
Well, look, I mean, as the commissioner rightly said, I mean, you need to make a decision based on what you know, and ultimately, Fulton Hogan, if they want to push on in the short term, will have to do the works and comply with the conditions, and that's all there is to it. Thankfully, both Fulton Hogan and Waka Kotahi know something about roads and motorways, so I'm sure between the two of them they'll be able to work it out.
Yes, but Mr. Matheson, is it potentially a condition precedent?
Well, I thought it says in there it has to be done, so
But it involves, I guess it involves a third party, doesn't it?
Well, all works on
potentially
state
could.
highways. You can't do any works on a state highway without Waka Kotahi's agreement anyway, as a matter of law,
Yes.
irrespective of the consent condition. So it's all it's saying is that, the consent holder can't do something without a third-party approval, which in this case is another government authority, which is a very common condition. So I don't think it needs to be an OGIA condition. I think it's valid as it stands.
Okay. Is there a potential another third-party component there in terms of authorisation? If the works extend outside the road reserve, outside the deemed designation, onto private land?
Well, again, if it extends out and it can't be done, then you can't operate the quarry. So
Yep, I understand that. I just wanted to be I understand that was your understanding. Okay.
I could quickly add to that. There has been a survey of the concept design, and there's a small area that is shown on one of the plan sets. I think it's about 30 centimetres of potential property acquisition, subject to detailed design.
30 centimetres?
Yeah, and that property's owned by Waka Kotahi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we're jumping at shadows here. But I guess you have to remember this, once we leave this hearing, we need to be certain that we have all the necessary information in front of us. So if we sound pedantic, there's no apology there. Mr. Kelly.
Would it help if I just talk through the vehicle
Yes,
movements?
please.
Yeah. Okay. So exiting truck movements will all be turning left. Turning right towards the Hutt Valley will not be permitted for truck movements for the interim layout.
Right.
Okay.
So can I just... Okay.
So
how would you define the interim layout? Is that year 0 to year whatever?
Well, I don't know. That's the problem. We don't know how long it may be in place for, but we've had to assume.
So it's the commencement of the consent to a point at which the State Highway 58 upgrades occur. Is that
Correct,
is that the
yes.
definition of the interim period?
Well, I'm talking about the interim layout, but the period in which that is in place, that's correct, what you said, yes.
So it's the commencement of the consent through to State Highway 58, Stage 2B upgrade works being completed.
Yes, yes.
And that we don't know. We don't know when that is.
Well, the indications are, and Waka Kotahi will correct me if I'm wrong, the indications are they anticipate making a start in 23, but as we've said, it's subject to consents and other processes.
Yes, and presumably, well, look, you have every opportunity to respond, but if you've got a quick answer.
So the latest confirmation I've had is, yes, those are the dates, but that consents are yet to be lodged. So the public information is as Mr. Kelly has advised.
Okay, just very quickly, Ms. Jenkins, is there funding?
Yes, it's funded through NZ Upgrade Program. It's just that it doesn't have the consents in place.
Okay, thank you. And when you say consents, are these RMA regulatory consents or some other consents?
RMA regulatory consents.
Thank you.
So just to continue, that was the exit movements, the entry movements. So it will be possible for trucks to make the right turn entry movement using the right turn bay, and that's what we've discussed about the maximum number of truck movements being set to preempt the possibility of that being full. But in the event that it happens, we have a condition that requires trucks to continue and go all the way to Haywoods, go around the roundabout and come back. That is a long detour. We know it's a long detour, but that's necessary from a safety point of view, and they will not turn at Moonshine Road.
Yes, sorry, a lot of information in my head. Did you say right turn entry or right turn exit?
Right turn entry movement.
Entry.
And trucks will be approaching from both directions. They can come in from the west, making the right turn, or from the east, making the left turn.
Yes, so trucks travelling from the west can turn right into the site during the interim period, but there's limitations on the number.
Yep.
Can you just remind me what that number is?
I think we're saying 10 in the peak hours and 30 at other times.
Yes.
I'm told it's condition 63.
And that's on the long-term consent, isn't it? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Basically what we're doing is, for both this interim layout and then the long-term layout, we're conditioning the maximum number of truck movements based on the turning movements which would be made and what the constraints are. So that's why there's a maximum.
Thank you. Anything else that you want to highlight on the interim period?
I don't think so. No. Yep. No, not really. I said that.
Right turn out?
So-
No right turns.
Yes, precluded.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Kelly, can you just explain where, if the trucks wanted to turn, wanted to travel east rather than west, and they're leaving the quarry, can you just explain where they go?
Okay, so if a truck is heading to the Hutt Valley, he can't make the right turn out, so he's turning left and he's going down to the TG interchange, doing a U-turn and coming back.
And is there any restrictions on number of trucks doing that or any other parameters?
Do we have a limit on the exit movements? I don't think so, no.
Okay. Left turn at the interchange and then turning around and heading in a easterly direction.
Turning at the TG interchange and coming back.
Okay. Why did I write down 63?
Thinking of the short terms.
Condition 63. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that's the situation in the interim period. What's the proposal at the point that the State Highway 58 upgrades are complete?
Okay, I don't think we have a plan of that, but I can just tell you in terms of what will happen at this intersection. A medium barrier will be constructed all the way through here.
Raised medium.
A physical medium barrier, raised barrier. Yep. I don't know whether it's been determined whether that's a wire rope barrier or an Armco barrier.
My understanding, and this is as a non-traffic designer, safety, anything person, is it's a wire rope median. However, if you want more detailed confirmation, I can attempt to go back to Waka Kotahi.
That's all right.
I think the key point is that
It's a physical barrier.
It's a physical barrier.
Yes. As opposed to the flush median that's going to operate under the interim.
Yep.
Yeah, from my experience, it will be a wire rope barrier. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. Thank you, Ms. Jenkin.
But obviously that barrier will prohibit right turn movements on and off the state highway. So any vehicles turning right or wishing to go to the east out of here will be required to make a left turn, and now they can go to the Flighties Murphy's roundabout, which will be to the west. And similarly, vehicles coming in and which would otherwise have made a right turn entry movement will now go past and go to the Moonshine roundabout to make a U-turn manoeuvre, come back and make a left turn in.
And is that, sorry, it's just coming clear to me, is that largely the extent of the stage 2B upgrades, the roundabout at Moonshine and the roundabout at
I believe
Flighties?
that's 2B, is that correct?
But we've confirmed that as the number, but is that the extent of the physical improvements? Largely 2 new roundabouts.
For stage 2B?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the median.
And the median.
And the median, yep.
Yes. And some localised widening. And yes. But other major interventions. Okay. And the condition framework around that, Ms. Brown?
I'd just ask one more question about the interim. Could you just clarify, it's only the extension of the right-hand turn bay that's required for the upgrade for the interim entrant access?
The upgrade work for the interim layout is to produce a layout that is consistent with an 80 km/h speed environment. So that's a combination of both extending the length of that bay, but also extending the tapers further back to either side.
Yeah, so that's the only, that's just those two factors to allow an 80k speed
and
regime.
the prohibition of trucks turning right out as well. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the yellow hatching at Judgeford Kennels? Is that's not to do with that interim layout? It's
that's a measure we've proposed to minimise delays to people coming in and out of the Judgeford Kennels. You could go and do that tomorrow, but it's only really needed when the truck numbers will increase. That, in theory, the priority is still to truck movement. So an exiting truck movement will come across that access to the kennels. But I would fully anticipate that any truck driver is going to let a vehicle coming out of the kennels go first. So it's a sort of reverse priority.
Yeah,
situation.
sure. I just wanted to understand that's not actually part of, that formal upgrade, if you like. It's something else that you've proposed.
To be honest, I'm not actually sure whether it's formally a part of that upgrade, but the intent is that will happen. It's a fairly obvious measure.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Kelly?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. So we did have some discussion with Mr. Lucic about how the incoming trucks are controlled. And I understand that would be through the traffic management plan. And the traffic management plan and the conditions has quite general requirements, I suppose. Condition 67B says details of how compliance with the limitations of hours of operation, maximum heavy vehicle entry-exit movements will be monitored and reported on. So do you think that those words are sufficient to ensure that the traffic management plan will have an adequate system for allowing control of incoming trucks to minimise this possible queuing in the centre?
The intent here, it's two steps. The first step is to the modelling has been used to set the number of arriving vehicle movements to ensure that the likelihood of that right turn bay being fully occupied is minimised.
Yeah.
But we acknowledge there is a possibility that could happen, and that will be controlled both through the TMP, and I think we had a specific condition requiring trucks to continue to Haywards and not turn at Moonshine, but I just can't lay my hands on it at the moment. 66A.
66A.
So I'll just read that out. It says, prior to the installation of the roundabout at the intersection of Moonshine Road and State Highway 58, which is part of the safety upgrade project, there shall be no use of this intersection by heavy vehicles to undertake a U-turn manoeuvre for the purposes of accessing the quarry. So that relates more specifically to not turning at Moonshine until the roundabout's in place.
Yeah. So I understand that. I guess there's perhaps a wider question of really it's probably in everyone's interest to avoid the possibility of trucks coming to try and turn right and that right turn bay's full. They're going to have to keep on going right down quite a long way, turning back. Not good for the environment and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just thinking about, my question was, is condition 67B, in your opinion, for the traffic management plan sufficient to ensure that the traffic management plan will adequately deal with this matter, or do you think that it needs to be dealt with some seriousness to try and avoid the too many trucks coming at one time, or you don't see it as an issue?
I think we've appropriately addressed it through the condition threshold and the TMP requirements. I'd stress that we don't see this as being the everyday occurrence. We see this as being the extreme occurrence, but we're dealing with it in terms of having a condition requiring trucks, if they were to encounter that situation, to be required to continue. So we don't see streams of trucks going to Haywards and coming back. I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, that's the answer. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kelly, unless there's anything else that you want to add, we've exhausted our questions on the technical evidence.
There may perhaps just one issue from the joint witness statement, and I think it's actually something we got agreement on, which was good, and it relates to the camera footage. The starting point was that just to explain, the starting point for Miss Fraser was that she sought camera footage to cover a distance of 400 metres to either side of the intersection. Now, my view was that was excessive. Going west of the intersection, that would actually go beyond the Flighties Murphy's roundabout, and going east, it would go well beyond the available sight line. So I felt it was unnecessary, but I also felt it was impractical because of the logistics of trying to run what would then be a number of cameras and providing power and downloading all the footage and all the rest of it. So I didn't feel that was necessary, but we reached a compromise in which we agreed that we would extend the distance over which the crash records would be reviewed, so that instead of 300 metres, we moved to 400 metres, so we're just moving a bit further out. So that would allow us to capture any incidents. To be honest, we'd probably have picked those up anyway.
I just want to, are you finished with Ms. Kelly?
We are.
Yep, cool, thanks. Just on the point raised earlier, and just for everyone's benefit, I guess, in terms of these right turn in, and I'm not sure Mr. Kelly made the point expressly, but it is in the evidence, the right turn bay will accommodate 2 truck and trailer units, and you can only have 10 per hour in the peak hour. So the chance of actually a third one turning up in the 5 minutes that you might have 2 there that couldn't have turned and got out, I guess that's why we're saying the chance is low, and Fulton Hogan has to manage those turns so they don't exceed 10. So there will need to be a degree of traffic management done. And again, as you say, it's not in their interest to send them up to Haywards and back. So I understand the point, and we will look at that traffic management plan, but it is going to be a commercial interest not to have them driving all over Wellington. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to take an adjournment soon, but for you, Mr. Baker, it's possible we might have some questions, but we think that our interest would be best served by a diagrammatic representation of the condition framework for the conditions, and so that we have it on record how they're intended to operate in terms of interim and future, and for both the short term and the long term consents, should there be any difference there. If there's, well, there's two things. If you have any particular matters you want to highlight at this point before we go to the adjournment, that's fine, and I'll just check, Mr. Bird, if you know. We don't think seeking clarification at this point would be useful. We think it's better to have a copy of that diagrammatic representation, and we don't need that immediately. But if you can do it by the time we resume on Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m, that would be useful. And I'm sure what it's going to show is not going to come as any surprise to Miss Williams or Miss Fraser or anyone. It's just for our benefit, really, so that we haven't misunderstood what's been proposed. I think I've got a better understanding of what I had an hour ago. So, is that clear enough?
Yes, as a quick update, we have started our homework that you gave us yesterday, so I can certainly talk to that. We've made a start.
Okay.
And that time frame you gave around, was it end of play Thursday?
Well, yes. If we could have it at the beginning of the council's own presentations at 1 p.m. on Thursday, that would be useful, but not essential, but useful.
Yep, understood.
Just let me just check with Miss Williams. Sorry, I haven't been coming to you as regularly as I should have been. Are there any particular matters of clarification that you or your team, I know you've got Miss Fraser next to you?
I don't think so. I think there was a question around whether left-hand truck movements were controlled in the condition set, and just want to confirm that they are.
They are. That's my understanding. Yes.
In there.
Yes. And Ms. Fraser, you're going to have an opportunity to talk to the JWS and your own position, but just while Mr. Kelly's here, is there anything that you want to? It's not cross-examination, but is there any clarification that you would benefit from? Oh, you're in good company there.
No, I think
yes,
it's all good, and I'll wait my turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wanty. Any questions of clarification, pure factual clarification?
No, I'm good to go.
Yeah. Ms. Jenkins, Mr. Chair? No, that's good. I thought I'd just test that. Well, I think we'll take the afternoon tea adjournment and come back at 4 o'clock, and we're right on time, Mr. Wanty, for you. How good is that?
Sorry, you seem to have forgotten Mr. Baker.
Who?
I'm happy. It may be that we need to get Mr. Wanty out of the way if he's got availability issues, or I don't want to have him here unnecessarily. So I think we'd be happy if Mr. Wanty wanted to go first, given we're all thinking about traffic, and then maybe we start Mr. Baker, but if you're okay with it. But I think just while we're on traffic, it might be a good idea.
Yeah. Lots of nods.
Yeah. I'll keep working on conditions.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience in this afternoon session. 4 o'clock, we'll resume. Okay, welcome back. Last leg of day 2.
Mr. Chair, sorry, before you start, you're just keeping us in suspense about this Greater Wellington issue, which was raised and then wasn't raised because they weren't in the room.
Yes, that's what I intended to
Okay,
address.
great. Thank you. Cool.
Okay. Sorry, just in the afternoon tea, after lunch adjournment, I made an announcement in a number of administrative matters, Ms Walker and Ms McClellan. And one of them I was going to talk to was an email that we received from Ash from you, just in relation to the term and duration. And I just want to respond to that on behalf of the panel. So the email is a genuine attempt to assist the panel, and the email references the questions that I put to Ms Walker yesterday regarding a suggestion that when she comes to present that she might want to reflect on the matters that Mr Matheson raised in terms of legal principles and how they might apply to this particular application. And I made that point, I think, in the morning session yesterday. And then in the afternoon session, towards the end, when everyone was getting a little bit tired, and I think Mr Pope was on the stand or the witness, the possibility or the suggestion of a mechanism involving a review at the 10-year period or prior to the 10-year period relating to best BPO matters might be an alternative option for a 10-year duration. So that's the context upon which I made those suggestions on behalf of the panel. And so the email that you've drawn to our attention, Ms McClellan, is that you noted that we've requested you to respond on those matters relating to term and duration, and that you're happy to do so. So thank you for that. You've gone on to say that you note that Mr Matheson doesn't quote sections of the does quote sections of the case law, and in fact he has. Also noting that he's not aware of any case law in response to community expectations around duration. And you've said, given the significance of the issue to the regional consents, we wonder whether the panel would want to seek their own legal opinion about the legal principles surrounding duration. And you've indicated that you've had a discussion with the Greater Wellington's own counsel, I think Ms Anderson from DLA Piper. Yes. And you've suggested that, or you haven't suggested, you've just said that if the panel wishes to request an opinion directly, we're able to can contact her, and you quite rightly left that with Ash to raise with the chair. And so that's the context to the decision or direction that I'm just about to give now. And that is that the panel have considered that carefully. We've decided not to obtain legal advice on that matter ourselves. That's the first point. The second point is, and I say this with the greatest respect, you may have misunderstood my direction, and if you have, I apologise, because it happened at 2 different points in the day, and the 2 matters were quite disjointed. So I'm just going to repeat what I had hoped I thought I'd said yesterday, and that is, I was acknowledging that there is a considerable difference between the position of Greater Wellington and the applicant on the duration, and you quite rightly say that that this is a significant issue in your 3rd paragraph. We agree. And so during the course of the hearing yesterday, I invited you, when your presentation was to come, to reflect on the legal matters that Mr Matheson had raised, and in particular, in reflecting on them, reflect on how he suggests they apply in this instance. And in that respect, there were 2 or 3 possibly 4 matters that he drew to our attention. They included, in no particular order, the substantial investment that the applicant is proposing. There was also some discussion around the ecological benefits and the duration needed to get to those. And there were a couple of other matters that I just can't recall offhand what they were. Mr. Matheson, are you able to help me there? There was at least 3 anyway. The what? Well, the ecological benefit about achieving greater betterment over time.
Yeah, I think in fairness that was at the very lower end of the spectrum.
Yes.
I mean, the matters are set out in the legal submissions, and there are a broad range of matters, some of which may be more or less relevant in different circumstances. Yes. Obviously. So
I'm pretty sure I gave you some paragraph references at the time, Ms. McClellan and Ms. Walker, and I will have them in my note here somewhere.
We have those paragraph references.
4.27 to 4.34, which were the legal principles, and the application of those principles in a spatial sense, 6.27 to 6.29. So I wasn't asking you to take legal advice on the matter. I was just asking you to have a consideration as to whether you accepted there was some relevance there in terms of, particularly, I guess, the investment component involved, and whether that how that sat with the limited duration. And then, of course, late in the piece yesterday, an alternative mechanism was, I guess, suggested on the fly, but to be fair, as an alternative to a 10-year duration, and that was, and I'm not sure how this would pan out, but my understanding it would involve instead of a lapse date or a duration date that it ceased at the 10-year period, a wider review of best practice, BPO if you like, to ascertain on what basis the consent might continue to operate. So that would be on the basis that the consent was granted for a period greater than 10 years, up to a maximum of 35, and the 10-year would be a stop point to assess on what basis it should continue forward. That's my very non-legal understanding of how that might work. And quite how it might be drafted, I don't know. So I guess the 2 pieces of position that I was suggesting you talk about was, one was, are you still fixed to the 10-year period based on what the evidence that the applicants advanced? And secondly, if you're not, what sort of period would you be thinking of, and how would this BPO review fit into that? Might it give you some comfort in allowing a period greater than 10 years? So hopefully that's been of some assistance. That's right. That's a very good point. Thank you, Commissioner Burge. And that's not, if you feel that you want to lead some legal advice or opinion on that, we're prepared to grant leave for that. I know we asked for all legal advice to come in by last Friday, but in this case, if because this has come up late in the piece at the instigation of the applicant, we would be happy to grant leave for that to occur during your presentation, if you thought it was necessary. We don't think it is necessary, if that helps you. We don't think it's a legal issue. We think it's an evidential issue, but well informed by legal principles. So probably that's all I really want to say on that. And I should say that the panel has no predetermined position on the consent or otherwise of this application or the duration. We're just trying to ascertain all these various parameters and permutations. So I wanted to make that very clear. Anything else? Yes. Any questions?
No, I think that
Yeah.
clarifies it. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
yes, and I
thank you.
apologise for any confusion earlier. So thank you for taking that action. That's helped us and it's saved perhaps some misunderstanding going forward. Mr Matheson, is anything arising out of that you want to comment on?
No, that's fine. We can we'll address anything arising in reply. But thank you.
Yes. I see Mr Kelly's here, but you're just an observer now, Mr McKelly? Yes. Yes. Okay, before I go to Mr Wanty, I just wanted to welcome Ms Blake. Welcome, Ms Blake. And you're here in your capacity of chair of the Judgeford Environmental Protection Society.
Okay, I'm currently the secretary. We actually have a new chairperson, Mrs. Tracy Davies, who is sitting in the background. However, I do want to introduce Mr. Wanty formally.
I know. I wanted to give you that opportunity, but I also see that Miss Irons is online too. And
Indeed.
did you want her to say
Professor
anything?
Irons and I have had a conversation, and she has decided that she will interrupt where and if required. So at this stage, it's over to me to simply introduce that the Judgeford Environmental Protection Society is a society that was formed. It's a charitable status. The purposes of our society are formally to protect the environment, including the flora and fauna, human inhabitants, visitors, and State Highway 58 commuters from the effects of quarrying, to promote public safety, promote beautification, and to make the wider community more pleasant, and to support activities associated with advancing these protections, including any RMA or associated proceedings.
Yes.
And clearly the State Highway 58 statement is where Mr Wanty's evidence as our expert witness sits. And so I'd very much like to be able to hand over to him.
Yes, just before you do that, would it be fair to categorise that as the mission statement of the society?
It absolutely is our purpose.
Yes. And would we find that distilled in writing somewhere in the...
It is. In fact, I've given copies of our charitable summary to Ash Morton Adair to give to you.
Sorry, I should have turned the page.
That's all good.
Yes. And you also provided us a list of active membership.
That's correct.
Are they financial members, or is what's...
All of those people have provided funds.
Yes.
In addition to those, there were people from a Give a Little page who, many of whom remained anonymous and unidentified.
Okay. Well, thank you for that context.
Welcome. Appreciate
that. Mr Wanty, we're in your hands. The way we've been dealing with this, and you would have seen it with Mr Kelly, is that where there's been a summary statement produced and or rebuttal, we ask the witness to focus on that and then to backfill that, if you like, with evidence in chief. But if you feel there's a better way of presenting it, we're in your hands and we're listening.
Thank you. First of all, I'm David Wanty. I'm a professional chartered engineer. Started with the Ministry of Works in the old days, roading division. So I have a traffic engineering and roading basis, more so than transport planning. As I said, I'm also now a member of the Australasian College of Road Safety, presenting at a rapid fire presentation at their conference end of next month, and a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is really US based, and a member of the Australasian Transport Research Forum. So yes, Mr Chair, I plan to go through my summary, which is just if you 2 sheets on one page, it's just a one-page affair. Hopefully that's more useful to you, being short and sweet.
No, I know you referred to that earlier.
And on the board?
Hang on.
Yes. So if you wish to, you can display this image now on the board.
Okay.
Relates probably to the first 2 points. It actually relates to summary 2B. Speaking of which, to be or not to be, the 2B stage for the NZTA Wakatatahi improvements from Moonshine, Roundabout, Wire Road Medium Barrier, extending through to the Murphy's Flighty Roads roundabout and extends through to Belmont Road. So it actually proceeds past Belmont Road. You asked about Stage 2A.
Yes.
Stage 2A is to the east of Moonshine, basically putting a wire rope barrier from there to Harris Road. Now, Harris Road and to the east was Hutt City rather than Porirua. I did some of the design review on behalf of Hutt City for that. And that had different stage numbers, A, B, C, but they got merged into just sort of stage 1.
Yes.
And that's largely completed.
What was the length of that, roughly, Mr. Monty? That Moonshine to Harris?
I'm sorry, I don't know offshore. It's a few kilometres. It was mainly to do with just the wire rope medium barriers. It may have extended some of the passing lanes in one direction or more than one.
Right, some edge sealing perhaps and that sort of thing.
Yes, I mean that's, and I'm also I have read the project website. They've said consistently, Waka Kotahi, that they want to get ahead with the design for 2B end of this year, and then that has to go through their normal approval process, and then to get the consenting. So I'm reasonably confident that, they're committed to that by all accounts. I did have a online meeting with, I think, a Wakatuhahi representative and their engineering representative, Stantec, which confirmed that the Flighties Murphy's roundabout will be more or less at the existing intersection, because it was going to be more to the east for most of the planning period, which dates 10 years or so. I worked on the State Highway 58 strategy many moons ago. So
thank you.
Okay, so this, if I may go through this lovely graph up here. So there are two key points, as we've heard already, about the gap acceptance, is what is the required gap, and the other point is the level of traffic. So you also asked about the graphs from 6 o'clock through to 10 p.m. My Annex 1 has, all my annexes have a lot of graphs. Annex 1 and my evidence in chief has graphs for the end of June to the beginning of July 2022. That corresponds with the same time when I undertook traffic surveys at the PM peak, at the morning peak, and during the Saturday midday at the Murphy's Flighties crossroads. Of course, the quarry wasn't operating, so there's little point doing a survey there. So that's so the time of those graphs in Annex 1, it's the same time as when I did the surveys. They show higher volumes than what was displayed at the end of July.
Go through to 9 p.m.
Yes. So I just cut it off. If you have too much, it's harder to see. Okay, so there's only one graph. So it might be complex, but there's only one. So originally I started doing work for the JPS under the previous resource consent. So that was just the continuation of the consent that they had up to the end of Transmission Gully completion, or 2020, or whichever came first. And of course, it ended before Transmission Gully was completed, hence the resource consent.
So that was the consent granted in 2018 for that period.
Yeah, so Tim's right in that it gets quite complex with these different periods and the work that I've done previously, etc. And that time it was based, a lot of the work I did was for the 2 to 3 p.m. period, which was the end of that's the end of the operating hours for the interim, the short-term consent that we're now considering. Okay, it's relatively similar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but however, this is a graph which shows from 6 o'clock through to 8 p.m., 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and it's based on 2 years of data for 2016 and which is the work that the year that Mr. Kelly originally used in his SIDRA analysis, where he applied the SIDRA default critical gaps for a stop-controlled intersection, and 2019, which I believe has been referred to by Mr. Rowe for his year. The good thing about 2016, there was only one missing day's worth of data for this continuous site. This continuous site is just west of Belmont Road. That's the context. Because in my previous role with Transit New Zealand, I used to look after all these sites nationwide, up and down the country. So I've been to nearly all of them at that time. And 2019, there was some missing data. You'll be able to see that in the annex. When there's missing data, it becomes a bit more variable. What was missing? The higher flow period in December or lower flow period in the winter months. You look at the graphs to see. But 2016 are the dashed lines, and the solid lines are 2019. So if you just ignore this to one side, starting with the green, I may be a traffic engineer, but I am red-green colourblind, so just forgive me. Starting with the green, this is looking at the busiest periods, the AM and the PM peak, and this is all just for the westbound traffic movement, the one which is the opposing flow for traffic either turning left out of the quarry or traffic turning right into the quarry. So that's the critical traffic movement. And we can see that the flows here are higher than what has been modelled in the simulation model. So that simulation model used 5 runs. I may have said 3 or 4 in my evidence in chief. Yeah, okay, so correct me. But some of the crosses were overlaid on top of each other. And so that's one point of difference. So the idea here is this follows the tried and tested true method or methodology of design period, determining your design period. And this publication I have here is the 2nd edition of the Highway Capacity Manual. It's like the Bible for, and this is the Bible in America, for roading design, etc., traffic matters. This copy is 1965. And as a way of passing, when you've heard the term level of service, this was the edition where it introduced the concept of level of service. Not in the original 50-something or other edition, but this is the first one. So it follows this long-held methodology of designing for the design period. Not just designing for today, and you're not just designing for a winter period, but you're designing for the busiest times of the year, which, as you probably appreciate, is not June, July. And also, for a 35-year consent, that's a very long time, and we're all hoping that traffic volumes will increase because that's like a surrogate measure of economic activity. In some countries, that's what they say, congestion is good. It shows that people are going about doing business, trading, etc. And of course, traffic's not just cars, can be walking, biking, etc. Or even on your horse. So be that as it may, so that was the, sorry, I've just dropped my scale rule from university days. So that was the green period. In the red, this is the focus on the 2 to 3. So in the earlier work, they just use average traffic volumes. Now, average just means that half the time it's going to be busier, half the time it's going to be less. People, when they complain about congestion, never really complain about the average. They compare about when they remember being stuck for 2 hours. Sometimes it's due to road slip. Tough luck. Nobody can do much about that with the hills around Wellington. But it shows that the volume during this period is always at its highest in the 2 to 3. So in terms of the interim, the short term, This should have been the focus of attention. This, you should be basing the traffic volumes on just this period as being the worst time of that period, when some mothers or peer caregivers may or may not be going off to the school to collect their kids. And so the other things I've made in my analysis is all this information is really available for 15 minutes. The design period approach is based not on an hour ending basis, but it is based on also then looking at the peak 10 to 15 minutes. Now in New Zealand, we don't use a 10-minute American approach, but we can use a 15-minute period. And so it's relatively straightforward, just a matter of plugging through the numbers and showing it for every quarter-hour period, which is what I've done. And you can see that in that 2 to 3, it's still actually increasing quite a lot. So from 2 o'clock to 2:30 is quite a lot lower than 2:30 to 3 o'clock. So people, if you're driving, commuters will recall that if you leave 10 minutes earlier or 10 minutes later, can make quite a big difference to your delay. So it's important to consider the peak within the peak is the traffic engineering terminology. The yellow is looking at the Saturday, because the longer term introduces Saturday, and so I've plotted that there. These are all for the 30th highest flow. What that means for the Saturday and for the Friday is the dark blue, the Saturday's supposed to be orange, right? What that actually means is that volume is less possibly than the average, because if there's a maximum of about 47 non-holiday Fridays in a year, and the same for Saturdays, 30th is down the list. There are more days above it where the flow will be higher than below it for a Saturday or a Sunday. Not true for a Monday to Thursday, because you multiply those numbers by 4. There are 47 weeks with 4 Mondays, 4 Tuesdays in each. So any questions? If I can, at that point?
Keep tracking. We're following you.
So we've dealt with... and there was a key finding I've put down below, so I don't forget, that the Sidra delays, which are on the left, are much higher than the simulation delays. Okay, there are 2 reasons for that. One is the flow levels. I used the realistic flow levels, which people will endure and will complain about if they get caught in heavy traffic. And also the gap acceptance is, of course, different. And I just noted that because I've been conservative in my Sidra analysis, so 2 points there. I've used give way sign rather than a stop. That makes an immediate difference of half a second. Also, I've allowed for, based on research which I did, in which then the Sidra, Dr. Rami Axelic, he's embedded now into Sidra. I chose the setting, changed the default setting, so that when the flow gets higher, people will adjust their gap acceptance. Why is this? Well, if you've got a line of traffic behind you, you're sort of thinking, well, I've got to go. I've got to, there's more pressure on. And so this is how, from my observations, and it was published at the Engineering New Zealand conference in Dunedin, that people accept smaller gaps when the traffic becomes greater, more opposing traffic. Because if you're at the front of a queue, you arrive at the front of a queue, you might be less likely to go straight away. But if you've been number 8 in the queue and it's taken you a long time to get to the front, you're going to be a little bit more, you want to get going a little bit more quickly. So, and on the left are the Sidra gaps, which I have, basically it's using the defaults, except I did change it from a stop to a give way, and I did allow that opposing flow level to kick into place. And this is in green, is the left out, so exiting left for a quarry. Now, these are the laden quarry trucks, so they are heavier and need more time to get out than the unladen trucks turning in from the right, which are the red. So the red has here the default start critical gap of 8 seconds, and the green is 10 seconds. And the numbers are much, much lower. So the query's about, is the storage length for the right turn into the quarry, is that likely to be sufficient? Well, based on these observations, if the most they're being delayed by just about, 1 minute, then if the trucks are only arriving every 2 minutes, then, okay, so there's obviously variation, as we've seen in the simulation runs. Some of the, if you look at figure 6 in the simulation run from John Rowe's evidence, the values for the 20%, 120% have higher values than for the 30%, 130%. So you think, well, how does that work? So the 20% higher flow is worse than the 30%? Well, it can be at times, just on the variation. And that's my point about the lack of number of runs for simulation. It should have been much higher to reduce that variability. And typically, best practice is like 20 to 30. So it depends on the variability. And when you get when you get these very high volumes, this data at 58 is high volume. And when you get near these peak capacity, the sensitivity to small changes, you can get vastly different numbers. So it pays to be rigorous and to do it the proper manner. So these delays for the left turn out go up amazingly steeply beyond a certain amount, less so for the 8 seconds. So that's the unladen trucks returning. And I based this, just the notes here, no State Highway 58 trucks and only 1 truck per 15 minutes. So this is based on a 15-minute analysis period. And why did I choose no trucks for the State Highway? Just to keep the math simple, so that vehicles per hour are the same as passenger car units per hour. So they're one and the same. So passenger car, just for the, sorry, it's a bit of a training exercise in traffic engineering here, but one truck might be deemed to be equivalent of 2 cars. And so if you've got 10% trucks, you multiply them by 2, add on to the 90% of the cars. So you get the difference of 10% of the PCUs compared to the vehicles per hour. So that's if you've got 10% trucks and you've attributed them to be equivalent to 2 cars. Sidra is basically about 1.5 and 2.5 for large trucks. It's different for different mechanisms. Storage capacity is different from gap acceptance. Any questions at this stage, panel?
Just check. Nothing at this point.
Right. So that's, having gone through that, there's a lot of work needed to produce those graphs. I've been doing it all my life, so.
Don't take the absence of questions personally, Mr. Mondi. That's probably reflecting that we understand what you're saying and we understand what the material's showing.
Oh, well, thank you for that feedback. Yes. I'm welcome to construct critical feedback as well.
We'll come to it's. I guess where we will have questions is on some of your interpretations of that data and the implications for the operation of the accessway and quarry.
So I'll now lead on to the point where when I first went through this, the evidence there, it occurred to me and it seemed to me, and I think it has been confirmed by that the applicant has focused on the right turn in for the interim. There's been little consideration of the effect for the left turn out. Now, as you've seen from up there on the graph, the right turn in is not the issue. well, it might be in terms of storage, but that's adequately addressed.
Yes.
It's the left turn out where the critical gap is higher, and it's and also that's critical gap is higher full stop, and also because it's laden trucks.
Yes.
So that's been ignored in the interim.
When you say, and is that across both the short term and long term, or just the long term?
That's a very excellent question. I would say it's both, actually, but I was first focusing on the interim, as we're aware the 35-year application came a bit later. And so, however, the interim has got the limited hours, and so that hence the focus on the 2 to 3, and that's why the problem. So I've actually seen the evidence, gone through and said that 2 to 3 period, it should have been quarter hourly based, but if you don't look at the data as well as I do, you just get the hourly stuff. And in a nutshell, as you see in my evidence, I've suggested varying those by about quarter hour or half an hour. In actual fact, they could start earlier than 10 a.m. based on the profile. So I said, well, it'll be still a 5-hour period. It'll just start earlier, end earlier. And that conveniently would mean that the issue with potentially some of the trucks going past Porirua village and the school would be avoided anyway if they were limited to 2:30 or 2:45. It did depend on the day of the week, because Fridays differ from Monday to Thursdays. So any traffic analysis should separate Friday, not include it as an average weekday. It should be treated separately, and which is what I've done.
Could I just clarify something there? So what I just understand from what you're saying, you place high importance on the 15-minute analysis, which you say is missed from what the applicant's data has produced.
Well, it's not entirely missed. It's within their hour analysis, but it means that, say, the 2 to 3, I took an example, it's typically lower at the beginning and higher at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So the average is going to be not a particularly great average. Some people will be better before 2:30 and it'll be worse for after 2:30. So it's actually not satisfying anybody. It's not giving you useful information in that respect. But the 15-minute is far more useful. I think people think, I'm just going to leave at 2:45, 2:30. They don't think I'm going to leave somewhere between 2 and 3. Or if you're going to pick up your kids, they mightn't be happy if you left too early.
And from the other side, from a management point of view, for managing trucks and things like that, would you accept that an hour management regime is easier than a 15-minute managing regime?
No, I think 15 minutes is fine. I mean, when I was out on site last year, I absorbed actually a lot of trucks suddenly whipped past at 3 o'clock, 3:01, 3:02, 3:05. It's almost as if they were trying to reach that 3 o'clock cutoff. Unfortunately, I didn't actually check whether the quarry was operating then, but that was in like February, March last year. But it just looked like, because some of these trucks have numbers, so you can tell that they're associated with one project, and it was probably Transmission Gully. Because I did observe them in Porirua village as well, when you had the access through Battle Hill, etc. And so that means that of course, you've got to allow some tolerance. So they were definitely met by 3, but they were a bit later. Could have been held up, could have held themselves up. So that's even more reason, to my mind, why you have 15-minute cut-off. So then you can allow for that little bit of grace.
Mr. Ponte, you're still focusing on the short-term consent, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me get on to the matter of gap acceptance. In the evidence from John Rowe, he referred to this Australian document. So I took the liberty of looking at that document and reading through it. And in my evidence, I do have some particular statements which basically are warning flags. It says, don't rely on this report. It's an Australian report, not a published research report as such. It looked at only 5 sites, 2 of which were just 2-lane highways, one in Queensland, one in Melbourne. And it lumped all the laden and unladen trucks together. And in terms of the truck and trailer units, it had, I think, 4 different types, 2 of which were light trailers, not heavy trailers with aggregate or other produce in it, or like logging trucks, for instance. And so it said to not to beware using that. And so, but nevertheless, these figures have been relied upon by the applicant, ignoring those clear warning statements. And Sidra has been acknowledged, has been around for ages, since about 1988, just after I started with the works. I actually did write a intersection delay program before Sidra was came into being, and that was mid-80s. So it states, so I haven't used their 11.25 second critical gap. I've said, well, I accepted that normally 10 seconds, like 10 to 12. I thought 10 seconds is appropriate. And even then, as I aforementioned, I allowed that 10 seconds to decrease with opposing flow. And so the work that I've done has shown that even with one quarry truck coming out, those are the delays. So there's a little bit of discrepancy I picked up earlier on, is that Mr. Kelly said, or that in terms of, or not necessarily Mr. Kelly, it might have been Mr. Walsh, in terms of the trucks exiting the quarry, he said that they might come out every 4 to 5 minutes on average. However, 30 trucks an hour is every 2 minutes on average. And of course, I've seen observations even on my own street with dump trucks going up my own street. They can be one after the other if they stop and have a coffee together and then leave together. And I've seen it on the Rimataka Hill Road, State Highway 2. I counted, I think that's in my report, I counted quite a few, and I saw 3 logging trucks in 2 minutes. One was like half a minute apart. So they can, you can catch up at the lights, even if you're 2 minutes apart. You can catch up with each other, let alone having coffee breaks together or whatever. So with even only one quarry truck suffering these large delays, those operating hours shouldn't be in the equation. Now this brings me on to the issue of the acceleration lane, and here's the overlap between the interim, the short term and the long term. So in none has the applicant, they said that acceleration lane is not being provided because of safety reasons and because I considered it because of capacity reasons. That is incorrect. I did not consider the need for a acceleration lane on capacity grounds, not solely on capacity grounds. In the comment on deceleration lanes, the Aus Roads Guide clearly shows that a deceleration lane is warranted on safety grounds. It comes from Queensland. It's based on safety, rear end crashes. So, however, I think earlier on you asked about acceleration lane, deceleration lane. It doesn't make much sense in some ways to have a deceleration lane without an acceleration lane, but having an acceleration lane, it makes sense to have a deceleration lane. So the Aus-Road Guide actually refers to a turn bay rather than deceleration, but in order for the trucks to turn, they have to decelerate. So I'm taking the liberty, my professional judgment, that if you're going to put in a left turn bay, there would be some sort of deceleration lane. And there are caveats on when that's needed. And regarding the acceleration lane, nobody has presented evidence as to what the current gradient is along the road, other than it looks flat. It looks fairly level. it might be downhill. But 1% can make quite a large difference in the length required for a laden truck and trailer to accelerate to a certain length. And it's surprising how much that just 1% difference can make from the level. However, the chair of the JEPS advised me that she measured that it's 350 metres from between the intersections of Murphy's Flighties and the Willowbank Road, Quarry Road. I'm not quite sure what I stated in my evidence, but I put a figure of such measured from Google. So apologies, that's not the same as 350. But in my statement of what a mitigation measure might consist of in terms of an acceleration lane, and you asked a question about the tables and how you determine the length of the acceleration lane. So that's included in my evidence in chief for acceleration lanes. In one of the annexes, I put various parts of the OS roads in there to help if that was useful in some way.
Page 38 of your brief, I think, was the Annex 12 from the Off-Road Guide on Acceleration Lane Design.
Yeah, sometimes you might understand that sometimes I put these in for my own benefit, so I find them a lot easier rather than I have to remember which guide it was, because there's a whole series of guides and they all have about 10 different parts to them. So it's and they've all been updated at different times. So including the turning warrant one's been updated and supersedes a previous one, and sometimes they're only in the commentaries. So you really have to do your homework to dig down and find out some of these things. But from that graph, I thought, well, 250 metres seems to be, without knowing the gradient, that would get the trucks to a certain speed where they can merge with a lower gap. So the gap that they need for merging, like on the motorway or a freeway, is much less than the gap that you need to do if turning from a stop sign. Because if you're going about the same speed, the former Mr. Policeman Neil Hyde, he was the first policeman in charge of speed cameras, he said the issue is about not speed, it's about differential speed. If everybody's going the same speed, then in theory, people don't hit each other, and that's going along the road. So the theory is that the length of the acceleration lane is supposed to enable the people on that lane to be able to merge at not too great a difference of speed with the through traffic. Now, for trucks, that's quite hard, so they do relax it for various reasons outlined in the guide. And I thought that 250 might enable them to get up to, say, 60 kilometres per hour, given that the speed limit's going to be increased from 50 to 80. Now, the other point raised by Mr. Kelly is that, we didn't put the roundabouts in. That may make it, he said, that's complex and could make it worse. However, one could see that actually it can make it better, because if it merges at a point where the vehicles are having to slow down for the approach to the roundabout, that speed differential will be less. So there's quite a lot of thought needs to go into this process, let alone the land issue of how much land there is. So keeping the roundabout further away than what it was originally intended obviously gives more scope for varying the acceleration lane length if you leave aside the cost and the land issues. Anybody questions at that stage while I paused?
Seems that we do have a question, Mr. Wanty.
Yes, just on these lanes, Mr. Wanty, can you explain why there's such a difference between Waka Kotahi and the other experts in terms of the acceleration and deceleration lanes, and Mr. Kelly in particular talking about the safety aspects of it? which seemed to make sense to me from what he explained, which certainly with a deceleration lane is a matter of visibility. If you're at that intersection and there's a truck in a deceleration lane, you can't see behind that whether there's any other traffic coming. Whereas if there's no deceleration lane, there's the truck and you have to wait till it comes in. I mean, that makes sense to me with no sort of expertise in traffic engineering.
That's why I haven't stated the need for the acceleration lane for the short term for those hours where the trucks aren't travelling during the busiest hours. Right. I've also suggested that with the acceleration lane there should be a condition pertinent to cyclists, pedestrians, equestrians, or whatever. I haven't suggested a condition because that would be dependent on Waka Kotahi anyway. But that is true that there are some potential concerns there. However, in the joint witness statement, it got added about electronic signage. So on the motorways and expressways, there's all these signs now about the cyclists and even flashing cyclist signs, etc. So there are ways and means of mitigating some of these genuine concerns, but that's really at the busiest time. So that doesn't affect the. Haven't advocated this as necessary for the short-term case because that avoids the busiest times when the finding the gaps is going to be hardest.
Okay.
Just if I may, Mr. Monty, just for completeness, so for the short-term consent, you're not suggesting a deceleration lane at all because you think it would be more problematic and not necessary because trucks are not travelling at that peak time. But for the short-term consent, you are suggesting an acceleration lane. Is that correct?
So the short-term, it's even when you've got the roundabouts in place, the trucks still have to get out and turn left.
Yes.
And there's still that same flow.
Yes. And your thesis is that the real concern is that left turn.
The left turn out, yes, which has been overlooked certainly in the interim. Okay. And I was surprised that the focus was all on the right turn in.
Yes.
But that made more sense when you saw that because I had great difficulty trying to track down what was the original consented form, because what's there now apparently doesn't match the consent requirement. And so what was the consented requirement? Well, I saw that Miss Fraser had asked at a meeting that she had with the applicant, and presumably some colleagues, could they provide that on an overlay?
Right.
But it wasn't provided, so I didn't get to see that.
But presumably there's been, this is just an observation, some element of rollover of the assessments associated with the 2018 consent to the short-term consent, and I wonder if that's extended to a rollover of the condition framework also.
Yeah.
Is that?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I can't comment as much.
Yes, I'm getting a nod from Mr. Baker, Ms. Williams. Has there been an element of that?
To a large degree, as I understand it, the traffic report was updated with the short-term consent. Mr. Kelly provided an updated assessment for the short-term consent, but all of the other assessments were largely rollover ones.
And the conditions, particularly I've just managed to find the short-term consent conditions because I hadn't gone far enough, but condition 12 and onwards, I think it was, for traffic. And I guess the first thing I noticed is that there's far less conditions on the short-term consent. There doesn't appear to be any controls on left and right-hand turns, unless I've missed them.
I'd probably defer to Mr. Baker at this point. My report didn't include conditions for the short-term consent.
Yeah.
So Mr. Baker has provided the short-term consent conditions for your benefit.
Yeah, effectively, we've rolled over the operational conditions of the existing consent. So the short-term consent effectively seeks a renewal of that existing condition framework, operating hours, the 64 truck movements. those types of things.
Yes.
And as we've gone on this long-term one where it's relevant, we have updated that set just to pick up some of the things that are more relevant now, sitting on that short-term consent.
Yes, and that's the green text, is it? And
yes.
Yes, and okay. Okay, thank you for that. So that's the explanation, I guess, Mr. Wanty, for why that's occurred. Not necessarily, well, is it possibly a justification also?
Just looking at my evidence in chief, I did not recommend the need for an acceleration lane in my paragraph 24. But however, that was, so as part of a long-term application, I said in the first instance that should be declined because it is 35 years. However, some of this, there's quite a lot of flow of information and other the John Rowe analysis wasn't immediately available when from the early days. But there is that big discrepancy between the SIDRA results and the simulation results, even if you chose the same volume and the same critical gap. Now, some of that can be explained by the variance of the simulation, which that random seed is actually for driver characteristics and other things, from what I can understand. So that within the simulation model, there's lots of parameters. So they vary some of those, like if you're in Spain, they may have more aggressive driving, so they can tweak that. You can modify those humanistic elements as well as other things. In the old days of simulation modelling, you actually saw the vehicles hitting each other on the screen, which is not a good look. So there's been big improvements in simulation modelling. But maybe that was a reflection of reality, I don't know.
Where do you think you're at in terms of your evidence?
Okay, well, we'll try to wrap it up then. The other key points, so dealt with the acceleration lane. So
Yes.
with the long term, given that you wanted to operate at those peak hours, and this is my assumption that they want to operate at the busiest times, then that requires the acceleration lane to allow even one truck to exit left out.
Yes.
And if that was provided, then some of the other conditions aren't needed at all. So that leads me on to the monitoring one. In principle,
Well, hang on, just before you go there, Mr. Wanty, it's quite a bold statement. If we're talking about the long-term consent, it does require an acceleration lane, and if it's provided, some of the other conditions become redundant.
Yes.
So which conditions in particular?
That was the one where about the 1,400 to 1,300, the 1,200 vehicle per hour flow, and reducing the truck levels from 30 to 20, and that one.
30 to 15?
Yeah, 15. So
45 to 30, sorry.
Well, the 45 to 30 has been ditched anyway, but that part of the condition's gone. But that condition, when I read it, I said, well, this is retrospective. It was based on averages, again, a term which is not well useful for informing and making informed decisions in traffic engineering. It was based on averages for the preceding month. So the scenario I put to you is in December, when the flows are typically at their greatest, we should have actually we shouldn't have allowed that many trucks to try to turn in or out in that month. But we'll apply it in January, because now with hindsight, we've now got it. January turns out to be perhaps lower, the school holidays. And so you're actually applying the condition retrospectively, which doesn't work. It's got to be adaptive traffic management, is a term that Mr. Kelly used. That's a good term. It should be responsive to the present situation. Not based on averages, based on what the motorist is seeing now. Okay, and so that's tricky. That's a tough one for the panel to try to work, but with the help of experts here, hopefully they can resolve that to make it a workable one. Workable for the motorists and the residents in the area.
Yes. So when you're talking about adaptive management, should we be looking at the conditions relating to the traffic management plan and the monitoring and reporting associated with that?
Yes, because the monitoring, again, it talks about from the monitoring you can determine the delays, but they're not going to actually do that because that's costly to do that. It's quite intensive. If you paid for your own system, presuming the marginal cost is much less, that you could do it for all the time. So if you've got the video, you could then process the video and do it that way. But that's not, as we've heard today, that's not the intention. It's only there to provide the video, no processing of it. Without processing, how do you know what the volumes, etc. are? Well, you can, the traffic monitoring system, which I used to be the consultant for, that data that comes from the continuous site just west of Belmont Road, that's only downloaded typically once a week, and then it may only be loaded sometimes only once a month. So that's not instantaneously available, despite it being very useful. So I think, so my colleagues, the JPS colleagues tomorrow will hopefully show, when you go, I hope you will visit the site during these busiest periods. The PM peak is getting lighter now. You'll discover that in the morning peak, there is this reverse priority. So reverse priority is a term whereby instead of you having to give way to somebody else, they give way to you because they see, poor sucker, can't get out at a roundabout or a stop sign or something rather. And so the traffic will stop to let that person out, even though they have the priority. They'll reverse it to let the other person on the stop or give way sign to come out. And I observed that particularly in the morning, often with a truck turning left into Flighties Road, that enabled somebody to turn right out, assuming that the westbound movement was still clear.
And is that different from the PM peak? Different driver behaviour?
Well, maybe the people in Flighties, I think at the PM peak, a lot of them gave up. They gave up waiting to turn right. They just decided to turn left and probably did a U-turn somewhere else. So you're not, because I was recording the delays and I saw some people, I pressed the buttons to say whether they're going to go left or right, and then some of them will change their minds.
Yes. And so what were the time frames that you would suggest that we use in looking at those diurnal peaks?
Well, what wasn't helpful was that the street lamp wasn't working at Murphy's Road, so it's getting lighter by 6 o'clock now. So I'd say around about 5:30 to 6 o'clock would be a good time in the evening. In the morning, it seems to be. In the morning has 2 peaks. It's more than an hour. Yes. In my annex, I actually gave 2 sets of my surveys for the morning period, and I think they differed by 20 odd minutes. So one period had the most flow, the other period had the most westbound flow.
Okay.
And they're about 20 minutes apart. So in the morning you've got more flexibility, what time you visit.
What would you recommend?
Well, don't normally get up early in the morning. That's your personal preference.
All things being equal.
Well, I guess around 8 o'clock is fine any time in the midst of those. The overlap period between those two, I would suggest, would be quite good. I think one peak I said was 7:20 to 8:20, and the other peak was 7:40 to 8:40. So
was that the most westbound flow? Was it the 7:40?
I think the most westbound was later.
Yes.
I could be wrong, 50% chance. On the average, could be right. On the average, could be wrong.
It's a Public Image song.
So I think it's after 5, so I think I've said enough.
Can I just attempt to recap what I've heard and from you, and you please correct me if I've got it wrong. So with the short-term consent, your main concern is that there's no controls on left-hand exits from the site. That's what I'm hearing clearly from you.
Well, I believe the 30, not the peak flow restriction for the right turn out, but the general 30 vehicles applies
I'm talking about the short-term consent.
Yeah, that's for the short term.
Yes.
I've just been informed that late this afternoon. So.
Sorry, I can assist with that. So it's condition 8
Okay.
for the short-term consent. So all truck movements should be right turn in and left turn out.
Yes, but there's no limitation on numbers, is there?
The 64, a daily one.
Okay, but when I looked at...
Oh, sorry, 64 return trips. Yes. Yes. Okay.
So the best mechanism, given that the roundabouts will hopefully be constructed before long, and recognising that there's more than just the trucks coming out of Willowbank Road, and that their effect is also on the flighties, Murphy's flighties, I've used the term, that crossroads, and they do suffer, unfortunately. So the likes of Jenny and Tracy, who's a Murphy's Road resident, will suffer from the additional truck movements, even for the short term before the roundabouts constructed. And that's conveniently about that 2-minute level, because I actually observed some in my fine print. You see the maximum delays that I observed for the right turns in and out, and maybe the right turns in. There's low sample sizes, so you have to be careful.
Yeah. But presumably those controls on right-hand turn in and left turn out, and we've heard they've been carried over from the 2018 consent, are a reflection of the origin of the destination of the trucks associated with the Transmission Gully project. Presumably that condition was a reflection of that.
Well, the idea of excluding the morning peaks and the evening peaks and the Saturdays for that quarry over the last few years has been used many other places along State Highways 58, and so the operating hours, I can't comment on the relationship to Transmission Gully, but it wasn't too far. I mean, the Battle Hill's not that, it's relatively close to Battle Hill, the access from there. So maybe they could actually, it must have been, one would suspect that that movement number was related to Transmission Gully first and foremost.
Okay, I guess what I want you, Mr. Wanty, to do is to try and help us understand what it is that you accept about the short-term consent and what it is that you don't accept in terms of the conditions.
Well,
framework.
I accept that the hours just need tweaking on a 15-minute basis. So that was my recommendation.
But that's modelling, isn't it?
Yes, mainly from the modelling.
Yeah.
And recognising that the future is not as indeterminate.
Yes. So if the models are rerun on a 15-minute basis as opposed to a 60-minute basis, where do you see those results landing in terms of the condition framework?
Well, that's where I suggested the hours in my recommendations just be slightly modified for the short term.
Okay. Can you tell me what they...
Okay, so my 24I, the operating hours for proposed level of quarry truck movements to be restricted to the following hours: Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:45 p.m.
Okay.
Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And I think actually I may stand corrected when I read my own evidence here. Was the quarry also seeking Saturday for the short term? Because I've got here Saturday before 10 a.m.
No, they're not.
So I apologise for that. So that can be removed. Anyway, before 10 a.m. doesn't leave much time for a quarry to operate.
Yes. So how are you in 24.1 and 24.2, particularly 24.1, how have you derived those hours?
Well, that was from my analysis and my modelling and looking at the 15 minutes periods, etc. Just as I explained on that map, how it went up in the last bit of the 2 to 3 p.m.
So you've done the work for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as point 2, which I begged together with Tim Kelly, who said that doing mitigation works at Murphy's has nothing to do with, effectively, quote me if I'm wrong, nothing to do with the quarry. Well, the fact is that the quarry trucks will nevertheless make some impact on the delay at Murphy's Flighties Crossroads, and I've outlined that delay, but it would be mitigated if just some minor widening of Murphy's approach was made, so that instead of just, at the moment, if there's a car turning right, could take a long time, a car turning left can sneak past them. But if there are two cars turning right, the left turners can't get past. So I'm just talking about making that a minor improvement there. And the left turn, so there is that, there's a school bus stop on that side, and even the left turn into Murphy's isn't brilliant. That's where I'd have to park my car off in front of the where the person sells the manure, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you for that. And at your paragraph 25 in your evidence in chief, you then talk about your position on the long-term application.
Yes.
Provision of an acceleration lane for at least 25 metres, and that's presumably based on the Ausroad standard and the table that you gave us?
Yeah, that can be modified. I mean, I just thought that I had to be helpful and actually make some sort of distance measurement. So
yes, a left-hand turn bay and a deceleration lane.
Yep, that's on the basis that is warranted, but again, that comes with the proviso of having a suitable condition for pedestrians and cyclists that have safety.
Yes, and that's with a change back to 80 kilometres.
Yep.
Yes. If there's no change to the 80 kilometres,
if it remains at 50, well, there's less pressing need for that.
For that being the deceleration.
Yeah, there's less need for the deceleration lane because that's presently the situation now. There is no deceleration lane.
And just tell me, what's a left turn bay?
Well, that's basically you've got a left turn arrow marked on the road.
Okay. Does it form part of the deceleration lane?
Yes, it would be.
The end of it, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And the point that Tim made correctly before is that you can improve the site visibility if, for instance, at Riverstone Terraces, the left turn into the Riverstone Terraces, it's got painted chevron marking so that left turn lane isn't immediately beside the through lane. That it's offset a bit, so that makes it easier for somebody turning right out to see past anybody going left in. But that's a matter of available space and issues. I mean, Riverstone Terrace is a serious case, trying to get right out of there.
Okay, and moving on, a restriction on heavy vehicles moving through the Pahatanui village at the beginning and the end of school times?
Yes, because it's not going to happen very often, but and for this one, I mean, Tim has think that's sensible, but he just thinks it's the wrong mechanism to go about it. I mean, I think it's easier to deal with it here, personally.
Yes, and what would those hours be? Was that 8 to 9, 3 to 4?
Well, it's normally the hours which the school signs have posted about, their parking restrictions, etc. That same period I would use is what they have. It's a while since I've seen those, but typically they might say 2:30 to 3:15. I think that school, though,
yes,
you might want to go a bit later than 3:15.
Yes.
Quite a few parents actually sit and have the coffee at Ground Up, who is a customer of mine.
Yes. The Roman numeral 4 and 25 is one that interests me. You would have heard my questions to Mr. Kelly about that. You're saying that the operation hours for the proposed quarry truck movements be restricted to those have been provisionally agreed by the council once a suitable acceleration lane is operating. So are they what hours are they?
I don't think there are any. The vagueness there is largely due the word suitable acceleration lane. You could quite easily have a lane which isn't suitable, a short lane. There used to be one turning out of Otahanga Road before they built the roundabout there. I did the analysis for that, and that didn't work so well. It was the case where some people turned out and then they had to stop. So it was half a lane doesn't work in traffic engineering, and the same as half an acceleration lane doesn't work.
Okay, let me rephrase that question. So if an acceleration lane, a suitable acceleration lane is provided, What's your position on operating hours for the quarry truck movements?
Well, the way I've worded this is to say that whatever is proposed for other factors, noise, etc., that should be suitable if a suitable acceleration lane is provided.
In other words, if a suitable acceleration lane is provided from a traffic perspective, do you have any concern, from a traffic perspective solely, do you have any concern with the quarry operating hours?
In a nutshell, not really.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. And just in addition to that, in an answer to a question earlier, I think you said if a deceleration lane was provided, if there was, acceleration lane was provided, you were less concerned about the 1400 restriction.
Yeah, it should drop out. Trucks can merge requiring a lesser gap.
Okay.
Then, as it's been pointed out, there's going to be a natural limit. I think it's been agreed about 1,500 vehicles per hour for that road anyway.
Yes.
Because then it might have to be 4-laned. So this is assuming it's still the 2-lane situation.
Yes, I understand. And then your last one, Roman numeral 5, is very similar to your wording for Roman numeral 3 on the short-term consent about immediate localised road winding at Murphy's.
Yes. And these recommendations, down below, there's all the other ones about the monitoring, etc.
Yes, of course. Yes, in relation to the Transport Management Plan and the monitoring of that.
Yeah, and it's my view that it has to be publicly available in the joint witness statement. That was the point, because I've tried to get information actually from Fulton Hogan's years ago about closures on the highway for relation to Centennial Highway. It's the practicality is very difficult. So it has to be readily available is another word that I've used.
Yes, thank you. Just check if there's any further questions, Mr. Monty. Commissioner Burge. We've exhausted your time. Thank you for that. That took a bit longer than we thought, but thank you for your perseverance. Ms. Blake, is there anything that you want to add at all? No.
I think if there's anything further, Professor Irons will bring that up tomorrow in her session with you folk. But I will foreshadow that Mr. Kia has COVID. So I'm not quite sure what we're doing with that one. We will get back to you.
Yes, I think, that automatically means he probably can't partake in the conferencing. So, but it doesn't preclude necessarily giving him the opportunity to comment on any JWS that's produced from the other.
Absolutely.
And I think we'll probably take it along those lines. Discussed that with Professor Irons earlier. I think that was one of the options that she was alive to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's stumps for the day. Just before we do pull them, tomorrow, somewhere, I have a timetable. I think we're kicking off with Waka Kotahi.
So Mr.
yes.
Baker still hasn't given us evidence.
Well,
you keep trying to. He's desperate. Look, I suppose we have the option of giving Waka Kotahi and finishing the traffic and then going to planning, but I think we probably should get the planning done certainly before CHEPs kick off. Otherwise, it'll get a bit past that would be my preference. But if you want to have Waka Kotahi on and finish the planning, finish the traffic. But,
I would, if you don't mind. I think there's some merit in there, and that we'll start with you at 9.
Yes, Commissioner, look, I had a suggestion. I wondered whether hearing from Jason first to close out the traffic and then Nathan and myself to kind of close out that aspect of the planning conditions and response might be beneficial to you?
Well, I guess I need to hear from... I needed to hear from... Were you talking about Mr. Baker? Or who?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Baker and myself.
Did you say Jason? I thought
so hearing from Mr. Chow first to close out the traffic, and then hearing from Mr. Baker and myself in whichever order is...
Well, probably you first, I think, because we need to draw a line on that.
Yep, that works for us.
Okay. And we do have a bit of a gap. Yeah, I don't think that'll work. What it probably means is that for submitters like Mr. Rob Howard and Lauren Devaney, the Residents Association, Mark Neeson, and the DEPS people, there might be a half-hour dislodgement, if you like, because we have a free period between 9:35. Oh, that's only 10 minutes, really, isn't it?
We've got move Jeeps. We do from 2 till 3 p.m.
No, I think we need to hear from Mr. Baker before we get into the submitters proper. So
Yeah. Is there any chance starting a little bit earlier tomorrow?
Excuse me, could I comment that I don't think Mr. Kierkeer, who was down to give evidence tomorrow, I don't think he's going to take all of his slots. So if we just all move down slightly.
yes, that might be the way to go. Yes.
I just note, I think I might just talk to him, talk to some notes from him for just maybe 5 minutes or so. And so that you might have most of that slot.
Okay.
We could actually shuffle Jeeps to start.
Why don't we compromise when we start at 8:45 tomorrow? We hear from Waka Kotahi, both Mr. Chow and Ms. Jenkins. Then we'll move to Mr. Baker. And there'll be a slight dislodgement, but I don't think it'll be significant. And we'll catch up for the very reason that Mr. Kierkeer is not presenting. Can we agree on that? Lovely. It's okay. Yep. Thank you. Hearing adjourned.
Thank you.